Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the people who give our canines, kitties, and other best friends the attention they so richly deserve. Jim Anderson is one of those people. He's the chief of Clark County's Animal Control. This group of dedicated animal professionals deal with four-legged, flying, swimming, nuisance, and every type of non-human every day. I sat down with the chief to cover a variety of animal-related issues. Chief, thank you so much for joining us here today. Maybe there's a lot of people new to Clark County, maybe don't know what some of the animal laws are, so let's talk a little bit about some of those first of all. Spay and neutering, pet sterilization, of course, is law here in Clark County, and there are exceptions. Tell me a little bit about it.
Sure. So spay and neutering is a requirement, as you stated, in Clark County. So anybody who owns a dog, a cat, that is over the age of 4 months is required to have their animal spayed and neutered. And there are some exemptions from that, and that is essentially if you have a breeder's permit, if you're authorized to breed, then you can have a dog that is not required to be sterilized. Other exemptions may include there are some animals that maybe because of medical reasons they won't be allowed to be sterilized. It would be dangerous for the animal. And in those cases, then they can get a note from a veterinarian explaining that, and so those animals could be exempted as well.
What about vaccinations?
Vaccinations, rabies are a requirement within the unincorporated Clark County area. And 3 months of age is the age where those animals needs to be vaccinated for rabies. Proof of vaccination is required with the animals through a tagging process. They are issued tags that the owners are required to put on their animal.
I wonder how many animals you and your staff come across that aren't spayed or neutered or don't have vaccinations. Maybe a lot of the people don't realize that there are low and no cost options available, right?
Sure. It is fairly common. On a daily basis, our officers encounter folks whose animals are not properly vaccinated, are not spayed and neutered. We do issue fix-it tickets in those cases to educate them, give them an opportunity to follow the rules, get in compliance, and make sure that their animals are taken care of properly. There are options in the county of where they can go. Heaven Can Wait is one of the options that the county partners with, as well as the Animal Foundation. There's a number of other animal hospitals and spay and neuter clinics in the county that folks can go to.
Of course, many animal adoptions, including, you mentioned the Animal Foundation, the Lead Animal Shelter, which is the best in the valley. But there's, I think, 4 or 5 around the valley, all great organizations. Getting these animals adopted is huge, right? And this is a place you should go to, not to a Craigslist or not to a Facebook. Go to a reputable agency. Why?
Absolutely. Yeah, we do encourage people to adopt from the shelter. Those dogs are already in place there. They need a home. Those dogs are vetted by a veterinarian to make sure that they are properly vaccinated. They do have spay and neuter before they leave the shelter. It gives those animals an opportunity to get into a forever home, which is fantastic and what we want. Some of the concerns with Facebook, Craigslist, other people that may advertise animals for sale is that these are primarily, almost all the time, illegal backyard breeders who are just not have the best interest of the animals at heart. They're in it to make some money oftentimes, and they continually do this. So it's detrimental to the animals. We've also found instances where these animals are sick when they're adopted out from Craigslist or Facebook. And so we just encourage people to go through the right channels through a shelter or a reputable breeder.
And does that include, we see many of these breed-specific breeders setting up, at the PetSmarts and different animal shelters, or recognized breeders like that? Do you recommend?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine as long as they are reputable breeders. And one of the requirements that folks have to have is that if they are advertising on Facebook or Craigslist, then they have to have their breeder's license posted. And that means that they have been inspected by our animal control department, that they have been licensed to do that. And in those instances, it's a better chance that those animals are going to be in good condition and not sick when you adopt them.
Chief, as we're taping this today, it's towards the end of winter. It's a bit of a brisk day, but you still see people that they lock their animals, primarily dogs, I imagine, in cars. And as the winter passes and it gets hotter, this is very dangerous.
Vehicle confinement is a huge issue for animal control. It's really detrimental to animals, and it's at this day and age, with all the publicity and all the news stories that year after year we see tragedies with animals left in cars, that we really want to educate folks to let them know that it's not okay. Certainly it's more obvious on the hot days as we get here in the Vegas area, where people are a little more cognizant of it. But even on days where the temperature is a little more moderate, it can still get extremely hot in the vehicles where your animals are in danger in there. And the same thing goes with cold temperatures in a vehicle. We don't want folks to leave their animals unattended in vehicles. Even rolling the windows down and those sorts of things do not make it safe for the animals in the cars.
We've been fortunate enough to ride along with the men and women, your officers here, many times, and it seems like routine calls, I'm sure happen dozens of times a day, is showing up at a residence, primarily dogs or cats there, some sort of nuisance or some sort of problem that probably the human hasn't set up their house or that location for their animal correctly. Is that correct? And what should a person, what responsible pet ownership is required?
Sure. And again, that oftentimes goes back to the weather outside. You know, folks leave their animals outside in the heat and the cold, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to do so, provided that you're taking the proper precautions for your animals by having proper shade for the animals. They have to be able to get to the shade in the summer times. The heat is just too hot. Even a doghouse in the hot sun that doesn't otherwise have shade is too hot for your animal to be left out in. Certainly water is a huge component of that. We want to make sure that the animals have proper food and water throughout the day. And then in cold temperatures too, a lot of times folks think because the animals have the fur coat on that they may not be as susceptible to the cold temperatures, but really anything under 50 degrees, they need to make sure that they have adequate bedding for the dogs if they're outside, and a place to get warm. One of the other things that's great in the heat that people can do, in addition to shade, is ulterior cooling methods such as kiddie pools, plastic pools that can fill with water, and those sorts of things is a great way to let your animal cool off in the heat.
Chief, you handle a number of unusual animal calls, and I know something recently that has come up and happens a couple times a year here in Clark County, seems to, is cockfighting. Now, gosh, I can't believe people in this day and age still do this. Obviously, that's very illegal, but how often does this happen? What signs are there for this type of activity going on?
Sure. Well, I think it happens more frequently than we know about, unfortunately. But there's certainly some signs that people can look for, and really the last few that have been in the news lately that we were made aware of were because of diligent neighbors who are aware of their surroundings, knowing what's going on in their neighborhoods with their neighbors, and they are reporting that to us in the police department. And so we really want neighbors to be aware of these things. Oftentimes, a large number of roosters on the property is a sign. That's generally illegal. There are different zonings that have different requirements for how many roosters are allowed. But if there are many roosters on a property, there's usually something that's not going on that should be with that property. As well, that when they're actually cockfighting going on, a large group of people will be out in the backyards and there'll be a lot of noise and those sorts of things, other things to be aware. So that coupled with the large amount of animals should be something that neighbors should be concerned about, and they should be notifying us.
I know through yourself and through the county commission, you've also taken care of every type of animals. A pigeon ordinance and pigeon laws were put into place in Clark County last year. Tell me about those.
We did. We've had a number of complaints over the years regarding pigeons being out and people feeding them in public, and then pigeons gather, kind of create these nuisance conditions with their droppings and other things in the neighborhoods. So the commissioners did pass this year a more strict law regarding the feeding of pigeons. So you cannot feed pigeons in any public park. You cannot feed pigeons in any residential properties. And so if folks have large gatherings of pigeons that are causing problems in their backyards, there's a decent chance that one of their neighbors may be contributing to that problem by feeding them. And if that's the case, they can call us. We will go out and we will address the issue with those neighbors to try to educate them again that this activity is not allowed.
Is that the same for other nuisance animals like that?
Absolutely. We always request that people call us when there's issues with any nuisance animals, that they contact our office.
And finally, another thing, I know that impulse buys. Again, you're trying to get every animal adopted. As we roll into the Easter season, for example, now you see bunnies, probably chicks, things like that people think they're cute, so let's get some bunnies and things like that. There's a lot of things to think about. Tell me about this.
And bunnies are a prime example, and chicks, especially this time of year. Folks see them, their kids want them, they think it'll be fun to have this pet in their house for them, they think their kids will like it, and then that wears off fairly quickly when they realize the responsibility and the amount of care that goes into these animals. And oftentimes we see they just think these are wild animals sometimes with these domesticated bunnies, and they're released into parks. They release them in different areas around town, and it really creates a problem for those animals, for the neighborhoods. And so we just encourage people to really do their homework before they purchase these animals. Don't just do it on an impulse. Make sure that you understand exactly what's involved with caring for the animals. In the long term, it's a big commitment. But the life of these animals is what they need to expect to be able to do.
All right. We appreciate you spending some time with us. Appreciate it, Chief.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. For more information, visit the Animal Control page at clarkcountynv.gov. Let's move on and up, all the way to the Lee Canyon Ski Resort on Mount Charleston. Now, most people probably don't realize it, but avalanches do occur on the mountain, and keeping skiers and snowboarders safe is a job for the Bristlecone Avalanche Rescue Canines, or better known as BARC. Hitting the slopes at Lee Canyon is a popular winter activity, and Lee Canyon Ski Patrol Squad is comprised of a dedicated group of human rescue experts, including Michelle and Greg French.
Come on, Carson.
But a couple of the most eager team members are Carson and Lyda, a pair of savvy black labs who are certified avalanche dogs.
He is 53 pounds, which is a very small, compact dog, so you can do a lot of things with her. I can carry her on my shoulders, I can put her on the lift, I can put her on the snowmobile. Very, very portable. She's very strong as well. And then we have Carson. And Carson was born March 17th, 2016, so they're just a year apart.
Carson.
Extensively trained to be deployed in extreme life-threatening conditions.
And they're part of the BARC program, which is the Bristlecone Avalanche Rescue Canines, which was started in 2017. The ski area here in Lee Canyon has never had a dog program. Most ski areas that are in avalanche terrain have dog programs. Ollie.
The BARC dogs are nimble, love their work on the slopes, and are able to travel up and down a mountain in any fashion. Carson is perfectly content with his bird's eye view of the slopes while seated on the chairlift, and is always a keen passenger as Greg pilots the snowmobile. In an avalanche situation, rescue dogs can perform remarkable search and rescue feats and cover an area that would require 50 humans. Lee Canyon received 181 inches of snowfall last season, and during one potential storm was under an avalanche watch. During an actual avalanche rescue, a few minutes can literally mean life or death.
Golden hour is 30 minutes. 15 minutes you have 90% chance of survival. Once you hit 30 minutes, you're down to 10%. So if you're buried, it's trauma, it's asphyxiation. So the faster you can get them, the better. And we start them with an open trench, and we start to slowly make a snow cave.
Creating a snow tunnel and burying a person in an unknown location provides the pooches with a realistic exercise of their skills and what happens during an avalanche. These weekly training sessions resemble a game of hide and seek.
Nothing hurt? Good job.
That becomes their search toy, and the only time they get to play with it is when we do searches. She doesn't get to see this any other time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Despite the dog's playful demeanor, they are serious about their life-saving talents. An avalanche-only game of tug-of-war and a special avalanche reward toy are used to keep Carson and Lyda laser-focused on their work.
No loss of consciousness felt in
Of course, the ski patrol's usual efforts involve treating injured skiers' spills and falls on the slopes. But the enthusiastic, brave black labs are always prepared for rescue. BARC is a non-profit organization, and Carson and Lyda are regular pets and the full-time fur babies of the Frenches.
It is a love. I love Lyda very much, and she does live with me, and she is my pet as well as a working dog, and that relationship is truly important because you build that bond with each other, just like when you have employees that work together, like firemen or policemen. You build that bond, you build that structure, and you kind of get to know each other really well.
Good girl, Ida. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
It was a pleasure to meet Greg, Michelle, Lyda, and Carson to learn more about the amazing work they do and how you can offer BARC support. Visit their website at barkleecanyon.com. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll tell you how Reiki is helping the shelter animals at the Animal Foundation. This is County Critters.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter, fix your critter.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
In an emergency, you may need to leave your home fast. That's why the best time to prepare for an emergency is before one strikes. Your plan should include up to 10 days of food, water, and special need items for every member of your family, including your pet. Most people shelters don't allow pets. To learn more about emergency preparedness, download our free Southern Nevada Community Preparedness app to your smartphone, or visit the Office of Emergency Management pages of Clark County's website for more tips.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Welcome back to County Critters. Alternative pet therapy is growing in popularity, using different ways to treat suffering animals other than medicine or vet care. The spiritual art of Reiki is a way to meditate with animals. A new program offers Reiki to the fur babies in care at the Lead Animal Shelter.
And with this, you're becoming just tuned in to who you truly are, your true light, and the true light of that animal. Not the animal that's been abused, not the animal that's been dumped.
Jamie Lee is an animal relationship specialist, and she teaches Reiki, the tranquil message and practice of meditation, to compassionate staff members at the Animal Foundation.
Reiki itself, the word itself, means spiritual energy. There's a system of Reiki, which is what I'm teaching today to all the staff and the volunteers here. And that shows you techniques that you can become grounded and centered and peaceful yourself.
Jamie Lee is part of the Shelter Animal Reiki Association, or SARA. SARA is a nonprofit organization that was created nationally about 30 years ago. The gentle, non-invasive treatment of Reiki helps homeless dogs and cats who are often stressed, scared, and now living in a chaotic environment.
I myself also work with individuals and their pets, but the SARA organization focuses on the shelter and sanctuary animals because we're nonprofit and we want to make a big difference in the community because they need us the most. Most of us also have our own businesses, and then we will work with individuals with their pets. You know, we can walk up because we always start at a distance.
Jamie Lee shares her Reiki expertise to mostly novice Reiki practitioners. Typically skeptical, many workers are unconvinced that the techniques actually help the animals, including Shani Aaron, who has diligently cared for the animals at the shelter for 7 years.
I
I was very skeptical actually when I signed up for the class, so yeah.
Anybody else want to share?
But after a couple hours of instruction and learning a calming presence, her newfound energy and compassion turned this Reiki skeptic into a Reiki believer.
So the first one that I had that actually made me go, okay, this is working, was a cat. When I first approached him, he was kind of just loafed in the front, big eyes, he was shaking. And then after I pulled up a stool and I sat there for a while, he actually chose to lay in the back of the kennel. He relaxed, he wasn't curled up in this like tight ball with big eyes. He closed his eyes and completely actually took like this big deep breath, and I was like, okay, this is really working now. But I didn't know that was gonna happen. I sat in front of that kennel and I was like, let's see what happens. But he actually really did participate, and it was interesting to see.
So this is very typical that people gain confidence and they really get into the Reiki because they see the animals respond. And kitties are kind of pretty Reiki themselves usually.
With the exception of a solemn meow or two, the zen-like calm in the cat area is a quiet respite compared to the canine cacophony in the dog kennels. But Jamie teaches Reiki practitioners to remain centered and grounded, which transfers a peaceful serenity to the penned-up pooches.
So these guys are doing great today because they're able to go in with the dogs even though there's barking, and they've even said, I can tell when I'm focused, the animals are quiet. When I break my focus, they come up and they start to bark at me. So the first thing we do, I'm going to do the 3 diamond, and of course we start with our Hara breath.
One Reiki principle is called the 3 diamonds, a Japanese tradition that corresponds to a trio of energetic centers of the body. And at least one new Reiki practitioner plans to take her new lessons learned home.
So I have 3 dogs, so yeah, I'll probably take it home tonight and see if my dogs want to participate with me, so that'll be fun.
And use it on any family members? Or?
I don't know, we'll see. Maybe my husband, get that energy fixed, so yeah.
For more information on the Reiki program at the Animal Foundation, how you can adopt a fur baby, volunteer opportunities, and so much more, visit animalfoundation.com. And finally, we leave you with our Critter of the Month, Kitty Carlisle. Kitty Carlisle is a gorgeous black and white tuxedo cat and just turned 1 year old. She is the latest addition to the family of Robin Jennings and Victor Lacroix of Henderson. The frisky feline loves to limber up by doing the downward dog and other yoga poses with Robin, is an avid lover of upside-down belly rubs, is a squeaky toy monster, and absolutely adores the Meow Mix salmon treats while watching the birds in the lemon tree. The spry cat is a rescue. Robin adopted her from a local foster organization. Robin is a true animal rescue superstar. Kitty Carlisle is a second shelter cat she has adopted over the years. And that's our show. If you'd like your pet to be my Critter of the Month, send an email and some pictures to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Television on County Critters.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County
before Las Vegas.
The mob never ran anything 100% here. There were sure mobs here, but they didn't run the town by any stretch of the imagination.
Senator Kefauver, who was closing the illegal gamblings all over the United States, in Kentucky, in Florida, in Arkansas, and so on. And those professional gamblers had only one place to come.
They were running a legal operation in Las Vegas. Where they came from, whether it's Cleveland or Detroit or New York or Chicago or wherever, it was illegal there, but it was legal here.
It was run by gamblers that were straight shooters.
They took care of the city where the gambling occurred because it was in their interest to do so.
One of the things they wanted to do was to make sure everybody knew that they cared about the community.
They did not wish to draw attention to themselves in the sense of they were disobeying the law or running amok.
And here they were operating a legitimate business, and they appreciated that. Most of them, not everyone, most of them.
Hughes was a very unique person.
Howard Hughes never paid for anything. He never paid for anything at all. The guy came around behind him and paid for him.
First time he came in, he called us from Los Angeles and told us he was coming in. We had no runway lights or anything like that. It's all dirt strips. And so he said, now, if I come in late and it's dark, I've got to have some lights to land with. So we said, well, we'll get automobiles and line them up on each side of the runway and turn the headlights on. And that's what we did.
His stature gave him away, and his tennis shoes gave him away. He wore tennis shoes all the time. It's true.
I'd like them to know what a nice person he was. Mental picture I have of him is him coming in that low-wing monoplane and crawling up out of the top of the cockpit with a pair of white tennis shoes in his hands. So he flew in his stocking feet.
I thought a great deal of him. He was a genius. I think a lot of people didn't understand him.
Howard Hughes did make a fortune in Nevada, but he did it through real estate, not from actually running casinos.
And then he bought the Desert Inn because they wanted to get him out for New Year's Eve or something, and he didn't want to move, so he bought the hotel. And then I heard that the reason he bought the Silver Slipper was that the lights were in his eyes.
We turned it on, and the next day, Mr. Mayhew called us and said that Mr. Hughes wanted to buy the Frontier Hotel because the sign was disturbing him up on his penthouse suite. He bought the Frontier, he bought the Desert Inn, he bought the Sands, he bought the Landmark, he bought the Castaways, and he started to buy the Stardust. And that's when they stopped him.
Howard Hughes never contributed anything to the growth of Las Vegas while he was alive. He bought joints, but the same old guys ran them.
And I was never sure if it was a rumor started by law enforcement or what, that he was arriving to buy out the mob. If that's the case, he didn't do a very good job of that. I mean, he bought out some longtime hotel owners, but there were a lot of people left, including Tony Spilatro, who were on the front scene of Las Vegas, unfortunately.
See what you can discover at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
Visit Treasures of Egypt, a trip to King Tut's tomb and recreations of some of Egypt's best-known artifacts.
Explore it for yourself.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Sit and Be Fit is a tone and stretch exercise program designed to strengthen muscles and improve joint flexibility. Not all exercises are suitable for everyone. Consult your doctor before beginning this exercise program. Our instructions and advice are in no way intended as a substitute for medical counseling. Sit and Be Fit is a creation of Marianne Wilson, lecturer, teacher, columnist, and a recognized leader in the field of senior fitness. Along with her ongoing research and background as a registered nurse, Marianne consults with a team of physical therapists and exercise specialists to bring you a fun, effective way to feel better and maintain functional fitness.
Hi, I'm Marianne Wilson. Thank you for joining us. The exercise program you are about to do is effective for any age, but it was specially designed for anyone needing slow, gentle movement. All you need is a chair that touches your back while your feet are flat on the floor. If your back is not touching, put a pillow behind for that necessary back support. If you have your exercise band and towel, put it on the back of your chair. You may substitute a bath or hand towel instead. Now, get ready to sit and be fit. Okay, let's start with good posture. Pull your tummy in, sit up straight, feet flat on the floor, shoulders back, and chin up. Okay, get ready to lift those elbows and toes. Big smile, lift. 2, 3, keep going. Now your heels, lift. Okay, get ready. Touch your waist with one hand, the other. Touch your shoulder, the other shoulder. Behind your head, back to your shoulders. Now your waist, and now your knees. Okay, reach for that ankle. Touch the knee, reach for your ankle, and try it on the other leg. Touch your knee, ankle, knee. Now your toes, side to side. Okay, let's roll it up. Get ready to pick those apples off the tree. Reach, pull it down, reach and pull. Reach, pull. Keep going, you're doing great. Reach, pull. A few more, reach and pull. Okay, we're going to take those apples from here and drop them over there. Let's do it again. Reach over here, pick it up, and drop. Again, reach, grab it, drop it, stretch those fingers, reach, take it up. Okay, let's circle out your arm. Keep your chest up. Let's do it all on the other side. Reach for that apple and drop it here. Let's do it again. Reach, drop. Again, reach and drop. Again, reach, drop. Okay, let's circle out that arm again. Okay, sit tall. Let's work your wrists. Keep going. How are you feeling? Good. Okay, keep going. Now we're going to roll those shoulders back, so get ready. Roll the shoulder back. Big roll. Pull it back. Another roll, and again. Get ready to slap your knee. Sit up tall. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going. And change. Now get ready to touch your ankle. Touch the knee first. Now your ankle. Knee and ankle. Now push that knee down. Touch your knee, ankle, knee and ankle, knee and ankle. Now push it down. Now you're going to walk up the shin with your shoe. 3, way to the top, back down, and change. Walk up all the way to the knee. Take it back down. Get ready to touch your waist. Sit tall. Now touch your shoulders. Pull them back. Touch your waist. Back to the shoulders. Let's walk those elbows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's take those elbows up, higher, higher, all the way around. Oh, that feels good. How's that feeling, Neil? Good. All the way up and around. You're doing great. Keep going. Get ready to tap those toes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, dig your heel. Tap the other foot. Toes first. Now, dig your heel. Okay, sit tall. Let's see you march. Chest up, chin high. Okay, take a big breath. How are you feeling? Good. Okay, here's your change. Lift one knee. Keep going. Opposite hand and knee. Good job. You're doing super. I'm so proud of you. Great. Now, let's stretch out your calf muscle. Extend your leg. Pull the toes back. There's that stretch. Try your other leg. Pull the toes back. Feel that stretch? Let's do it again. Stretch it out. That feels great. One more time. Stretch. Okay, sit up tall again. Let's march. Now we're going to take opposite hand and knee again. Up and down, up and down, up. One more. How about another one? And roll it up. You're finished. That was great. Let's work your fingers. Here we go. Sit tall. Take a breath. It's important to breathe deeply in between exercising. Let the chest expand. Good job. Let's flick the finger on the knee. Now the next finger. Flick the finger 4 times. And the next finger. Next finger. Now we'll try it all on the other hand. Flick that finger. Next finger. This is making your fingers strong and flexible. And the next finger. Little finger. Now let's do the thumbs together. In. Now out. Here comes your change. You're going to push it out, pull it in, push out, and in, change. Push it out, pull it in. One more time. Now here's the change. Let's wave that wrist. And change. Now you're going to make little circles on the fingers with your thumb. 4 circles and change. Can you feel that? This is for your sensory perception. Keep going. And the little finger. Now we're going to pinch those fingers together and strengthen. Pinch. Now the next finger. Be gentle. And the next finger. And now your little finger. Great job. Let's keep going. Put your hands right here. We'll start with tiny taps. Keep going. Now, tap fast with one hand and then slow. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. Too slow. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too slow. Try your other leg and hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too slow. Do it again. Now, sit up tall. Roll your arms. March. Keep going. And smile. Now, reverse direction. You're doing great. Now, here comes your change. One arm out and in. The other arm out and in. This is external rotation for your shoulder. Now, here comes your other change. Arm up, reach, bring it down. Let's do it again, over here. Up, down. Let's do it again. Keep going, one more time. Ready to tap again? 1, 2, 3, 4. Too slow. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too slow. Change. One more set. Now lift your heels. Up. Now the toes. Okay, now we're going to climb those arms. Start right here. Here. Bring it up. Now, take it down. Okay, ready to go up again? You're doing great. Back down. Get ready to tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too slow. Do it again. And again. One more set. Okay, here comes your change. Reach out across. Keep your back straight. Now sit tall, hands here, up over the shoulder. Look at that hand. Over, just like you're chopping wood. Keep going. Sit up tall. Okay, here comes your change. Reach, pull. Now squeeze your shoulder blades and bring it forward. Reach, pull back, give a good squeeze. And let's do it again. Reach, pull, give a good squeeze. Good job. Great. Okay, are you ready to finish? Cross your legs, sit up tall, and there you go. Now it's time to stretch. Sit up tall. There you go. Take a deep breath now. Roll the shoulders up and back. Do it again. Roll up and back. Now look over your shoulder. Look over the other shoulder. Stay tall. And now look straight ahead. Lift your shoulder up and inhale. And now exhale. Do it again. Inhale, lift, and exhale. Let's do it again. Inhale and exhale. One more time. Inhale and exhale. Now let's take a big breath way down in the belly. Deep breath in. Let your belly expand. Now slowly breathe out. Pull the tummy muscles in nice and tight. And now relax. Let's do it one more time. Deep breath in. Pull the air deep down here. And now pull it in nice and tight and let that air go. Now place your hands right here up on the ribs. We're going to take another deep breath in. Let your ribs expand. Deep breath in. Let your ribs expand. And slowly breathe out. One more time. Deep breath in. And breathe out. Now roll your shoulder forward. Pull it up to your ear. Pull it back and relax. One more time on this side. Roll it forward, up, and back. Now interlace your fingers and push forward. Feel that stretch. Now this time, push forward and take it up. And relax the shoulders. Now let's stretch to the side. Push side. And now to the other side. To this side. And one last time. Now open up the arms, reach through the fingertips, squeeze the shoulder blades. Let your arms circle out at the side. Hold your chest up. And then reverse the circle. Let all the tension drain out through your arms and your fingertips. Just let it go. Relax. Let's change sides. Stay tall. Let the arm relax. Fingertips are relaxing. Can you reverse that circle? Now you're going to sit back in your chair. Walk back to the back of your chair. Bring the knee up. Feel that lower back stretching out. Let it down. Lift up and down. Let's try the other side. Lift up, easy. And let it down. Again, big breath in. And slowly let that leg down. Now let's stretch out your calf muscle. Pull it forward. Those toes toward you. Can you feel it here? And relax. Do it one more time. Pull it back and relax. Let's try the other leg. Extend it forward, pull it back. There's a calf stretch. And again, extend, pull it back. And now circle out the ankles. And the other foot. Let's take it up, all the way up. Squeeze back and relax. Take this arm over the back of your chair. Look to the back. And now over to the back of this side. Look back and look forward. You did a great job.
It's time to get out of your chair for leg strengthening and stretching exercises. Stand directly behind your chair and place your hand on the center of the chair to use it for balance.
You know, balance is the basis of all movement, so it's very important. So make sure you're behind your chair. Pull the tummy in. We'll start with a knee bend. Bend, squeeze, lift, and lift. Bend, squeeze right here, lift, and lift. One more. Squeeze here. Now, we'll start with a rocking movement. Forward and back. Stay tall. You're going from heel to toe and toe to heel. Now, here's the real test. Plant your heel, put all your weight on it, do it again, and now lift that back leg if you can. Good job. Knee, heel, toe, lift, toe, heel, lift, heel, toe, lift, toe, heel. Now just keep going. You're doing great. Here comes your change. Come up on your toes, lengthen your body. Now, go into your hamstring stretch, bend right from your hip. Lengthen again, way up on the toes, testing that balance. Reach, and come back into your hamstring stretch. We're going to do it again. Up on the toes, reach through your fingertips. Back into your hamstring stretch. How does that feel? One more time, reach, 2, 3, 4, into your hamstring stretch. Now we're going to do a calf stretch. Put that foot back. The knee is over the ankle. Get ready to rock forward and back. Get your balance. Feet need to be just the right width apart. Now, plant that heel. Come back, plant that heel again, and this time, lift. Great. Now it's knee up, heel, toe, lift, toe, heel. Now just keep going. You're doing super. These are the walking movements that you need. One more. Now, here's your change. Come up on your toes. Let's stretch out the hamstring group. Feel it right there. Let's do it again. This time, once you're up on your toes, reach and come back. Great. Let's do it again. Up, get your balance, tighten your buttocks, reach through your fingertips, and now into your stretch. One more time. And come on back. Let's do a calf stretch. Knee is over your ankle, back leg is straight, everything's pulled in. We're going to go right into your hip flexor stretch by lifting the heel, bringing your hips forward, lengthening right here, and lift the arm. And change. Calf stretch first. Knees over the ankle. Pull everything in. Lift. Ready for your hip flexor stretch? Lift your back heel. Press your hips forward. Now reach for the sky. Good job. Now reach for your band. Place that band behind. With one hand at each end, you're going to turn. So get in good posture. Lift your heel. Lift. And down. Lift your heel. Lift and down. Take a deep breath in. Lift one more time to the back. And you're finished. You did a wonderful job. To deepen the relaxation that follows, let's do some self-massage. Now we may mess up your hair a bit, but it feels great. Let's open the chest, take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Now keep your wrists loose, the fingers together. Place the hands right here on the forehead and lightly brush back all the way to the back and out. Do it again. Brush lightly across the forehead and out. Now bring the hands over the eyes on the bridge of the nose and brush lightly back all the way. Deep breath in. Breathe out slowly. Bring the hands right here under the chin. And as you brush up, let the little fingers touch the back of the ears. Let's do it again. And this time, take it all the way up to the top of the hair. Now, bring the palms of the hands right here over the eyes. Brush lightly across and to the back. Again, deep breath in. Breathe out. Another deep breath in, and this time, take the hands over the forehead, the crown, and down the back. Again, deep breath. Doesn't that feel great? Now, mold the hand over the shoulder and gently stroke down the arm all the way to the fingertips. Take the other hand over the shoulder, gently down the arm into the fingertips, releasing all the tension in those hands. Now let's do some hand massage. Rest your hand right here. Take a deep breath, make a tiny fist, not a tight one, and make circles around the edge of your palm. And now, stroke down to the fingers and back. Stroke down and back. Now with the thumb, massage in tiny circles the fleshy part, and then move down to the little knobs at the end of each finger. You can feel them. Be gentle. It's a gentle firmness. Now the fleshy part on the outside and the palm. Now stroke up and down each finger and give a little pinch at the end. Can you feel all the tension draining from your fingertips? I can. Take a deep breath. And now make a loose fist with this hand, gently around the edge of the hand, and then down to the fingers and back. Good job. Take a breath. Begin massaging the fleshy part right here by the thumb. Then move to the knobby areas. Just a gentle firmness is all that's needed. And then the fleshy part here, and don't forget the palm. Now, up and down movements up to the thumb, and don't forget to give a pinch. Do each finger. Up and down movements. Take a breath. Let all the tension drain from your fingertips. Take a deep breath in. Open up your chest. Place the hands right here. You did a great job. This is your special time to relax, so sit back in your chair and watch your screen. As we move toward this time to relax together, set aside all your concerns and allow yourself to be drawn to this special place of beauty and peace. Feel the temperature of the air. Experience the morning light beginning to warm your heart. Take a deep breath in and slowly let it go. Inhale deeply. Exhale. Experience the morning mist as it hovers over the trees like angel wings. As you begin to turn gently inward, imagine your heart opening up just like a flower. once it's fully opened, allow it to be bathed by the shimmering waterfall. Let it wash away any feelings you want to release. Take a deeper, cleansing breath in and slowly let it go. Now, open your heart more fully to all the love around you. Open your heart to the people that make you happy. Look into the faces of the people you see every day. People to talk with, to listen to, reaching out with a loving hand. Open your heart to all the love in your life already. And as we return to the room, these timeless moments may fade from your awareness, but know that like a sunset, they can always radiate within your heart and return again. Only you can determine how full or how empty your heart will be. The major role of the caregiver is to take care of the body, the mind, and spirit of some special person. And although your job is monumental, don't forget that you are special too. Take time to do at least one nurturing thing for yourself each day and keep that light in your heart.
For your free copy of the Sit and Be Fit newsletter and information on video and audio tapes, including specialty videos for chronic conditions such as arthritis, please write Sit and Be Fit, P.O. Box 8033, Spokane, Washington, 99203, or call 509-448-9438, or visit our website at sitandbefit.com.
See what you can discover at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
Visit Treasures of Egypt, a trip to King Tut's tomb and recreations of some of Egypt's best-known artifacts.
Explore it for yourself.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
McCarran International Airport has a new system that makes paying for parking faster and more convenient. It's called Express Exit. The process is simple. Get a ticket, then choose your parking space and enjoy your trip. Just remember to take your Express Exit ticket with you and keep it in a safe place. When you return from your trip, Express Exit makes getting out of the parking lot fast and easy. If you got an Express Exit ticket when you entered, you have two options. For the most convenient way, use a pay station to pay before you get in your car. All you need is your Express Exit ticket. The machines will guide you through the process step by step. Choose a language and complete your transaction with cash or credit card. If you need assistance with the Express Exit pay station, simply pick up the courtesy phone. If you forgot to use a pay station, you can still pay at the parking lot exit. With your Express Exit ticket and your credit card, you can use a self-service Express Exit lane. If you're paying with cash, you'll need to see a friendly parking booth attendant. But remember, the quickest way is to use a pay station. Just don't leave your ticket in your car. Express Exit is now available at all airport parking areas except valet. Express Exit. Park, pay, and drive away. For more information, log on to mccarran.com or call 702-261-5122.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hi, I'm Judy Shepard-Missett, founder and CEO of Jazzercise, and welcome to Jazz Cardio Strength Stretch. Today, we'll be working out with other certified Jazzercise instructors. Shanna Missett-Nelson, Jazzercise Executive Vice President. Young McCarthy, Rich Mundy, and Cherry Van Lyten. So if you're ready, we are too, so let's go! When lunging, make sure that you lunge with your knees directly over your ankles and your shoelaces and toes. The same thing applies when you do a plie. Whether your toes are forward, the knees move forward, or turned out, the knees right over those ankles and shoelaces. Okay, let's do a little lunging here. Remember, I said to put your knees over your shoelaces. Right over your toes. Warming up that major muscles now. Push, plie, and push, and push, and push. Keep it going. Again, legs and arms warming up those major muscles. Yep, here we go. Now the head leans and leans, center, leans, center, leans. Now look to the right, to the left. Look, center, and look. Yeah, look, and look, let's do it again. And over, center, over, center, over. Now to the shoulders. Go, shoulders, and shoulders, and shoulders, and back to the lunge for 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and plie, and push. So, how is everybody today? Looking good? Feeling good? Let's do it again with 8, 7, and yeah, go, 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 and push, and push. You look good out there. Keep moving. We're going to do this one more set. 1, 2, 1, 2. Keep that center, tight abs, and push. Major muscles warming up. Yeah, again. Now let's do the ribs. Side to side, side to side. Gorgeous. Okay, let's open and close. Out, in, out. Just use those ribs, not your arms, okay? And side to side again. Side, 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 side. Yeah, yeah. Come on. I know it's a little harder right through the center of the body, that rib cage, but you can do it. Again, side, side. By the way, my name's Judy, and I say, how are you doing today? And open, close, in, out, in, out, in. Let's go back to the lunge. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it's a quick warm-up. But that's the way I like to start things off, don't you? Just get it going. Yeah. Let's do it again. And over, 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 over. This is our last set. And push, and push, and push, and how about those hips? Let's move them. Right, left, up, butt up, butt up. Now the pelvis goes front and back. Hinge from the waistline and the hip line. Okay, should we do it again? Let's go. And 1, 2, 3, and 4, and tilted, going up, coming back, going up, coming back, up, back, Up, now feet together. Flatten that back. We keep your knees soft. Stretch the upper body and the hamstrings. Now reverse it. Tilt for the quads and right through the back. And take a breath and lift it up. Fantastic.
When you do a hip isolation side to side in any kind of movement with the hip, you want to make sure that you really squeeze your obliques, tighten up your core, and push those hips as far and as hard as you can from side to side. All right, guys, you got to put your hands on your hips and give it a little shake side to side. I want you to keep your hands there for me. I'm Shanna. I'll be taking you through this routine, so get ready. All right, how about single, single, double? It's 1, 2, and double, and left. Now pelvis goes to the right on the diagonal for 2, and left side with a little hop. Back to those hips, and double, and left. Now pelvis 2, and turn it left side. Go again, back to those hips. Now if you want a lower impact version, you can follow Judy. She's doing that low impact version. A lighter version, 1, 2, and double, and left. Pelvis goes right. Left side. Do it again. 1, 2, and double. And pelvis. Again, little shake. Right side. Now part 2 for chassés. I want you to ball change front and back. Front and back. Go left. Right leg ball change up and back. And up and back. So you want to take that leg forward and back. Do it again. It's left. Now travel left. Ball change right. Travel right. Keep going. Not yet. And up and back. 2 more. 1 more. Back to those hips. Here we go. 1, 2, and double. Left side. Pelvis to the right. And left. Again. Push it. Left side. Good. So you should be getting warmer. That heart rate's picking up. Hip, hip. Pelvis to the right. We're moving out. Chassé right. Ball change up and back. Left leg. Travel left. Ball change. Now you want to pump those elbows on that chassé. Help keep that intensity up. Keep going. It's up and back. Again. 1 more. Now this time, I want you to give me that chassé, but pivot turn with it. Turn, turn. Going left and right leg. Turn it. 1 more. Pivot turn, come back with those hips. Here we go. 1, 2, and double. Pelvis goes right. Left side. Again, shake it out. Remember, you have the option. You don't have to add that pivot turn in there. Go again. Shake it. All right, come on. Squeeze those obliques. Pull up that core. Tighten it up. Do it again, guys. Come on, shake it. And pelvis. Hip, hip. Pelvis to the right. All right, you're in a chassé right into that pivot turn. Turn it. Pivot turn. And again. Turn it. All right, guys, back with those hips. Here we go. Shake it out. 1, 2, double. And pelvis. Again. Oh, yeah. Shake it. 3 hips only. 1, 2, hold.
Okay, let's bend the knees and do a plie. Use those major muscles. That's what this routine is all about. Low impact, but lots of heavy breathing on it because you're using those big leg muscles. Okay, 2 hip lifts, 2 leg extensions. Hip, extension. Now bend that supporting leg. Right there, right there. Now plie, 2 to the right. And 2 to the left. Pump it. You got to get that down up movement going. Down up, down up. There you go. Okay, to the angle. Move the coffee table so you can kind of dance around the room. Right angle back. Hey. Hup. And again, side to side. Let's go. 2. And 2. Now the feet are sort of turned out. It's your natural turnout. Whatever works for you, okay? You got me going. Hip and extension. Look what you're doing to me. Left. If you're breathing heavy, well then so are we, right? Keep it going. Now notice Shanna right here. She's doing the low impact, but really the lighter version, because the whole thing is really low impact. Are you ready? Let's go. Plie. Up and out. Get those heels together, guys. Use those gorgeous legs of yours and move them. Yeah. Right angle up. Go. And back. Woo! Okay, let's take that right angle back. You got me going, baby. Side to side. Again, if you want a less strenuous version, follow Shanna. She's got it wired. Again. You got me going. Hip lift. Let's do it. Hup. Extension. Lift. Extension. Bend that supporting leg. How you doing, Rich and Shanna? Good. Keep going. Oh, yeah. Lift, lift, lift. Abduct, hip, abduct. Oh, yeah. 2 hips and hold it. Fantastic.
If you enjoy doing kickboxing moves, here's a way to make them more fun and effective. Hold your arms up in guard position and fully extend all the way out. Use your shoulder blades and squeeze in the back. That goes for when you do it straight on or if you do it to the side. Okay, pick up those feet and give me a little shoulder rotation. Push it forward. You're doing great. Let's keep going. Follow Young for the light version of this routine if you need to. Looking good. Now a little cross jab. Cross and open those arms. Now to the feet. Cross it right and open. Left and open. Back to the arms. Your goal on that move is to extend your elbows all the way. Squeeze your biceps and triceps. Really pump that heart rate with your upper body. And again, cross right and left. Now left over right and back to the arms. And again, cross it over. All right, 4 skips back. Take it back. Bring it up. Now 4 marches, feet apart. Now back to those shoulder push-ups. And again, back it up. Feet together here. Now bring them apart. Give me a big power march. And shoulder. Don't forget Young for the low impact light version. And pump. And shoulder. You're feeling good now. You're sweating. And again. And shoulder. Back to those arms. Cross jab. Now hit those feet. Cross right, out, left, and out. And pump. How are those elbows doing? Are you getting those fully extended all the way? Working that upper body is a great way to pump your heart rate without any impact. Working hard. That's what you're doing now. And again, cross it over. Get ready for those skips. Take it back. And up. Feet apart. Now push those shoulders. Remember, try not to rotate, but push them straight forward. And again. You're doing great. Keep it up. Pull those knees up. Big, powerful skips. And again. And pump. Now guess what? This is our long version. Think of all those calories we're burning. I can hear you breathing. Cherry, are you breathing? Young, are you breathing? Feet apart. Shoulder. Hit those arms. To the feet. Your arms look great. Do it again. And cross. Now, I think you've got this, so we're going to add a little more fun. Try those feet double time. Good. And the arms. Cross fast. Keep going. Now, if that fast part is too fast, go ahead and do it half time like before. That's fine if you can't get the faster version. And again. Straighten those elbows. And cross. And again. Excellent.
All right, how about a little walk? Feet apart on the diagonal and foot are flat. Got the feet flat? Let's add an element. Reach the arms, guys. And again. 2 more times. We're going to keep the arms going, and we're going to put it to a grapevine. Right, left. Let's go. Step behind, step left. Come with me. Step and lift. Now reach and walk. Awesome. Do it again. Come with me. My name is Cherry, by the way, and I'm happy that you're coming with us to dance today. We're going to lift you higher. Do it again. Curl that leg behind you. Come on. Now reach, now reach. Extend the arms out. Take that energy and draw it in, friends. Off the couch. Moving and grooving. One more. Now a jazz square. Right foot starts. 2 on the right. You got it. Stop together on the left. Perfect. 4 skips up. And notice Shanna's offering the lighter impact version. So take it if you need it. Jazz square right. Foot. 1. 1 more. And put them together left. Pump those arms. Let's get that heart rate cranking. Coming up. Toe ball heel on that skip. 1 more. Back to the grapevines. Way out with those arms. Step behind. Step. Pull. Nice posture. Reach. We offer our hands. We offer our exercise to help you feel better. Yes. Do it again. Do it again. Step behind. Step. Curl. Notice how these big movements are taking the heart rate way up. That's where we want to be, friends. 1 more. Now remember that jazz square? Let's do it together. High or low impact. Get 2 of them. Pick it up. See, she's asking you. Come with me. Coming up. 4. And back. Deep breathing. You're doing great. Let's do that square again. Let's do it. Nice. Put it together. Left foot. Would you like to come to a different little movement? Coming up. 4. Now put on your brakes, diagonal step 2, reach 2 out, pivot to left. See? Dynamics. Still heart rate cranking. Bend both knees, extend that arm out, pull it back. Lovely. Grapevine. Let's go, let's go. Reach out, pull in. Walk and reach. Do you feel those muscles when you put that foot down? I sure do. I know you guys do also, right? Yeah. And do you? Good. I know you said yes. Now reach. Pull it in. Reach, reach, pull, pull. Nice posture. You should feel good about yourself. Right foot. Jazz square. 2 of them. Come on, you got it. We're going to take this routine all the way through. 4 skips up. High or low impact. Pick and do it. Let's do the square again. Right foot. Pump it. Pick up those feet, friends. Yes. Deep breath. Bring it up, bring it up. Are you feeling ecstasy? A little lightheaded? Choose a low impact. Grapevine right, left. Pull it. Curl that hamstring. Now reach. Breathing harder? You've got to be breathing harder. Because these moves help you elevate that heart rate. 2 more times. Out and pull. Me, yeah. Good job. And again, reach. Ready to wrap it up? We're going to pull those arms in and pull them down and press.
With a really muscle-intensive movement, in a no turnout position right here, we're going to do a grand plie with a hip release. So you actually come down and the hips release back, and you want to think about the heels gripping right into the floor. So if you were to pulse, you shouldn't feel any weight in your toes, just right in those heels pulling right in. Okay, this section here, we're going to work those muscles. You've got Shan over here with the tube, which you can use, but you also got the chair version with the weights. So if you can pull up a chair from your kitchen, use that too. So I want you to take it down low, pull those weights in nice and close to you, right to the shoulders, and just give me a little pulse right here. And my name is Young, by the way. We're going to get those muscles working really hard for you. It's down and push. Pulling down right through the heels. Good. Now I want you to try a single this time. So you take it down for 1, push it up. Overhead press. It's like you're kind of pushing the wall up. Good. And again, pull and push. Pull, push. You get 1 more on each side. Now I want you to bring it in, and I want you to abduct this leg right here to the right. So you're actually going to kind of hold that contraction as you're doing that abduction to the side. If you need it, you can kind of do a little tap down. Or chair version's great for some extra support. And out. Utilize that core. Tighten up. You want to lift tall. Make sure we're not leaning to the side. It's out. Push. Press that leg right from the outside. Okay, from the beginning, plie down, push right arm up. I believe, do it again. Pull it, push. Come on, weight in the heels. And I want you to think like you're pushing that wall right up. Push. Now this time, we're going to pulse down for 3, and then you're going to push the last one up. So the idea is to really stay low, hold it, and push. Pull, 2, 3. Good, 1 more. Now we have that left leg. Good, bring it in nice and easy, and you're going to pulse it out right there. Push. So it's a bit more challenging if you try to hold that leg up as you do that abduction. Tapping down is a great option too. And out, but you got to use your core muscles to stabilize. It's out. And I tell you, actually, all the variations really work well. It's out. Push, push. Pressing against it. You better believe we're going to change. Here it is. Take it down. Single. And up. Pull. Push. Gripping through the heels. Now push through those heels as you come up, too. Pull. Push. Pull. Press. Now, if you don't have weights at home, you can always use some water bottles. Or, you've got cans in the cupboard. Use those, too. Whatever it is, it'll work. And pull. Push. Pull. Push. All right, now let's go both arms this time. All the way up. Pull it. Push it. There it is. Good. Use your breathing. Don't hold your breath. And pull. Push. Pull it. Press it. Good. Keep going. I believe we're still working up a sweat. You think? Oh, yes. Down. Push. Muscles are working hard. So we're going to change the muscle up a little bit. Bring it on down easy. Then we're going to go biceps right here. So you're going to keep that plie going. Hammering it right up. Think about initiating the muscle to move that arm. So those biceps. Pull up, push down. Okay, so we've been moving those legs the whole time. So your legs should be really tired. And that's okay. That's good. It's up. Pull, push, pull. Now turn it to the front and we're pulse. 3, 2, 1. Extend. Pulse. 2, 3. So it's a little bit harder. You're staying low, holding that contraction. Push up, extend. I believe we are close to the end. We can do it. We've made it this far. Pull, two, and again. Come on, push those hips back. Weight in the heels. And you got to use those abs. Pull, 2, 3, down. Pull, 2, 3. We got it. How about one more? 2, 3, and hold it. Good job.
Okay, let's give ourselves a great big stretch and a big breath of oxygen. And take it back and stretch. Open up your chest. Time to stretch. Give yourself a little break. Feet apart. And reach it out. Center. And out. Center. And hold it. Keep everything in alignment. Reach. And reach. Remember how I said that? Everything's lined up. And again. And reach. And reach. Now you should feel a nice pull from your fingers down to your toes. Out. And out. And hold. Fingers to toes. And do it again. And reach. Reach. Hold. And bring it back. So this kind of stretching not only makes you flexible, but stronger because you're holding. Feet together and take it over and over. Now hold, stretch along this side and bring it center and 1 and 2. Now stop the arm about 45 degrees and bring it back again. It's over. Stop it, over, stop it, and hold. And bring it back, left side over. Oh yeah. Oh, out, over. And now both arms reach out to the left. And use your legs. Reach your arms out there. Like you're reaching for a nice, oh gosh, blueberry smoothie. Keep going. Reach. Reach. Or maybe a big orange juice. I don't know, something very healthy though. Don't you think, guys? I think so, yeah. One more. Now over the top, over 45, over 45. Now hold it, stretch right here. Oh yeah. Left side, up, and over, and hold it. Okay, feet apart. Leave the right arm, reach, center, hold, and bring it center. And while you're holding, how about a smile? There you go. Let's do it again. Now let's add something. Hold, now stretch and lift it up. Yeah. You're going to feel that nice stretch through the hamstring. Hold, stretch, and bring it up. Do it again. Come on, smiling. Positive attitude affects your day, you know. Out, and hold, stretch. Feet together and reach it right. Now left. Yeah, reach. You're reaching out for a fantastic day. Keep going. One more. Great job. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations, or request a kit via mail or by calling 702-676-1754.
Clark County Parks are open from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day. Be sure to leave the park facility no later than 11 p.m. except with prior approval from Clark County Parks and Recreation. Gates get locked at 11 p.m. so cars won't be able to leave. Just a friendly reminder from your Clark County Park Police.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Welcome to Sam the Cooking Guy. What's this, you ask? You're just going to have to stay there and find out, aren't you? It's going to be delicious. I'm out of paper towel. Look at that. You can make it. Who doesn't want that? Oh. Okay, so we had the flood, and then the walls get chopped up to dry everything out. Now we're going to have to paint because it's getting fixed. And a friend suggested that we talk to Michael and Terry, who are, let me get this right, visual specialists.
Yes.
They're not designers, right? They've only said that like 15 times.
Yeah, don't use the D word.
Don't use the D word, they say. Their job is to come in and sort of assess our what? Our lifestyle?
Your lifestyle, your home, your surroundings, and try and bring it all together for you. And we're going to test colors in at least 3 different spots so we can see it in the sun, we can see it with the furniture, we can see it in different places and see how it looks. Because color is always different in different areas in your home. We won't even listen to clients within the first couple of days about what they have to say about a color because you just don't know. Your emotions change from day to day. So after you see it at nighttime and then you see it during the morning, it can change your opinion about it. So in about 2 to 3 days, we'll call you back and we'll say, how do you like this? How do you like that? And then we take to heart what you're telling us, because the first response out of your mouth, we really don't take to heart. Your kids may come in and say, I can't handle this.
Kids don't get about it. These guys walked in the door and they were here about 25 seconds and they immediately started making fun of all of our stuff. And I'm thinking, you know what, I thought I had a nice home. You know, we decorated the way we liked it and stuff like that. Terry and Michael, 2.5 seconds, they're already dogging everything we've got here.
Well, we're just telling you to simplify. We want you to simplify because you have 3 kids, you got growing up, you got a cooking show going on in your home.
It's taken us a flood to get around to actually doing the right thing. What do they call that?
They call that baby poop sometimes. Yeah, that's a nice way to say it.
Oh, I'm sure Ralph Lauren is really happy.
Would not appreciate that.
What is the name of it?
Donegal. Donegal.
Are we going to do color like on ceilings?
We would do some if this wasn't sitting here, but we would never do a color right here.
I
It's too close to your
that,
head.
okay?
This is something we're pushing to
that.
get rid of. No more of these kind of old lights from the back in the late 70s to early 80s.
Oh, come on. I know there's millions of people that have that fixture in their home. I can't change everything all at once. Paint we can change because it's going to paint. It's
Yes,
going to
and
get
paint
painted.
is the cheapest thing you can do to enhance your house. It's the fastest change that you can create in a home.
I got it.
Fastest change that you can make. And it can be changed at all different times.
Now, you're not going to suggest I change my kitchen from the red.
No, not
Good.
at all. Not at all. That's our launching point.
No, it's
Red.
not
That's
your
the launching
launching
point.
point.
No, for real. That's
I want to know what other colors.
Although yellow is the color that enhances food and makes you have an appetite, this is from what they say.
I almost painted my kitchen yellow, like a heavy-duty Mexican-y sort of yellow. I need to cook, but while we've got these geniuses here, World Visual Interiors experts.
Yeah.
Give me 3 things that people need to know, keep in mind when they're doing this kind of stuff.
I would have to tell you the 3 most important things is number 1, if you have a family, paint with an eggshell-based paint. Don't paint with flat paints because your house will be messed up within months of chalking and messing up.
You mean like a gloss, right?
Yeah, it's not a glossy, it's very faint gloss. It's
That's
something
good.
You can wash. It's
That's
something
good.
you can wash. Test your colors. Always test your colors.
Like this?
Yes, just what we're doing.
Yeah.
Always test your colors. And then the third thing is to have a reputable painter. Someone who's licensed, or at least if you know how to paint yourself. It's just not a game when you're painting your home, so you need to make sure you have a professional painter doing it.
Michael and Terry are going to be here on other shows to help figure out
We're
maybe...
still waiting for dinner.
We're still waiting for dinner. Can't help you there. There's no dinner in this house today.
Not with all this paint.
This is great. I'm going to change. We're going to cook. Stay right there. This is happening. It's a slow process, believe me. Don't rush this stuff.
No, don't rush it.
Don't. Before we start, I just want to talk about one thing. You see that scratch? You see that? Ask me who did that. That one. Okay, we were wrestling and I got a claw in the face, a nail. She didn't bite me. Now we can begin with sort of Mediterranean grill day. We're going to start with vegetables. Little easy sauce. Yum, yum, yum. Love it! This is a simple grill sort of deal. Alrighty then. So all we're trying to do is cut vegetables into shapes that we can now use out on the grill. I'm going to cut this into thirds. I don't want to take this end off because that end is going to help hold the whole thing together. That's what I want. I want to keep those complete. Do you like red onion? I so hope you do, because I love it. Or as one of my kids used to say when they were little, I love it, Daddy. And I would say, and I love you. All right, so we got the onion. Onion's done, right? Look, like if you don't want the red onion in this thing, don't use the red onion. It's that simple. You know I'm not a stickler. You don't like red onion? Don't use it. I don't understand it, but don't use it. Cut our peppers now. Make them nice. Killer, red now. Now cut those guys down. I think you're gonna like this. Zucchini, just lop the top and the bottom off, both of these. I'm gonna go thirds in these. Hey, if you want to use one of those big round globe eggplants, be my guest. Thirds. There you go, there's all your hard work done. These guys need a little olive oil. They need to go outside to the grill. Frankly, it's that simple. We'll give it a little salt and pepper, but that's about it, because we're going to make the dipping sauce to use when it's done. Put them on a big platter, get them outside. This is the perfect time to grab your oil. You don't want them sticking. They need to get a little color, you know. And now a little salt and pepper. Now we'll just give it a little of this. This is just a classic, easy, great thing to do on the grill. Then you grab some tongs, grab your veggies, and out you go. So I have this theory about heating a barbecue. One of the things that you have to do is heat a barbecue really, really well before you cook on it. So the deal is, you need to burn off any food that you've just barbecued. One theory is, leave the barbecue on after you finish cooking, burn everything off, then turn it off. Except when I've done that, I've left it on all night long, I've got no gas left, I'm kind of bummed. So I turn it off right away. Finish cooking, turn it off right away. Come back out the next day, I'm gonna grill. I gotta heat it up really well anyways. That's the time I use to burn off all the junk that's on there. Now we can start. I start my barbecue with the cover down. Turn on the heat, and then I push the ignition thing and I wait for the whoosh. There you go. Let me tell you something about barbecues. Size does matter. Bigger is better. We're gonna give this a second to heat up, and then we're gonna put our vegetables on. Grill's ready. Now you give it a little brush. I don't know what the last thing I made out here was, but it was obviously very neat. A little spray. You don't want your stuff to stick. Now we take our vegetables, and we're gonna put them on. Peppers, eggplant, no zucchini. These guys are going to take a little bit longer than these guys over here. I could have put them on at 2 separate times. It's easier to throw everything on at once for me. And then I'll pull these guys off. We'll pull these guys off when they're ready. We want to get some good grill marks on here. Just very simple stuff. Check these guys out. That's magnificent. Oh my goodness. And you can feel they're soft and deluxe. Remember who says deluxe? My mother-in-law. Except she doesn't say it like that. She says deluxe. We're getting color here. That's what I like. That's what I like. Oh, picture perfect. Thank you, barbecue gods. Now the onions are a little more difficult to deal with. They're going to want to do what they just did there. But look, get them all back together. The next time I open this lid, we're going to be taking the vegetables off, putting them on there, going inside, making our sauce. Put all our stuff in. Look what's happening. I got issues. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, dude, you've got issues way beyond onions coming apart. But that's not fair. Peppers, look at these peppers. Oh, it's hot. Holy smokes. Okay, did I say turn that off first? No? Turn that off first. Ay caramba, that is H-O-T. Fine, I'll take you in, little onion. You're gonna be a little crybaby on the grill all by yourself? Jeez. I've always wanted to use this. And now I think I finally have an excuse. We're gonna get some pesto and some yogurt. Yogurt? Yeah, yogurt. Tangy. Some of this we're gonna add to here. Now we just take our vegetables and we're gonna throw the vegetables. Oh God. Oh my gosh, look at this. We are talking major beauty here. There you have it. You take a couple of these. Oh, shoot. And then you put a little bit of this. Give it a little cut. A little sauce. And a little bite. Oh, baby. This totally rules. Pesto's delicious. Little tangy yogurt. Mmm. And now the red pepper. Killer. A 10. 10 squared. Coming up next, lamb, feta, mint, little onion. Oh yeah. Don't you move. Unless it's to get something to eat because I'm making you hungry. You stay right there. Let me start by getting everything out on the counter that I need for this. Look at what we got here. We've got ground lamb. Love it. Ground lamb. How often do you have lamb? Love it. Feta, Kalamata olives, pitted. Oh, little onion, salt and pepper. That's it. Lamb goes in. Without the paper. Just checking. Peel that business off. Don't need too much. That's feeling a little papery. I'm going to get rid of that next layer too. I'm not yiking that layer. There we go. Sorry. Kicking my cabinets. How's that? Does that look good? Yeah, I think that looks good. Just throw that in the bowl. Just now realized I forgot something. Mint. Oh yeah. Oh baby. This is going to be good. So grab yourself a few nice leaves. No stems, just some big leaves that we can chop up really well. If you could smell what I can smell right now, you'd want to be here. I like having people here sometimes. Sitting, watching, you know, gives me somebody to play to. We'll just stack up some of these mint leaves, roll them up, a little turn, and a little choppy chop. And in it goes. Little salt and pepper. Yeah, that's it for now. I'm gonna use my hands because that's why God gave them to me. Love it. I'm happy. And I want you to be happy too. That's done. Now, something to put them on, and you're just gonna shape them. How's that? Is that good? I think so. This was a pound, and now I've made 4 of them. They're quarter pounders. See how that worked out? Now we go cook them. Grill's hot, already got it heated. Now we're just putting our little lamb guys right on here. Love that sizzle. It's all good, baby. We need to cut some olives. While these are cooking, let's whip inside, get that done. You buy these guys, the Kalamatas, already pitted. They're brilliant. So just take a little hand, a little pile of them, and now we just cut them. Uh-oh, that one has a pit. This guy snuck in. Look at that. That's wrong. I could have hurt myself on that. Fortunately, I didn't. Now, just a little rough chop to these guys down here to make the little tiny bits. All right. crumbled feta. I'm not telling you to get a whole piece and crumble it yourself. I'm just telling you, buy it just like that. The olives are ready. We can probably go flip those little lamb guys now. Time to flip. Sweet, huh? That's what you're going for. A few more minutes and we are so good. I apologize for the gardening next door. I won't let it interfere with my cooking. It's getting louder. You take these guys. I'm sorry, do you mind if I shoot here while you, or is my shooting interrupting your talking? I'll continue. Oh, see? Okay, now I'm all messed. Get this out of here. Now watch. Now the key is the feta while they're still warm. Quickly, right away, follow up with some of the olive. Let's grab a fork. You know what's missing here? The bun. No, we're not doing any bun today. Why? Enough flavor, don't need it. One of these puppies, no bun required. Oh my gosh. Make sure I get enough cheese. Oh gosh. If you've not had a lamb burger, you are so gonna dig this. Onion, mint, juicy. That rules. But you know what you're gonna love as much as this? 2 ingredients. Shrimp and pesto when we come back. This is Tom back there. Hey Tom, say hi.
How's it going?
We decided since the place is torn up a little bit, we're gonna make a couple of minor changes. And there's a weird little wall jut out that we're gonna remove, and that's what Tom's doing back there. Keep having fun, man. We have shrimp to cook. Shrimp are sold by how many there are in a pound. For this recipe, I got these kind of big guys. These are 21-25s, meaning there's between 21 and 25 of these in a pound. And here's our big boy shrimp, all of them. And here is our pesto. Same pesto that we used earlier for the little sauce. I hear Kelly laughing. Yeah, on the phone. Sam is downstairs working and I'm just here having fun. Grab our sticks. We're going to get a little handful of these. And here's the drill. Each one of these are going to have 3 shrimp on them. And we're going to use 2 skewers. Why? Because if you don't, then they flip around too much and we don't want that. We want easy handling. Skewer this way through 3. And this guy. Keep them up at the top. 1, 2, 3. That makes for easy handling. This could easily be done, the afternoon of. You don't know this, but I grabbed a random number of shrimp out of the bag. Turns out, that was the perfect number. 3 each, times 5 sticks. We made 6 sets of these. Ingredient number 2, pesto. Now I mix this. I'm going to add just a tiny bit of olive oil to it because I want it just a little runnier, I guess is the right word for that. This is it. I'm telling you. This is all we're doing. We want to get this on both sides, and then we're going to flip them and put more on the other side. Come on. There we go. Easy as pie. Easy as pie, or as shrimp, maybe that's better. The shrimp will feel better if we refer to that rather than some other food that's not even in the same course category. Easy as clams, they would be okay with that. Easy as cod or halibut, they'd be okay with that. Easy as a dessert, nah, it doesn't work. Okay, it's a little bit messy, but that's it. Do they need anything else? I don't think so. I think they're good like that. We can heat the grill, and then we can put these on. But while we're waiting, I want to read an email. Dear Sam, we really enjoy watching your show, but we have a question. When you're cooking, you always go to the drawers under the counter, and we're curious as to what you keep in there. Would you mind showing us? Tim and family. You asked for it. Your standard, you know, sort of toss everything in kind of junk drawers. There's things that are important in here, like all my tongs. There's things that are not important, like this whole section of Halloween pumpkin carving implements. We haven't used these things for 4 or 5 years. Why we have them, I don't know. Oh, there's this thing that Kelly bought. Any idea what this is? This is for scooping an avocado out of the shell. How embarrassing. I have a cooking show on TV, and my wife is buying something like this to make that function easier. I perform this with something called a spoon. Apparently Mrs. Cooking Guy missed it the day I was doing that. A random half a chopstick. Don't know why that's there. A muddler. You put like a lime and sugar in it for a drink, and you squish all the... See, it's all good things. They're important things that are here. This side too. My favorite garlic crust. You know, I'm pretty certain that my drawers look like everybody else's. Tim and family, I hope that answers your question. Shrimp. Let's get these guys outside, because then we want to eat them. And here we are. Just take them and we put them on. You can hear them starting to sizzle. Just a little of the extra in here. It can't hurt. Now these guys are ready to flip. Look at that. That is nice. Oh my Lord. Hazel, look at those shrimp. They're beautiful. You know what that's for? It's for the shrimp because they are ready. Oh yeah. Tell me how good these guys look. Can you imagine bringing this out? Handles for everybody right there. Put them on the table. Who doesn't want those? You know? Make them 2-biters. Just put 2 on. You don't have to go 3. I went 3 because I want to eat 3 right now. Should we have a bite? Oh crap. Oh my gosh. You got to have these. And honestly, I'm not saying that. Well, I'm saying it, but I'm not making it up. These things kill. Today's been a great show. I'm Sam the Cooking Guy. Make everything I've made today. Tom's in there banging away. I'll see you next time. If you want any of the recipes we made today, check the website, ctn.org. Two more. All right. Tell them it's your house and you're in charge. Yeah, you tell them. And we're back. This was £1. And I'm making 4. All righty, he's gone. Motorcycle head. Yeah. Can I do it? Hello. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I shoot here while you, or is my shooting interrupting your talking? I'll continue.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with U.S. Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed-base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intra-state airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by U.S. Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
When a family is in a time of crisis, you can help. Our biggest needs are for foster parents able to take large sibling groups, teenagers, and children with special health care needs. Won't you open your home and your heart? Foster parents and foster children come in all colors of love. If you have the passion and commitment to make a difference, call 455-0181 for more information about Clark County Foster Care. Become a foster parent.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
From a distance, it's easy to feel close to wildlife. They're beautiful when they're safe in their natural habitat, and we're safe in ours. But when our environments overlap, there can be dangerous consequences. The threat of physical harm, damage to property, and disease become very real. That's where we can help. Our wildlife biologists work with state biologists to find safe, humane solutions to the conflict, finding the best balance between humans and wildlife. I guess you could say that's the nature of our business.
Clark County's parks are family-friendly places to have fun doing a wide variety of activities. As such, carrying, possessing, or discharging of any firearms, air guns, fireworks, or martial arts paraphernalia in any county park is strictly prohibited without written approval from Clark County Parks and Recreation. Just a friendly reminder from your Clark County Park Police.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues, District D issues, with a man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. We're here on the high roller observation wheel 550 feet above the strip at the link. Commissioner Weekly's District D is contained entirely in the Las Vegas Valley. Centrally located, District D's south boundary is Charleston Boulevard and goes all the way north to Craig Road. Decatur Boulevard on the west, and Nellis on the east are the other general District D boundaries. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District D. Home to more than 300,000 residents, this district includes many of the most recognizable county facilities. The Clark County Government Center is the hub of all county functions, providing regional services to more than 2 million citizens and more than 40 million visitors a year. The Regional Justice Center is home to the 8th Judicial District Court and the Las Vegas Township Justice Court. This 717,000 square foot courthouse is located in downtown Las Vegas. The William U. Pearson Community Center is a District D landmark, honoring a legendary man who blazed the trail for many in Clark County. This center is used for meetings and classes with a state-of-the-art running track and awe-inspiring public art. And the North Las Vegas Community Resource Center, anchored by the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King, is another community mainstay. Mr. King stands tall and helps anchor this area right in the heart of District D. Commissioner, you're an amazing sport. I know that you are somewhat afraid of heights, but you sit at a high perch as the chairman of the Convention Visitors Authority, but now we're going to be 550 feet above the air.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
This is, they don't call it a Ferris wheel, but this is the largest, 550 feet, the largest observation wheel in the world. Just another amazing example of something here on the Strip.
Another great reason to come to Las Vegas. You know, we have some amazing attractions. Not only do we have the best restaurants and shopping, but so many great things to do. And, you know, I figured, you know, why not let's take it all the way to the top. And now that I'm here, I'm like, what was I thinking? I'm scared of heights, but we're going to get through this. This is great for all of those that are looking at this all around the country. When they come to Las Vegas, you got to come to the link.
And now you see this has really even dramatically changed the skyline. I mean, of course, the Stratosphere and many of these iconic hotels, people have been seeing these forever, but since this place opened 4 years ago, you can't look at our skyline without seeing this as part of it.
Absolutely. You know, to be able to see all of the great things that's happening here, not only right here on these grounds where they're going to build a beautiful convention center site here, but to look at the expansion of the Las Vegas Conventions and Visitors Authority, and then, of course, Resorts World, and just a number of other great things, the big stadium that's coming on board, a lot of great things. We are so excited about Madison Square Garden down the street here. And so this is going to change the entire landscape, the entire skyline of Las Vegas, and those who have not been to Las Vegas in a long time or whom have never been here before, when they fly into, which I believe one of the greatest airports on the planet, McCarran International Airport, they're going to be blown away with just how far Vegas has come.
Let's break down a few of those projects as we will, Commissioner. Looking up here, that's a $375 million convention center that Caesars is adding. It's conveniently located right on the monorail line and everything, tucked behind here. This is a perfect spot for them, a great company, to expand their holdings.
Perfect spot and centrally located. When you get off the airplane, you arrive here in Clark County. I mean, with all of the shared riding that we have, the ride sharing that we have going on, and then taxis, which have been a major plus for us here, It's so convenient to get to your resort or your hotel, and to be able to just get out and enjoy the destination. That's what it's all about, getting out, recreating, having a great time, and enjoying all these great amenities that we have here.
Let's break down the convention component a little bit, Commissioner. As you say, we have 57 of the top 250 trade shows in North America last year, which we want to keep that. And as you said, we've got a $1.4 billion expansion of our existing convention center. Couple it with Caesars and all the other convention centers. This is needed to keep up with the Orlandos and stay ahead of the Orlandos, the New Yorks, the Chicagos.
Well, when you speak of those other places, they are gunning for our spot. And thank you so very much to Governor Sandoval and all of our legislators. And of course, all of those visitors that come here and the taxpayers who saw fit to expand and to grow and to be able to compete. What we did last year, that's in the past. What we're doing moving forward, we got to stay modern and we got to stay ahead of the game, because every time we look around, Orlando is trying to take one of our shows away. And although Orlando is a cool place, a home of Disney World, you know, yeah, it's a time and a place for everything, but we got to make sure that we stay ahead of them and that we do what we got to do to stay number one. And we've been number one now 24 years.
What else have you learned? What else have been some of the major lessons that you've learned, Commissioner, since you've been sitting on as the chair of the Convention and Visitors Authority?
Thank you, and that's a very good question. If I had to honestly say, you know, being on that board, LVCVA is it's our component to attract visitors here. But what we've learned is we got to make sure that we have some policies and procedures in place. And we've gone through some turbulent times over the last couple months here dealing with some of those particular issues, and hadn't felt really good. But at the end of the day, you take responsibility for it, you own it, you correct it, and you move forward. And we've been able to do that. And you know, didn't feel good, but being a chairperson, you know, you get some bumps and some bruises along the way. But if I had to do it all over again, I'm so very honored to have an opportunity to serve as the chair for the last 3.5 years of this destination, and you know, to have the vote of confidence from your peers to elect you back again. I mean, what an honor! I couldn't ask for any more. So it's been a blessing.
At this time now, and you've served with Rossi Rollin-Cotter, who's the head of the Convention and Visitors Authority, an amazing man, ardent supporter of Las Vegas and everything Clark County, announcing his retirement sometime. But it's business as usual. There's an amazing team already in place, right, Commissioner?
Yeah, Rossi Rollin-Cotter, who everybody knows, I love him to death, have given 45 years of commitment to this destination, and I believe he's done an amazing job. Through his national and international relationships he's been able to establish over the years, I believe he's one of the key components to have put a great team together. That's the reason why we're experiencing a lot of this great successes that we are. And so Rossi is one that I'm so grateful that I've had an opportunity to serve with this man here. He's been a blessing for me, and I'm truly going to miss him. But he's not going anywhere. He'll be around for a long time. But this LVCVA organization is awesome, and you know, now we're moving into working with Steve Hill, who headed up the Stadium Authority, appointed by the governor. He's just a fantastic leader, and he's going to do a great job for us.
So now, as we progress, we've seen a lot of construction over there on Elvis Presley and the location of the old footprint where the Riviera once was. What are we going to see in that the new expansion, Commissioner?
Oh man, convention space is going to be out of this world. It's going to be one of those places when CES, when ICSC comes to Las Vegas, when the Magic comes to Las Vegas, when ConX, Con8 comes to Las Vegas, they are going to be so blown away with just how modern things will be there. They're going to have enough space to really be able to handle their business, and that's what we're about. Vegas means business. We don't want people to come here and think that it's all about the beautiful pools and the beautiful nightclubs that we have. During the course of the day, late into the evenings, people are conducting a lot of great business, and they're getting a lot of things done that's moving this country forward. And so we're really excited about this expansion. To have a Las Vegas Boulevard address means the world to us, and this is going to be another spot of convenience for many of our conventioneers that's going to be here. And so we're really excited about it, and we thank the community for embracing it.
how is that going to change the dynamics of that end of the strip, the north end of the strip? Commissioner, you mentioned Resorts World, Fontainebleau has restarted again, so it's going to change the dynamic a little bit, maybe move some of the shift a little bit.
We need to resuscitate that end of the strip there. You know, thank goodness for SLS, you know, who have just kind of held up that end of the block for us. But we need to breathe more life into that corner there. That was a very exciting corner for years with Riviera, Circus, the old Castaways Hotel, if you want to go back even further. But this is going to really breathe life into that corner there. And we're hoping, if all goes well, that we may still see that NBA arena because the grounds have been approved for that. And so hopefully, if all goes well, you know, there's going to be some great life on the end of that corner there, and we're going to see a big shift that's going to happen on the northern end of Las Vegas Boulevard.
You brought up sports. Let's talk a little bit about sports. I know you've become a big hockey fan. You were impressing me with your hockey acumen recently. But,
my Lord.
The Vegas Golden Knights, shout out to them.
Shouts out to the Vegas Knights, man. For many of us who've never really been into hockey, I love the fact that it's introduced us to a whole nother genre in the athletic industry, if you will. These men have come on board, and they came at a right time when we were in just a mourning state. You know, we all just sat back and could not believe this would happen right here. I don't know why we were being so naive that such tragedy as 1 October, which changed our lives, I believe, and changed the way we do business here. Those Golden Knights came on board, and they brought life back to us. They brought some excitement back to us. They brought some unity to this community. They brought a community back together and said, you know what? We shall never forget what happened on that block. But here's a time and here's something that we can unite and show the rest of the world that this is not just a place that you come and recreate. This is a family, and this is a real community. And thank you to the Vegas Knights for helping to make that happen.
All right, I have another question on that, but we must take a quick break. We continue in your neighborhood here on the High Roller with Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
District D is home to the Clark County Government Center. The Government Center was opened in 1995 and houses nearly every county department. Twice monthly commission board meetings are held in the chambers. Rotating art exhibitions occupy the Rotunda Gallery. And the outdoor amphitheater hosts countless events, including the annual free Jazz in the Park music series. The Clark County Government Center is located at 500 Grand Central Parkway in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking to the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, it's impossible not to talk about 1 October. Here we are about 8 months from that tragic, most tragic day in our city's history. There were some indicators visitor volume has been down a little bit in the past few months. Do we attribute much of that to the tragedy, what has happened there, or talk to me about that?
No, I think, you know, the country and the world was so impressed with how this community came together. I don't think people really realized that when we talk about Clark County being a community, people here stepped up, and we didn't leave one stone unturned. From our first responders to our medical facilities, I can't speak enough about UMC and Valley Hospital and Sunrise Hospital. Man, they really did a yeoman's job in terms of meeting the needs. and then to have our resiliency center for people to go and not only go and take care of some of the business as a result of that crime, because that's what it was a crime that took place. But this here was something that showed the world we're a community, and so I don't think this has kept people away. I think it's just the economy as a whole. People are kind of tightening up their belts a little bit on how they spend, and they're thinking it out a little bit more, opposed to being so spontaneous in their travels. They're just kind of planning it out a little bit more. And so, our numbers may have dipped a little bit, but we're doing okay. Vegas is still one of those places that all around the world, you say Las Vegas, people lose it. They know what it means, what happens here stays here, they get it. They know about the high roller. Now they know about the Vegas nights. And so we're really excited. We're one of those places that we're like the commercial. We're everywhere that a lot of these people want to be.
Let's talk about another sporting team coming to town here, Sue, the Las Vegas Raiders. We're building a little stadium on the south end of the Strip, thousands of jobs, $1.9 billion project. How is that going to impact things, Commissioner?
Well, we're going to see a whole genre of people come here to Southern Nevada, and I'm sure that many of those from California will come to Las Vegas. It's our hope that if they do, that they understand the kind of community that we are. And so it's going to be something different for us to adjust to. But I think it's going to be exciting because it'll be new. We love sports. We love entertainment here. But it'll be an adjustment for us. And I'm excited about it. But speaking of the Raiders, cannot leave out the Las Vegas Aces. So excited to have the WNBA here. Those ladies came over to my district and they did a fantastic job giving back to the community and, just introducing to what I believe to little girls that girl power is real and girl power is possible, and if you continue to dream and believe, you can achieve. So I'm excited about the Golden Knights, the Raiders, the Aces, the 51s, and everything else to come, man. We're on the map.
This is something, 10 or 15 years ago, we've obviously been trying to get many sports franchises for as long as we've both lived here, and now it's finally happening, and we all knew that this could happen here, correct?
It was all possible, and that's what happens as a result when great minds come together, when everyday citizens come together, and we pull our resources together and we stop working in silos and realize that we may not have it all together, but together we can have it all. And I believe that we're on a great path to creating a great community with all of the billions of dollars that's coming here in construction work. It's my hope and my prayer that not only women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, small businesses are the beneficiaries of that. I want to see Nevadans get back to work. So everything that I approve that comes before me, that's one of the first questions that I ask. Are they a local business? And what's your method of hiring locals? What's your outreach process and making sure that people that live here have an opportunity? Because we're the ones that go through the inconvenience of all the construction and all of the road work that's happening. We're the ones that have to live with it every single day, and to go and allow folks from out of state to come and reap the benefits, enough is enough is enough.
It's back to the project at the stadium at the south end of the Strip. That's what seems to be a misconception, or what is on people's minds so much, is perhaps lack of parking and transportation in that area. But there's a lot of smart engineers and a lot of smart minds figuring out these things. And are you concerned?
I'm not concerned so much about all that. I believe it's going to be worked out. I believe that we're going to come up with something. They're going to come up with something. The engineers will come up with something that we can all live with. Change for a lot of people gets confusing, but change can be good. It's just you got to make that adjustment, and we all got to understand right now we're going through some growing pains, but I think the growing pains will be good as long as we can kind of sustain ourselves, don't lose too much of our identity. People come here and say, well, Las Vegas doesn't really have any character, nor does it have any culture. As a native Nevada, I beg to disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. I believe we do have character. I believe that we have culture and we have community. And so it's our job to tell our story. And thank goodness we have people like Channel 4 that will help us tell our story.
People also forget that college football team, UNLV Rebels, this is going to be their home. They're basically, in essence, getting a brand new stadium, a new facility, and a place to play, and a place to attract other athletes and help grow their program for free and reap some benefits as well.
Well, I think it's really going to help them in terms of recruiting. To be able to go out and get some of those young men that really can help put our football team on the map and get them to the level where they deserve to be. We have a Class A coach, but we just need to step it up and get some of those big players out there that can get us on in some of those big tournaments that's really going to make UNLV football the kind of program that it deserves to be. So there's a lot more work to be done. My hope is that that this stadium will really serve as a motivator and a recruitment tool that will help them be able to accomplish that goal.
Just another amazing thing on the Strip. Yeah. Commissioner, recently you've been spending some time with the folks here at Caesars Palace, and you more than held your own with a fellow by the name of the Gazillionaire when you recently had a nice honor for 7-year anniversary for Absinthe Show. Talk to me a little bit about Caesars Palace and those folks.
A lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect. Bunch of characters over there, but some of the nicest people on the planet. Man, I did not realize that show even existed. I had driven by a number of times and have seen the billboard of it, but to kind of get a bird's eye view of what it is that they do in there, they attract a lot of visitors. But now to see that they're going to add on additional shows to accommodate their fan base, it's amazing. It's a must-see. And man, I was very honored to be there to be a part of that. But I was glad I was able to kind of hold my own, because they tried to get me a few times, but I had to get them together.
It comes at you from a lot of different directions. Recently you met someone I know who's a hero of yours, Dolores Huerta, who this woman is a pioneer of civil rights, farm workers, one of the first early feminists here in our country. I know that was an important day for you.
Yeah, that was so important to meet her. I was so glad I was able to hold it together, because just to sit there and listen to her bio and to hear people give testimonies on what her hard work meant to them, and then to know that it was Dolores Huerta who made it possible that single mothers like the one I was raised by are standing on her shoulders. And this lady with such grace and poise, and small little lady with a huge voice, to have so much respect. And then it didn't hurt to have Carlos Santana standing right there. I mean, what a day. It's a day I'll never forget.
How would you characterize the county and our private enterprise, especially the hotel resort community? Would you characterize that as a partnership, or how does county government and what we have to do as a county fit in with the private enterprise like that?
Well, it's a great partnership that we have with the resorts. Sometimes it's not as easy as many people would like for it to be, because we have constituents that live in the adjacent area. We have public work issues that we have to deal with, and sometimes from a private sector, they want what they want when they want it. And there are rules in place to say, well, no, there are permits that you have to have, there are certain timelines that you have to abide by, and there are guidelines that we have to adhere to. And so sometimes the relationships gets a little strained, but at the end of the day, we work it out, and we understand that it's for the greater good for the community that we serve. And so we have to make sure that we approve things that's going to be safe, that's going to be beneficial, and at the end of the day, makes sense. And we know for a lot of folks in the industry, if it ain't making dollars, it ain't making sense. But, you know, for us, it has to make sense all the way around.
All right, well put. We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here at the High Roller. District D Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
District D is home to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. The center was created in the aftermath of the 1 October tragedy and continues to serve victims and families whose lives were upended after that most devastating day. Mental health counseling, financial and legal assistance, and many more agencies offering other services partner with Clark County to serve the community. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is located at 1524 Pinto Lane in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, let's take you off the strip, back home to your District D.
Back to the neighborhood.
Back to the neighborhood. One of the last days of school, the Von Tobel Park added a splash pad, which, again, in some of these other parks, I know you love your parks and you don't have some of the great regional parks that some of your colleagues have, but a splash pad at a smaller park like that in that area is a huge amenity.
Yeah. You know, several years ago, we took out the swimming pool over at Von Tobel Middle School. And so to me, that created a void for those kids in that neighborhood. They have to go about 1.5 miles, almost 2 miles, over to Walnut Recreation Center if they want to swim or participate in a water feature. And so, you know, we came up with an idea of, hey, let's put a water feature out in the park, a splash pad. And the frustrating part for me was it took way too long as far as I'm concerned. And I voiced that concern over the years, and I made it no secret, and I'm making it no secret today that, you know, all communities need to be able to provide open space and places for young people to be able to recreate. We talk a good game about getting kids out of the house and off the couch and off the video games and get them outside and let them be kids like we used to be. Well, we have to make sure that the playing field is leveled and that it's even and equitable. And so the splash pad that we were able to introduce over at Von Tobel, am I 100% happy about it? No, because you know, I felt like I wanted some character to it, some fun colors to it, to be more kid friendly. Are the kids loving it today? They are. So if the kids are happy, I'm happy. But for me, I love pushing the envelope because I believe just because you don't have as much as they may have in other communities doesn't mean you don't deserve just as much.
And I think the same could be said for Alexander Villas Park, a new trail and basketball courts going there. Talk to me, update me on that project.
Absolutely. It's been long overdue. We've been working on this park for several years now, and to go in and give these folks the amenities that a lot of these kids, see, I can get in my car and you can get in your car, and I can drive around Clark County. And I go to some of these regional parks and some of these other smaller parks like the ones I have in my district, and guess what? They're empty. And you know why they're empty? Because many of those neighborhoods are very blessed. They have beautiful backyards. They have swimming pools in their backyards. And so a lot of times their kids don't even go to those parks. Doesn't mean that they don't deserve to have them. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to create a society where kids are being kids and we're trying to grow a society where kids are doing the right thing, you know, let's make sure that we spread the wealth. Let's make sure that we create environments where, you know, kids can go and be safe, but at the same time have a good time and be around their peer group. You know, not caught in a some type of cycle where it's causing, you know, obesity. It's causing other ills that we're dealing with in our society. We got to get these kids' minds right and make sure that we as adults are making the right decisions so that we can spread the wealth and show all these kids we're in it for the long haul for all of them, not just some of them.
Very well put. Well, I think our trip is almost coming to the end here. Thank you for being a great sport and just telling us about District D and all your work you're doing, Commissioner.
Well, I'm real happy. I made a full loop, everybody. I survived the link, the high roller. But this is great, though. But thank you very much, and thank my commissioners, my colleagues, and the management in Clark County just for allowing us to serve and to be able to go out and do what we need to do to hopefully and prayerfully improve the quality of life for residents in District D.
Always Always a pleasure.
Thank you, my
friend.
friend. Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to the Caesars Entertainment Corporation for hosting us here at the Link, High Roller, and to Commissioner Lawrence Weekly for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District D. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send me an email. I'm at rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Yep. Look, it's floating. The car's floating.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated onto how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and can be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquet's on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with the end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient, and if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place. And there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there's also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, when it's going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch, they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So you sit here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Mom!
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of the surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really used for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's there, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada, and with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Do we sound okay? All right, you're my experts.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
We're going to put it around. So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. All right? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries, though. Jeffrey gets a quick cast, and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the
hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
Such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that. I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC primary care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to FlightPath. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. The Clark County Department of Aviation runs on an enterprise fund, meaning it's self-supporting and doesn't receive county taxpayer money. Here's a look at how the airport funds the operations that keep the 8th busiest airport in North America and its travelers moving.
Tourism is the engine that drives Southern Nevada's economy, and nearly half of all visitors arrive by air. With its location in the shadows of the world-famous Las Vegas Strip, McCarran International Airport is a vital gateway to this city. Funding for this gateway comes from revenue generated by terminal and building use fees, concession fees, landing and gate fees, as well as other airline fees. Since the funds are raised exclusively from the use of the airport's facilities, all the economic benefits provided to the local economy come at no cost to taxpayers.
Aviation is really the foundation of the #1 industry here in Nevada, which is tourism. We take that very seriously. You know, we provide an economic benefit to the state of almost $30 billion, and it is part of the experience. We know that people have to choose to come to Las Vegas, so we try to keep our fees as low as possible to the airlines so that that's not a deterrent for them to add more capacity here since the demand is so high.
The largest source of non-airline revenue is terminal concession fees, which are generated from an agreed-upon percentage of gross sales from various sources, including food and beverage concessionaires, news and gift concessionaires, specialty retail outlets, advertising, and passenger service revenue. Other sources of income include ground transportation fees, parking fees, the rental car facility, and even slot machines. Those funds help offset the fees the Department of Aviation charges to the airlines.
So our capital improvement plan is financed by gaming. It does not go into the rate base. What that does for us is it allows us to do our projects on a pay-as-you-go type of basis, and then the airlines aren't financing it. So it's a real win-win for both of us.
In 2017, the total operating revenue at the airport increased by more than $10 million. That can be attributed to growth in passenger traffic, as the airport saw a record 48.5 million arriving and departing passengers for the year, as well as the addition of a greater variety of services for airport customers.
We want our customer service to match the hospitality industry on the Strip. We want people to know that we care about them, that we want to help them, that we're here, we welcome them, we assist them. That's very, very important to us because we want them to always choose to come back to Las Vegas.
Between the airport and its tenants, maintaining a major transportation hub takes more than 16,000 committed employees to keep operations running smoothly and efficiently. It's an effort that ultimately helps our community grow and prosper. McCarran will maintain its position as a global leader in aviation while providing each and every traveler an excellent customer experience.
From affordable economy to the ultimate convenience of valet, McCarran offers a variety of parking options. During peak times, however, space is at a premium. Here are some tips for parking at the airport during the busy summer travel season.
McCarran's Landside Operation Division began using electronic reader boards on the airport roadways this summer to let drivers know when parking facilities have reached capacity.
Because of high demand, the Terminal 1 long-term garage is the one most likely to close during busy times. If that happens, drivers are redirected to the economy lot where they can catch a shuttle to the terminal.
The Terminal 1 Economy shuttle operates about every 15 to 20 minutes. There's typically 3 buses in the loop. There's 3 shuttle stops in the Terminal 1 Economy lot, and then the bus would take you to the Terminal 1 Level 0 area to get into your flights at Terminal 1.
Travelers also have the option of parking
depending on how busy it is, and that headway time is about every 10 to 15 minutes. And both of those buses stop at Level 0 at Terminal 1 and at Terminal 3.
If you're on a long trip, you might forget where you parked or come home to find your vehicle won't start. As a courtesy to our parking customers, we offer some assistance free of charge.
We have a free parking courtesy assistance that we provide tire inflations for vehicles. We'll do battery jump starts for vehicles, as well as help you locate your car if you can't find your car.
If you choose not to drive yourself to the airport, there are several options available, including taxis, city buses, shuttles, and rideshare apps Uber and Lyft. Rideshare drivers will find the pickup areas are easy to navigate thanks to the addition of a red light, green light system similar to those used in hotel parking garages. If you're just picking up friends and family, don't forget you can wait for them in our cell phone lot.
We do have a cell phone lot. It's available for customers. It's about 115 space area set aside in the Terminal 1 Economy lot, approximately at Kitty Hawk and Paradise Road. It's available from 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. It's very convenient. Customers can wait in the parking lot, wait for a text or a phone call from their arriving passenger. And that avoids the constant circling around on the roadway. And from that cell phone lot, you can get to both Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
For complete parking information, know before you go and visit our website, McCarran.com, and click on parking.
During the summer, temperatures in southern Nevada often reach triple digits. Keeping it cool and comfortable for our passengers and employees who serve them is a top priority. Here's a look at a few projects that help prevent you from feeling the Vegas heat.
Even when temperatures are soaring outside, you can count on McCarran to keep it comfortable inside, thanks to sophisticated and efficient air cooling systems.
Recent projects have upgraded parts of Terminal 1's HVAC system to provide better climate control for passengers and employees. Traditional pneumatic thermostat systems have been replaced with digital direct controls, or DDCs. The digital controls allow the airport to virtually monitor cooling equipment, room temperatures, and airflow to maintain a comfortable indoor environment while keeping energy costs down.
What digital control allows us to do is visualize all those things visually via computer system, so we can do temperature adjustments, do flow adjustments, do air change adjustments, all electronically versus sending a technician out there to do the adjustments on the fly.
Additional energy-efficient HVAC equipment has been installed in the A and B security checkpoint.
At the AV checkpoint, which is one of our busier checkpoints for passenger throughput, we're replacing all the old variable air volume boxes with the latest technology, which are much more efficient, as well as doing the direct digital control on that area too.
Although we can't control Mother Nature, when the mercury goes up outside, we can keep the temperatures down inside. Passenger loading bridges, or jet bridges, are among the most frequently used areas at McCarran and are constantly exposed to outside temperature changes. 2 recent upgrades to these structures will help cool them in innovative ways.
We did ceramic coating on all the outside so they reflect the heat, as well as doing what's called a PC air unit for those. That's going to be 15% more efficient than the units that are on there now. You multiply that 15% efficiency over 114 bridges, and we're saving a lot of energy just doing that.
In the D-Gates tram station, McCarran is addressing energy efficiency with a unique product. High-volume, low-speed fans installed in the ceilings help circulate the air and supplement the HVAC delivery system.
And this area is a glass wall area, and it has trains coming in and out that push the hot air, especially in the 100-degree days, in and out of this facility. So we looked at a way to increase the flow of air in here without running our air conditioning system harder.
New high-capacity mini pleat air filters in Terminal 3 increase energy efficiency while saving time and money. The filters capture small particles and can last 16 months to 3 years. Compared to old filters that needed to be replaced every 3 months, it's a great reduction in material and labor costs.
McCarran has more than 30 dedicated employees working round the clock 365 days a year to operate and maintain the systems that keep indoor temperatures and our customers cool and comfortable.
Las Vegas continues to be one of the world's most popular travel destinations. As a result, some airlines have increased service to meet that demand and provide more ways to get people here. Let's take a look at some of the recent additions.
So far this year, the team at McCarran has been pleased to welcome additional international air service, opening up the entertainment capital of the world and all it has to offer to more visitors from around the globe.
Brazil's LATAM Airlines launched new nonstop service from Sao Paulo to Las Vegas in early June. This is the first scheduled nonstop service between Las Vegas and Brazil. The National Travel and Tourism Office estimates nearly 3/4 of Brazilian visitors to the United States come here for leisure purposes, with shopping ranked by far as their most preferred U.S. activity, followed by sightseeing, visiting national parks, and fine dining. LATAM's summer seasonal service will run 3 times a week on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays through September 30th.
South America, and more specifically Brazil, is a market that we've been working on in Las Vegas to bring service to for more than a decade. Last year, more than 150,000 Brazilians visited Las Vegas by air, one of our peak years. To finally have the new nonstop service from LATAM is a big win for Las Vegas.
McCarran International Airport is the gateway to the United States for travelers from Europe. British Airways resumed 3 times weekly service from London's Gatwick Airport to Las Vegas this spring. And German air carrier Eurowings began new nonstop service from Munich, its second Las Vegas route.
Europe is always one of our key markets into Las Vegas for international traffic. Our partners at Eurowings expanded their service this summer. This is in addition to their already running Cologne and Las Vegas service.
Domestic carrier Frontier is also expanding its reach in Las Vegas, adding nonstop flights to Calgary, Canada. These new and additional services are perfect for both the leisure visitor who wants to start their U.S. tour in Southern Nevada and business travelers who come to Las Vegas, the world's leading destination for meetings, conventions, and trade shows.
As airlines continue to expand their air service offerings, McCarran will continue to do its part to provide a warm welcome to travelers from around the globe.
Airports are self-contained cities complete with conveniences and cultural offerings you'd expect in a traditional metropolis. McCarran's concourses are home to a variety of shops and restaurants and other businesses which enhance the customer experience and create economic opportunities for local entrepreneurs. Here's what the airport is doing to help those interested in doing business at McCarran.
A mix of more than 150 concessions throughout the airport makes McCarran an ideal location for business owners who want to get their products or services into one of the nation's busiest airports. To help spread the word about these airport business opportunities, Department of Aviation staff participate in job fairs, attend outreach activities in the local community, and host seminars at the airport. The outreach events allow us to get the word out to all the small business enterprises and minority business enterprises to let them know what's going on in the airport, how we can help them with their capability statements and upcoming RFPs that may take place at the airport.
A concession program in an airport is an integral part of the whole operation.
During outreach programs like this, airport staff provide valuable information about the requirements for operating in an airport environment, explain how McCarran's request for proposals or RFP process works, and discuss how business proposals are evaluated. It's a great way to help business owners who have never been through the process.
It's exciting to know different things and different people and go to events like this. And when this came up, I immediately signed up. So I'm excited about anything that can help me generate business or expand my business.
How do we help businesses start and grow?
In addition to giving small business owners important information about partnering with the airport, the seminar also featured guest speakers from the Marshall Retail Group, HMS Host, and the Hudson Group.
I've already met so many amazing people here today and networked with people in the first hour that want to help get me into the airport.
In addition, resource partners and government entities shared advice about how attendees could hone their skills to build a successful business.
As a lender here in
in the state of Nevada, it is very important that as a financial institution, we be able to understand how our clients who's going to come to us for money has an opportunity to do business with companies like McCarran.
The Department of Aviation also has a Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program and an Airport Concession Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program to ensure that minority and women-owned businesses can compete fairly for federally funded transportation-related projects.
Here at McCarran is a great place to do business because there's a diverse population that comes through the airport on a constant basis. It's great to do this program because it gives business owners a chance to have their business grow within the community.
We're hoping to come in here and be able to, again, build brand awareness and build exposure for the brand, and what better way to do that in an airport.
The airport has a dedicated Doing Business website that has helpful information about concession, construction, and purchasing opportunities. The site also lists upcoming business outreach events, public notices, and meetings that current and future business owners will find informative. Log on to mccarran.com/business to learn more.
In today's digital world, getting information is just a click away on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. McCarran uses social media to interact with and inform the public to improve customer service. Here's a look at how our social media team is at your service.
Each day, more than 1.4 billion users log on to Facebook, and 500 million tweets are sent every 24 hours. McCarran International Airport launched Facebook and Twitter accounts nearly 10 years ago with just a few hundred followers. Today, there are nearly 25,000 followers. This is how we monitor our social media sites at McCarran. We encourage customers to follow us on Twitter so they can receive updates about things that might be happening at the airport and provide us with feedback about their experience here. McCarran's social media sites are excellent resources for the public. Travelers can view airport updates on everything from construction projects to new retail and restaurants. Twitter allows McCarran's communications team to quickly inform followers about issues that may affect travel, including weather, roadway closures, and parking capacity. On Facebook, posts about terminal improvements, new air service, and special events are especially popular. One of the cool things about Facebook is its live video feature, and that allows us to share events going on at the airport, like this, a recent new air service arrival and the festivities that surrounded it. With social media, customers can communicate with us before, during, and after their trip. And one of the most common questions we get asked on Twitter and on Facebook is how can they recover lost items? And that way we can refer them to our Lost and Found on our website. In addition to Facebook and Twitter, McCarran uses Instagram to share photos and interact with the public. The airport's Instagram following is comprised largely of aviation enthusiasts, so photos of unique aircraft and historic images from around McCarran are popular. We use YouTube to share videos with our customers and with the traveling public. It helps them to get useful information about what's happening here at McCarran and what we're doing in the community. The videos are a great way to share with customers and travelers different tips, and it gives them a visual and lets them actually see where things are in the airport. Social media has been a great tool for McCarran's passengers to get helpful information and give valuable feedback, which helps the airport improve our customers' experience. And that's why the social media team is at your service.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Muir to tell us more about McCarran's third annual Take Your Child to Work Day event.
Este abril pasado, más de 130 niños, entre ellos nietos, sobrinos y sobrinas de empleados del aeropuerto, recibieron una vista detrás del escenario del aeropuerto. El evento, Lleve a su hijo al trabajo, comenzó con un desayuno con los adultos. Enseguida hubo juegos y libros de colorear con el tema de McCarran. A lo largo del día, los niños aprendieron que el aeropuerto es un lugar dinámico y emocionante para trabajar.
El objetivo es mostrarle a los niños que algún día podrían trabajar donde ellos desean, en una sala de juntas, en el gobierno local e incluso en una de las muchas carreras en un aeropuerto internacional.
Aquí en el aeropuerto de McCarran, el día Lleve a su hijo al trabajo anima a los jóvenes a soñar en grande.
Sí, es divertido.
Yo quiero ver un avión también
Algunos empleados sirvieron como guías y llevaron a los niños a una gira por el aeródromo que incluía una parada en la estación de bomberos McCarran número 13. Allí vieron demostraciones del equipo y extinción de incendios diseñados para mantener el aeropuerto seguro. De allí pudieron subirse en un avión privado 737, visitar al piloto y a la tripulación del avión e incluso se sentaron en la cabina. Los niños fueron introducidos a las carreras en la aplicación de la ley cuando visitan a la policía del aeropuerto, que demostraron las herramientas que utilizan para mantener la seguridad. En la planta central de servicios públicos, aprendieron que se necesita mucho equipo especial y personal cualificado para calentar y refrigerar el espacio interior del aeropuerto. De regreso en la ventana de entradas, aprendieron sobre la tecnología de identificación por radiofrecuencia y los sistemas informáticos que ayudan a las aerolíneas en la organización del equipaje de salida. También conocieron a la unidad canina de McCarran, perros especialmente entrenados para usar su increíble sensato de olfato para detectar material peligroso. Los niños disfrutaron un tiempo agradable con sus seres queridos. El día terminó con un almuerzo.
Yo quiero ver donde mi mami trabaja porque I miss her. Yo la quiero y yo la quiero ver qué está haciendo.
El objetivo del día Lleve a su hijo al trabajo en el aeropuerto McCarran es mostrar a los niños la importancia de conseguir una buena educación y explorarlos a la variedad de oportunidades de una carrera en la industria de la aviación.
Passengers who use McCarran's D-Gates will notice some new additions in retail as well as improvements to existing facilities. From specialty shops to a new duty-free, here's a look at what's in store.
McCarran's D-Concourse opened in 1998. Since then, the area has constantly evolved to keep up with an ever-growing number of passengers.
A new duty-free store opened in the northeast wing of D-Gates in late April. The 6,500 square foot store is a modern, walk-through design, conveniently located in a passenger's natural path of travel to their gates. The store enables the airport to offer enhanced shopping options to D-Gate's international passengers, while expanding the available retail offerings to domestic passengers. Shoppers will find a mix of food and liquor items, as well as fragrances, cosmetics, sunglasses, and watches, from brands such as Superdry, Seconda, Daniel Wellington, and Bulova, to name a few. On the lower level between the tram stations, the runway shops offer customers some great new variety. Shoppers can enjoy browsing for casual timepieces at McCarran's first ever Swatch store, or selecting a new favorite pair of designer sunglasses at 5th and Sunset. Southern California favorite M. Frederick showcases the latest in its popular line of chic, fashionable clothing. And Tech on the Go helps travelers stay connected with everything from portable chargers to fitness tracking devices. In addition to these new shopping options and amenities in the D-Gates, the Department of Aviation is updating existing restrooms with sleek, modern finishes and installing new, eco-friendly water bottle refill stations.
By providing passengers with a variety of amenities and top-notch facilities, McCarran is able to give Las Vegas visitors an outstanding first and last look at Las Vegas.
McCarran kicked off 2018 celebrating the completion of improvements in Terminal 1. Keeping that momentum going, work is now underway to remodel the A-Gates cluster buildings.
To improve passenger experience as well as increase efficiency and sustainability, crews at McCarran are busy working to bring Terminal 1 up to a modern design standard. Renovations in ticketing and baggage claim were completed last year and include bright terrazzo flooring, sleek wall coverings, new digital signage, and updated restrooms. Next in line for an upgrade are two round buildings that extend off the original terminal and house McCarran's A-Gates. Built in the 1970s, the area was one of the earliest expansions at McCarran. The carpet was removed and work began in May to install new flooring in half the area. The floor design and material are the same glittering terrazzo seen in the B-Gates, ticketing, and baggage claim. The new look will be easier on the eyes and easier to clean. The walls and ceilings will get a fresh look and more power for additional outlets that will help passengers stay connected and charge their mobile devices. Restrooms are being remodeled as well. Renovations on the A-Gates will continue into the fall and will help McCarran serve Las Vegas visitors for decades to come.
As people spend more time in airports, unique works of art can provide passengers a moment of quiet reflection or quick respite from the hustle and bustle of air travel. Here's a look at one of our more popular installations in the D-Gates.
Echoes of Las Vegas is a monumental timeline of the people, places, and things that define what Las Vegas was, is, and always will be. An iconic, ever-changing destination surrounded by natural beauty and full of colorful characters and architecture. The 152-foot mural, located in the northwest wing of the D-Gates, was created by local artist Adolfo Gonzalez. The bold, vibrant piece takes the viewer along a journey through Las Vegas history. From his home studio, Gonzalez began the mural by painting on a long, small-scale canvas to arrange all the people, landmarks, and landscapes he wanted to incorporate. Using old photographs, postcards, and books for reference, Gonzalez had an abundance of imagery to inspire the piece.
And I fell in love with the lights here, the big signs, all the beautifulness here, tones, the people here, and so forth.
Gonzalez then painted a version on 15 medium-sized panels, adding in the important details.
So here's where I began to just place all my small glass more and all my trees, my signage and everything from piece to piece.
Gonzalez enlarged the medium-sized artwork onto several large canvases, which he mounted on the wall high above the gate area. The completed collage blends iconic signs like those from the Stardust, Sands, and Circus Circus among buildings like the Landmark and Barbary Coast that once defined the Las Vegas skyline.
It was beautiful signs, large, bright, a neon verbiage was there, and they moved so nicely. And bigger ones have more detail because with the brushes you could come back and just do more stuff.
Celebrities who grace the stages on the Strip are also represented. There's a piano lapelled Liberace and the Rat Pack. One section in the middle holds a special place in the artist's mind, his depiction of Elvis, the king of rock and roll and longtime Vegas headliner.
And the king there, in the ghost form, just saying, hey, Viva Las Vegas.
From end to end, the mural tells a story with one side showing vintage Vegas, then Fremont Street, and transitioning to the more modern Caesars Palace. There's even a nod to aviation, with the section that depicts McCarran's D-Gate satellite concourse, ramp control tower, and several planes. Peppered in the background are layers of landscapes from Red Rock to Sunrise Mountain that Gonzalez says helps ground the piece and educate viewers that there's more to Southern Nevada than just the Strip. The large-scale artwork took more than a year to complete. Gonzalez says he remembers pushing and pulling objects forward or backward in the composition to play with depth and color, but there was one memory that will stay with him all his life: his daughter helping him paint parts of the mural.
And she goes back and says, Dad, you remember this when I was here and painting? It's a blessing. The memories you will pass down to your grandkids who will say, my grandpa did this, he's known for this piece at the airport. I just love it.
And just as this artwork connected father and daughter, airports connect passengers and places. But they can be more than gateways to fabulous travel destinations. They're also places where travelers can reflect on the iconic people, places, and history that make up a community. Public art is just one way the airport can display the pride of this unique city. For more information on other art displays, log on to our website, McCarran.com, click Relax, and then Airport Art.
Several employees with the Department of Aviation are working with local teens in the Summer Business Institute, an 8-week internship designed to help students gain insight into future career paths. Mentoring programs like this are just one way the department positions itself as a valuable community partner.
All you have to do is go all the way down there and turn to your right. That's going to be the security check for D-Gates, and you're going to take a tram to the D-Gates.
Thank you.
As the nation's 8th busiest airport, McCarran is an ideal place for student interns to learn hospitality and customer service skills and to explore a variety of careers in the aviation industry.
And we're going to go to add access ID.
This year's Summer Business Institute gives 5 teens the opportunity to experience internships with the Department of Aviation. The students, high school sophomores, juniors, seniors, and recent graduates work 4 days a week at the airport, where a supervisor assigns them projects.
I work with passenger services, and basically we handle the information booths. And what I've learned is that we have to be really patient with our passengers just because they ask a lot of questions, and we have to know where they're going and give them the right information.
Founded in 1996, the Summer Business Institute is a collaborative effort between Clark County and its various departments, the school district, College of Southern Nevada, UNLV, and the local business community. The overall goal of the program is to give young people a taste of working in a real-world environment.
It really helps me out because I want to major in accounting and finance. So a lot of these data entries that I've been working on can really help me out with all the classes that I'm going to take at UNLV.
We are going to give her the experiences and the knowledge from every single person, whether it's customer service opportunity or skill set, that she can take with her and use it down the line. And I like to see young minds think of the larger picture and be a contributor to their success.
In addition to on-the-job training, the program also includes business mentoring, life skills instruction, financial management education, and civil engagement projects. While at McCarran, these interns are also learning the importance of giving our passengers a positive and memorable experience.
And customer service, you can go to like different path that you want to go, because customer service is going to be in every single job that you want.
For the interns working at McCarran, the objective is to broaden their horizons and give them experience interacting with the traveling public, skills they can use today, tomorrow, and the rest of their careers.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
There's no time for downtime. You better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Good form, Barb.
You're watching Clark County Television. Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Good morning, Ms. Amundsen. I would like to call today's meeting for Wednesday, July 18th, 2018, the Board of County Commissioners to order.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, that's items on the agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. A lot of moving around, but I don't see anybody coming down here yet. Here's jostling for seats. Hearing and seeing no one, I will close this portion of the public comment.
I'm sorry.
I waited. You weren't one of the ones jostling around. That's okay. Come on. Come on.
This is my first time here, so I just wanted to make sure I'm doing the proper protocol.
What item?
Concerning through items 4 through 23, I'm here to talk about item 20. Is this the time to be able to talk about that?
You can talk about it when we get there if you want to take it off the routine action item. Is that what?
No, I want to talk about it when it's the proper time to be able to come up here. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to miss it if this was the proper time to talk about it.
It's on consent. You want to take it now or you want to?
I can do it whenever's best for all of us. I'm happy to hear it.
You can talk now.
I can talk about it now? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you guys for having me. My name is Brian Travis. I live at 9191 Smugglers Beach Court in the southwest area. I'm here to talk about item 20, about the zone change on Blue Diamond and Quarter Horse.
Wait. Are there other people here on item number 20? Okay.
Beautiful.
Got it.
The man stands alone.
You're alone.
Yep. I was really hoping there was going to be more people here when we did the town meeting at the library. There was about 75 people there. that were all opposed to it, and I'm here to talk about being opposed to the zone change, what they're trying to do. They're trying to rezone it for residential 3 to build a 3-story apartment complex on the corner of Blue Diamond and Quarter Horse. They're going to tell you that it conforms with the master plan to be able to change that. And I believe just because it conforms with the master plan, I don't think it's necessarily the correct thing to do in this area. I don't think there's enough infrastructure to be able to support all of the apartments there. I think it's a 90-plus unit. There's no turnoff from Blue Diamond going on to Quarter Horse where they want the entrance at. NDOT had already put a median strip there. The only way to get there is from El Capitan or Fort Apache, and I don't think that there's enough infrastructure to be able to accommodate an additional 90 homes, which is going to be practically 180 cars that are going to have to be able to turn in and out there. So I don't think there's enough infrastructure for that. And then the other thing, there's 1-story homes behind where they're proposing to put these 3-story apartments at. They've changed it 3 different times on what they want to have the initial grade at. At first they said 18 inches, then 3 feet. Now it's up to 96 inches. So not only are they trying to put a 3-story apartment complex there, they're already having to raise the initial grade up 8 feet. So, and these are going to be right in front of the 1-story homes. So I don't think that is the proper thing to do, even though it's saying it's going to conform with what the master plan is. And I can speak all day about this. I guess the bottom line is I don't think the infrastructure is ready to handle the apartments in this area. There's not enough turnoffs to be able to go to the entrance. I don't think there's enough schooling. I think the schooling is already overpacked as it is. And if you go from Blue Diamond, from Rainbow to El Capitan, from Blue Diamond all the way up to Tropicana, there are so many apartments that already exist that aren't even fully occupied yet. To us to build another apartment complex, it's just not necessary, especially in that area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
All right.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment section? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Amundson.
The second item is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. Staff has received the following request. Item number 4, DR 17-1109, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 5, DR 18-0329, hold to the August 8, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 12, ET 18-400-143, WS 26216, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn. Item 21, ZC 18-206, hold to the August 22, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Renotification fees will be required. Item 25, AR 17-400-148, ZC 46910, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn with prejudice. The applicant is advised that the property must come into code compliance within 60 days. Item 26, AR 17-400-149, UC 42415, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. The applicant is advised that the property must come into code compliance within 60 days. With prejudice. The other point that I would like to make for item 26, the applicant has agreed to work with code enforcement and animal control to make sure that the animals are removed in a safe manner within 60 days. Item 27, UC 17-705, hold to the August 22, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 29, UC 18-332, hold to the September 19, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Renotification fees will be required. Item 30, UC 18-364, hold to the August 8, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 31, VS 18-432, hold to the August 22, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 32, WS 18-431, hold to the August 22nd BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 37, ZC 18-348, hold to the August 22nd BCC meeting per the applicant. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are items 4, 5, 12, 21, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 37. And if there are no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Do any commissioners have any additional items to be either held or deleted? Does anyone in the audience have an item that they would like held or deleted? Seeing no one, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of items number 4, 5, 12, 21, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 37? Commissioner Brown, streak is alive, has made a motion. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the June 6, 2018 zoning meeting are ready for approval.
We have a motion for approval from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. We have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to abstain on item number 7. But I support the rest of the agenda.
Okay. We have an abstention on item number 7 from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Huh? Motion is on the minutes.
I'm ahead of myself today.
Okay,
I was slow yesterday. I'm ahead today.
She doesn't have her scooter, so she's, This motion is regarding the minutes approval. So she is not abstaining on the minutes. Am I correct, Commissioner? This is the full board is voting on the minutes. I don't have a screen, so I'm a yes. Nobody has a screen. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 23, except those items that have previously been deleted, and item 13, which will be heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following amendments and/or comments. Item 6, DR 18413, add under current planning the following. Applicant will provide a 6-foot retaining wall and 6-foot screened wall on east side of development. If structurally sound, applicant can use existing wall as part of the configuration. If not, applicant will remove existing wall and construct a new wall. All costs related to the existing and new wall will be the responsibility of the applicant. Item 7, AR 18400-142, UC 87915, Moapa Valley CAC approved. We received 3 cards in protest. Item 10, AR 18400-148, UC 39217, staff has received 5 cards in protest. Item 11, ET 18400-144, VS 26416, the Spring Valley Town Board approved. Item 14, UC 18389, staff has received 1 card in approval and 4 in protest. Item 18, VC 18420, staff has received 4 cards in approval and 5 in protest. And item 22, ZC 18428, staff has received 42 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately with the when the public hearing is open. Additionally, items that are recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove the item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval.
Okay, do we have any other items that someone would like removed from routine action? I've got a couple requests here. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item number 6, if I could have Mr. Dwyer, or if I just needed, he represents the applicant.
David Dwyer, Dwyer Engineering, regarding item 6. And
you heard
concur with the recommendation and with the addition. I concur with the additional words that were put in.
And thank you and the owners for working with the neighbors on that. Thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you.
I've got, anyone else have anything additional they'd like removed? I've got cards. Someone wanted to speak on items number 20 and 22, but they're on routine action. Did they? Oh, you already spoke on 20. Okay. I've got someone wanted, John, we've got 13 is being heard separately. Excuse me, I've got Esther wanted to speak on item number 22. Did you want that item heard separately?
Not necessarily.
Well, I have to hear it separately if you want to make a comment. Did you want to make a comment on?
I just want to make a comment on it. I'm not looking at
Okay, come on down. You can. It's mine. You can make a comment on 22. Okay.
Okay. Esther Lucibello.
If you could pull that microphone forward and down, whatever, so it's comfortable. There you go. Great.
Esther Lucibello, 8070 West Russell Road. Item 22 is just east of our homeowners association. We would be sharing a wall, excuse me, which our homeowners association has installed. It's a 6-foot wall. We've been waiting 18 years for this park, so we're very pleased to have the park, and thank you for that. We would just ask to prevent people from taking shortcuts through our complex, that you consider extending our wall with some kind of device that would keep people from jumping our wall. The walking path will be going right by our wall, and the habit of children is to take the shortcut to their home, which would be jump a wall and get to their homes behind us. So that was the only comment I had to make for your consideration, and thank you again for that
Park's
part.
long overdue up there. We've been working on that. Is there anyone from Parks here? No. No? And I don't have Tiffany here today. Sue, would you do me a favor? Get the information, refer down to Parks, give her a phone number, and call Parks or call Karen in my office, and we'll put you in touch with them to just make the comments so we can
Thank
get
you very
their
much.
cooperation. Thank you
Thank you
very
for your
much.
time.
Appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else have any other items that they would like heard separately? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the routine action items with the exception of item number 13 is going to be heard separately?
Mr. Chairman, now I'd like to make
Now I got you.
now I'd like to make my disclosure that I would abstain on item number 7 as my staff was involved.
And you voted on the minutes, but you're abstaining on number 7. Gotcha. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Brown.
On item number 18, I will be abstaining on the Howard Hughes property in the Las Vegas ballpark. I am an employee with the Las Vegas 51s.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner June Kiliani with an abstention on item number 7 from MK and abstention on item number 18 from LB. Initials for the commissioners, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, Larry Brown. LB3 is abstaining on number 18. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
The next item is item 13, UC 18343, holdover use permits for the following: a convention facility, exposition hall, a public quasi-public building and facility with accessory commercial uses, and outdoor live entertainment. Waiver of development standards to allow construction noise levels during nighttime hours, which is 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Design review for a convention facility, exposition hall, and outside display area on 47.4 acres in a PF public facility zone in the Mudwin Overlay District, generally located on the southeast corner of Las Vegas Boulevard South and Elvis Presley Boulevard within Winchester. Commissioners, after a number of meetings between the Convention Authority and interested stakeholders, the following additional conditions are proposed by staff. The first is the owner will provide a landscape zone between the public sidewalks along Paradise Road and Elvis Presley Boulevard as a buffer to the marshaling areas of the exhibit hall. The landscape zone will include a ground cover planting area of at least 8 feet horizontally from the edge of the sidewalk, where a secondary planting area of at least 12 additional feet, such that the total horizontal planting depth is no less than 20 feet from the public sidewalk. The landscape zone will include a continuous solid decorative wall located approximately 20 feet from the public sidewalk and will be no less than 12 feet in height. The wall will be designed to create an aesthetically pleasing backdrop to the landscape buffer and color and texture consistent with surrounding neighborhood screen walls. Ground surface lighting will be included in the landscape zone to provide enhanced visual effects during nighttime hours. The next is the eastern facade of the exhibition hall will be designed to include architectural metal panels of varying textures and/or colors to create an aesthetically pleasing building elevation facing Paradise Road. The docks along the eastern side of the exhibition hall will be covered to a depth of no less than 35 feet, the loading dock width of 25 feet, plus 10 feet coverage on tractor trailers parked at the dock with a permanent canopy. The canopy will be designed and constructed with a commercial-grade tensile fabric, decorative metal, or a combination of both supported on a structural steel frame. The next is, as a condition of granting a waiver of the noise restriction for nighttime construction work as detailed in the Clark County Title 30 Development Code, the owner will restrict the number of nights for construction that require the waiver to no more than 30% of the available nights from September 12th, 2018 to January 1st, 2021. Additionally, the owner will provide the adjacent property owners with a 48-hour advance notice for nighttime construction associated with the waiver and will hold quarterly public meetings with the adjacent property owners to provide a 3-month schedule of anticipated nighttime work on the project. And finally, all conditions are subject to administrative review by Clark County Comprehensive Planning for compliance at any time during the construction of the project.
Good morning.
Good morning. Terry Miller with Cordell Corporation. I am the owner representative for the LVCVA for the Phase 2 expansion of the Convention Center. Thanks for allowing us to come here this morning and talk to you regarding the project. And specifically on the record, the LVCVA is prepared to accept the conditions as read into the record. With that, I'd like our architect, Rob Swedberg, to talk a little bit about the specifics of those items. So if you would please, Rob.
Great. Thank you. Rob Swedberg, TVS Design, Atlanta, Georgia. So the first of the design conditions relates to the wall along Paradise. And so when we met with the neighborhood group, asked them for what they would like to see, they referred us to the wall along the Turnberry. So this is modeled off of that wall where there's a landscape zone, a decorative fence that's consistent with the fence that goes around all the LVCVA properties, and then another landscape zone, and then a screen wall. And the screen wall is solid, and it has 2 different materials and colors that make a pattern on the screen wall. The second is the facade of the building that faces Paradise Road. And so this is set back a fairly good dimension from Paradise Road, and would be parts of that wall will be seen over top of this screen wall that I just described. And so what the neighbors asked was for us to provide some architectural treatment on this wall so that it's an attractive wall. And so we've conceptually have a wave pattern that's made up of different colors and textures in the wall that addresses the wall design. And the third design item relates to the covering of the loading docks. And so this is a traditional loading dock, so it's the 25-foot dock. And what happens is the tractor trailers back up against this dock, they unload whatever it is, and then it's taken either by forklift or cart into the exhibition hall. And so this canopy would cover the loading dock area and then the first 10 feet of the trucks. So the primary loading and unloading activities for the convention center would be under this cover.
So as most of you are aware, this project has been through a pretty significant public process. Starting back in 2015 with the governor's Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee. We met for 15 months making presentations on a monthly basis to what this project is about, how large it is, the economic vitality that it creates, and certainly its size and its general configuration. It was then followed by 6 months worth of work with the governor's oversight panel that was put in place by legislation. I should point out that, again, legislation was Senate Bill number 1 in the special session. It established the size of the exhibition hall that we have to provide in terms of the 600,000 square feet, and then all the ancillary facility parts that go with that exhibition hall. As we move that forward, of course, the LVCVA board was also very much a part of the process. And as the LVCVA board is public, again, the public process was adhered to. As we came here last month to request approval of the design and the use permit and the waiver of the noise restriction, we were tasked by Commissioner June Kiliani and asked if we could meet with her and some of the constituents surrounding the area. And we did so on June 21st. If we could get that up on the screen, I would appreciate it.
Could I ask the booth to put that up on the screen, please?
So on June 21st, these are the items that we discussed with the commissioner and with the representatives from the Westgate, the Turnberry Towers, and Spring Hill Suites. And as you can see, there are 8 items here that we discussed on that day, on the 21st. And Commissioner June Kiliani tasked us with coming back and responding to each of these items with our comments, our ideas, consideration for each of these items. And we did so on Thursday of last week. And as was read into the record, those concessions were brought forward during the course of that effort. And as I indicated, we are ready and willing to accept those conditions. But you can see that there are a number of items on here that we rolled through. This has been a task for us to continue to move through design to get to a point where obviously we're prepared to move forward with construction. I think everybody again understands that this project was established as a need-based project for the convention center, but also as an economic opportunity for not just Las Vegas, Clark County, but also Southern Nevada and Nevada itself. We are committed to delivering this project to the Convention Authority by January 1st, 2021 for the opening of CES. So we have a very strict schedule to meet relative to our design and construction timeframe. We're at that point where we have absolutely no float in this schedule process. Through the process that I just illustrated, we made commitments based upon the Legislative Act. We've continued to obviously work through design, whether it's for the oversight panel or for the neighbors, and we're at a point now where we are asking you to approve our use permit and the design and grant us the waiver on the noise restriction based upon the presentation we made here today and what was read into the record. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 13. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 13, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 3-minute limit.
3 minutes is all I need. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of Westgate and Spring Hill Suites. First of all, Mr. Chairman, if I might, I need to thank Commissioner Chris Giunciliani. We wouldn't be where we are now if it weren't for her great efforts and the efforts of Nancy. And all of the conditions she read in the record are in fact conditions that we discussed and agreed to. Now, I want to make it absolutely clear that we are not in any way suggesting that this project should be delayed or derailed. We understand it has to be approved today, and we appreciate that. There are just a couple of things I want to mention, if I might. The comments about the wall were absolutely accurate in terms of Chris Giunciliani made it crystal clear. She said, I want that wall to look like the wall at Turnberry. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't, and I've been assured by LVCVA that that's a gorgeous wall. I just am not sure that that's the wall that is like on Turnberry, and John Delabos is going to speak to that issue. With regard to the building, again, this is a significant improvement over what was offered. Commissioner Chris Giunciliani made it clear she wanted to see kind of the concept turn around, go from the front of the building all the way along Paradise. Please judge for yourself if we're there. I'm not saying this isn't a significant improvement. I just don't know if it's what the commissioner requested. With regard to the covering of the docks, we understand that they're doing that. We appreciate it. We need to make sure, and LVCVA committed that it would be a decorative, aesthetically pleasing cover. Now, that gets to the final point that Mr. Siegel here will speak to, and that's this is the Spring Hill Suites right here, and this is their expansion site, and this is the marshalling yard. That particular yard creates significant concern for Spring Hill Suites. They understand that the LVCVA is saying we can't cover it, and we appreciate what they're saying. And Stephen Hill has been absolutely, all of these guys have been absolutely upfront with us. When I was here a month ago, I indicated that I didn't think we were treated with the respect that we should have been treated with as property owners on Paradise. That has completely cured itself in the sense that they've met with us twice. They've been meeting with us in good faith. We just are not sure we're there. And so we would like to just have continue to discuss how the east side of Paradise can possibly be jazzed up, if you will, so that it represents the corridor that we all want to see there. So there'll be 3 speakers speaking about different elements on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kempfer. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Delabose, 2877 Paradise Road, Suite 1002, here representing the Turnberry Place Homeowners Association, not Turnberry Towers. They're a little far away. I'm here to talk about the wall because that was something when we met was completely ignored as far as its aesthetic appeal. And on a major street like Paradise Road, we kind of questioned that. We thought, well, you know, we could understand it if it were behind another building or hidden from view, but why would you try to make a major thoroughfare, which we look at as the strip number 2, because there's no more land on the strip, so what are we going to do now? Well, we're going to go to Paradise. Steve Wynn's going to Paradise. Jackie Robinson's project's going to open on Paradise. Westgate wants to come forward on Paradise. So Paradise is going to be a new entertainment corridor. And should it be an ugly entertainment corridor? We would hope not. Our wall at Turnberry is significantly attractive. It's significantly landscaped. We have gone through several itinerations of that in order to achieve what we have now. So we've actually saved you a lot of money because we've spent a fortune perfecting that prototype for you, just so you know. And we feel that what we have got now is a beautiful presentation for people to drive by and for them to not be completely shocked by ugliness. And that's all we're after here. We're not after derailing the convention center project. We're community supporters. I've been a resident of this town since 1959. So, I mean, you know, I have a stake here. I've had my businesses here. My life is here. That's it. It's all here. However, I do care about where I live. If this were another neighborhood, I'd be caring about that neighborhood just as much. And I think that all of you here all care about your neighborhoods and the districts that you represent exactly the same way. So we're asking you for the same buy-in that we hope to garner from those that are going to build in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Good morning. Eric Siegel from Gem Realty in Chicago. We are the new ownership of the Spring Hill Suites, and we're very excited to be investing in Las Vegas. That's a town that's very much on the move. You got new stadiums, you have high-tech companies, you have logistics centers. That's the Las Vegas that we're entering, and we're really excited about investing in your community. We're really, truly thankful for the time and seriousness in which you've taken into consideration our concerns and you've met with us, and that's very meaningful. Please know that although GEM is new to the community, we've been here for literally 1 year, we've been very proactive in reaching out to the LVCVA team from the very first days that we've been here, approximately a year ago, to express our desire to work with them to make North Paradise Road corridor an exciting part of the center's expansion. Regrettably, they rejected the large majority of our concerns and working with them in private, not trying to come into the public forum, not trying to put you in a difficult position, 9 months ago from the first day. Thankfully, from Commissioner G, we've been able to get to this, what we think are the minimum points if you're going to put this type of use on Paradise Road. And ultimately, that's the heart of our concern. We just feel that the current design does not bring life and contribute to the long-term development and activation of the North Paradise Road corridor. GEM, as you may know, GEM has the right to develop another tower on the site, an expansion tower. We actually met, as soon as we acquired the site, we actually spent the money and came up with a different scheme. This is what we acquired from the people who built it. They're also a Midwest company from Indianapolis, top flight company. We came up with a concept of a lower density, maybe. If you could turn that. Sorry, thank you. Doing a lower density office scheme that would bring life. And the point is, we don't know if it's the right feasible concept, but it was, let's bring life and do something that's great for Paradise Road to continue on past the convention center. And unfortunately, what we've sort of, and I only show this to you, I don't know if this is feasible, it's just, again, that we've been very proactive from the first days in trying to work with the team. And we're quite honestly not sure the best solution. We know that there's potential alternatives with the pending Kitchener property acquisition may bring. And as all the neighbors...
It's upside down.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. As all the neighbors, we've ultimately had very limited amount of real information that we've been given from the team. And, but the design absolutely requires that the loading docks and the related marshaling activities must be placed on Paradise Road. Then we respectfully request that they may be housed in an environmentally sensitive and architecturally pleasing enclosed structure, which is a project of this magnitude and location of this nature warrants. And further, our building elevation, the roof lines should be carried around, and it should have a befitting Paradise Road. Please know that we have significant regard for the professionals of the LVCVA project team and their commitment to project budget and schedule discipline. And with recent addition of Steve Hill to the LVCVA leadership, we are confident with the right mandate from the board, we will find a true win-win long-term solution. We stand prepared to immediately commit the resources necessary to work with the county and LVCVA project team to find solutions that will make this center even better for generations to come. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Scott Menke, Paragon Gaming, representing the Bennett Family Trust, the 9 acres at Sahara and Paradise, as well as Westgate. We're the managers of the Westgate Hotel and Casino. Very appreciative to the commissioners, especially Commissioner G and the staff for meeting over the past few weeks. We are here to very much support the LVCVA, the County Commission, and the actions to further enhance tourism in the state and additional meeting space. We totally understand the importance of the timeline, the budget, but more importantly, I think that we also understand the importance of the Paradise Corridor. Not only is the Paradise Corridor becoming so much more significant from traffic, but this is really the corridor that needs to be elevated from a guest experience from the millions of people that are coming to our city to experience this amazing convention center. So, I believe that we echo the concerns of our neighbors at Turnberry and Spring Hill Suites. We would like to see the landscaping be increased. We would like to see more specificity in what the detail of the architecture, the materials, the design is along Paradise. We want to be very involved in the transportation study that's going to happen. We continually find out that it's 2-3 new entrances off of Paradise and possibly an additional signal. So, all of that means a lot to the Westgate property. And we also believe that there needs to be some continuity, and us as landowners, or I represent the Westgate and a landowner on Paradise, there needs to be some continuity for that whole corridor because it's all going to be important to us. So, whatever standardization of the look, the feel, the activation, the guest experience is very important to what I think this very significant corridor to our community is going to be. With that, I appreciate it, and I again applaud the staff, the commissioners, the LVCVA, and look forward to getting this project going forward.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 13? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Did you want to try to respond to some of those before I turn it over to the board?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Terry Miller with Cordell Corporation. I do want to respond to some of the comments that were made, specifically with respect to Mr. Kempfer's comments on the beautification of Paradise and wanting to have the east side of our site along Paradise beautiful, I think was the word that he used. That's exactly what we intend to do with the landscape buffer that we are showing. I think what's missing here is what we discussed last week at the meeting on the 12th, is there needs to be something that happens on the other side of Paradise, because directly opposite our site is a significant area along Westgate that is their marshaling area that abuts their convention center. And there is no landscaping zone other than the berm with the aggregate and small trees. So I am the first one to agree about the beautification of Paradise, and I absolutely believe that what we're proposing for this buffer in the landscape wall is consistent with that. And with respect to John Delabos' comments, my apologies, Turnberry Place, I appreciate the correction. Turnberry has a landscape scheme that works great for their residential community on that block. The reality is that landscape buffer is backed by a wall that is their parking garage. So they have a similar situation to where they have a backdrop wall. It's a lot taller because there are 2 levels of parking garage behind it. So I don't know that, well, I do know that the motif for Turnberry isn't what should be done at the convention center, but what should be done is just as beautiful a landscape scheme, and that's exactly what we're proposing here. The LVCVA has been very consistent about how it creates a landscape around all of our property, and what we're doing with this condition is actually stepping beyond what we have done around all of our property relative to our landscape buffer zone, the wrought iron fence around our entire property. So we do believe that this is an enhancement. I think also when Eric Siegel came up and started talking about the design, let's not lose sight of the fact that we held an international design competition. We had 12 interested architects. We narrowed it down to 3 international architects that came in and actually had a design competition, a very public design competition. Each of those presented a design that was very similar in terms of its layout. And the idea that Paradise shouldn't be the load-in, load-out area is inconsistent with those international design competition ideas, and it's inconsistent with the entire concept of convention center development and creation. So from that standpoint, I think our design speaks for itself relative to where we've been and how we got to where we are. I think also the suggestion that things need to, quote, change relative to how the facility is created and is designed. Again, for the record, and Nancy may want to rebut my comment, but this design is within all of the guidelines and all the ordinances set forth by Clark County. So we are not violating anything relative to the design. We're not violating anything relative to the use of our site. And of course, the waiver that we're asking for allows us to keep a schedule that right now is extremely tight. So with that, I'll stop and turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. That being said, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you, and thank you again to everybody for the 2 meetings that we were able to have. Unfortunately, I was initially presented a completely different design where the Paradise was the actual access point, and then it was changed afterwards. And I think that was something that was used to promote the project before the competition had been completed. But that gave many of us a false sense of what was going to happen on that corridor. Paradise is very key. I live within about 8 blocks away from there. I use it on a regular basis, so I know what the traffic flow is like as far as the ingress and egress. And when all of a sudden the loading docks were on that side, it was very, yikes, what are we going to do here? So, but we've had a couple of different meetings. I think there's still some things we need to flush out. So let me ask staff this one question. Remind me on the pedestrian bridges, the touchdown is where the current one is on Paradise and Convention Center, but they're readjusting it for the design, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any other pedestrian bridge that I know Drew has one looking at going across.
Drew is looking at one going across Elvis Presley, but that's going to be closer to Las Vegas Boulevard.
Do we do a study to see if there's a flow that needs to maybe have an additional drop? And I don't know for sure. Any place midway, or is that just, it's too congested if we do it that way?
Actually, those are items that come up when they do their traffic study and they do their pedestrian study. So in the negotiation for the development agreement, that's something that can be, if necessary, type thing.
Then I would ask that When's the traffic study due to be completed? Eric, do you know offhand?
No, they've talked to us about the parameters of it, but typically the traffic study isn't done until after the entitlements. So I'm not sure what their schedule says. I have a copy of it. I just don't have it in front of me.
Do you know offhand, Terry, what your schedule is for traffic study? Sorry. I'd like to see it sooner rather than later, and I apologize for not asking for this before.
For the record, Terry Miller with Cordell. I believe, Eric, in our process, the return comments from you are probably 3 or 4 months away from right now, and it's at the end of the year, thereabouts, as to when that approval would actually come forward. So the traffic study is in the works as we speak, and then once Eric has it, his staff reviews it, comments, sends it back to us. We make adjustments according to the comments. And then it's part of the record.
Okay, so then it becomes part of the development agreement, or will it stand on its own?
From our standpoint, it stands on its own. Yeah.
Is there a way that we could review it by like November?
I'm sure. Like I said, they have a very aggressive schedule, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so let's take a look at adding something that reflects that so that it also looks at the pedestrian component as well as the traffic impact there by that time. And we could have a small group administrative review, but I'd like to sit in on that if that's the case. And I want to make sure that Eric, your folks are from Spring Hill, and then from Westgate, your traffic engineer that also takes a look at those types of things to be part of that conversation. Then in addition to that, number one that Nancy read into the record, I want to show you, because when we had the one meeting, and I know you came back with a new design on the landscaping, but if you can put this up on the overhead, I still believe for that east side now that it's going to have docks facing it, that we do mirror for the continuity down Eastern, or down Paradise, the Turnberry without palms, of course, because the wall is there, but it really is intense, and I think that intensity needs to be there. And this is what it looks like if my phone is working correctly. So that's what we're looking at versus what they came back with the second design, but it's still just a wall and not as inviting. And this really then would pull that corridor together. Westgate is planning some expansions that come into play. So at that point, then they could take a look at how they just do their design facing Paradise on their side of it. But I think for continuity on the east side, it softens it and it makes it look less industrial in our face. So my recommendation will be on number one, Nancy, to say to mirror and consistent with the Turnberry Place landscaping without the palms. We will consider wrapping and that landscaping as well around the Arco. The owner is out of state right now, and I've been trying to reach him to see if he would agree. We may need to work out something with who pays for that part, but I think that gives us then that continuity if we're able to do that surrounding part. Then I'm going to request a design review on the covering for the dock areas. There's different ways they can treat it. You showed us some designs. I even went and found awnings that make it look softer with different lighting. So, I'll throw that out there as well. But I think at some point we can have the work group that will include myself, Turnberry, anybody from the Drew if they wish, Spring Hill and Westgate, so that we're working together on that part of it. We did ask for the flow, and I don't know, Terry, if you showed it on how you're going to treat the siding of the building that faces Paradise. Did you have that new? Because there's a wonderful ribbon that flows, and we asked that they at least kind of continue that so it looks less industrial.
Terry Miller with Cordell. So this is the image that we have shown, and what we were doing was basically taking the swing of the ribbon into the panels that we're creating on the side of that wall, right, so that it does replicate the curvature.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out because you did accommodate that, and we'll just make sure that flow stays in when we have any final, because we're approving design review. What I thought we had before wasn't it, and we want to see what comes back. So that's just for I hope people are comfortable with that part. The colors are going to change. They're going to be softer, more desert colors, including on the current building. So those facades where the gray is now will change out to match this, I believe, so that you have a full campus is what the architectural intent is, if I'm not correct. Is that right? Okay, then we talked about making sure I'm screening the fencing during the construction with a wrap that maybe mirrors what the convention center will wind up looking like, some kind of pictorial, so that they do that in Europe all over the places, so you actually see what the building looks like that you're putting together, so it gives people a good visual scheme on that part of it. We talked briefly about what the rooftop would look like, and right now it's just a simple white, but you said maybe there might be some architectural elements that could soften it or breaking it up from the viewscape from looking down, and shouldn't cost anything. It's like, I don't know how to, stamping it or something along those lines, because you even have that in your current design. You had some kind of treatments on there. It's more painting and lines and such. Terry, I'm looking at this one. Yeah, like a facade-ish, but on the roof. Sorry. This was one that...
I'm not sure what you're looking at, so if I could take a look at it.
Yeah.
What we have on the roof is, again, a very thick mill, what's called an EDPM.
That's not it? Okay.
This is not ours.
Okay. Oh, that's Getty Images. Okay, I had so much stuff in my notes. But see how they treated it? You could even do it by breaking it up by painting or something, so that it's not just one solid piece. And we talked about that.
So I don't want anybody to misconstrue. There will be an upcharge to do whatever you're suggesting. So relative to what we have on that roof as its membrane is the most efficient program that we can have right now. Typically, what will also happen when roof colorations happen, they do it with the aggregate, and they have different colors aggregate. We would have to take a step back, so to speak, on our roof composition, which we don't want to do because we can't afford to have leaks in the exhibition hall. So the roof that we have on there right now is in fact exactly what we need for the top of it.
Show us the roof again.
What you're seeing.
Excuse me, Terry, could you take that one down?
Take
Because
that one
I'm just
down.
going to confuse people with whatever you have
Yeah,
up there.
exactly. Do you have a copy right now or something you put up with the rooftop by any chance?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
So this shows the entire facility, where this large space is the exhibition hall, and this is the meeting room, and this is the ribbon that we have that steps up over the lobby space. And that's where we have perforated areas on that canopy that will basically be the source of the uniqueness from the views from afar. So you'll look across the exhibition hall and you'll see what is basically a lantern that illuminates itself at night, and then during the day it's perforated with these openings that you'll be able to see. So that's where we're turning the eye's attention.
And then point, just so everybody sees where the Spring Hill is right now, and then where you're going to retreat the other. Yeah,
So
like
Spring Hill is
there.
is right here.
And then
Turnberry Place is here.
Right.
Westgate is here.
Okay, so see the gray lineage that overlines the loading dock area? That's where we're asking that they soften the design, not actually duplicating the ribbon, but that architectural panel
on the east
piece
side.
would go in there on that side
Yes.
of it.
Along the entire
Correct.
length of this wall.
Correct. And then, thank you. Screen fencing. So November for the traffic study, we'll reconvene a meeting on that part of it. The marshaling now, so Mr. Jasinski, where do we marshal trucks currently, semis? Thank you, Terry.
She was saying thank you to me.
Oh, two Terrys. That's
Two
right.
Terrys at the podium.
Everywhere we go, two
Thanks, Terry.
Terrys. For the record, Terry Jasinski, VP of Operation for the LVCVA and Convention Center. Our marshaling is very specific to the 4 halls. So there are individual marshaling yards for the South Hall, the Central Hall, and the North Hall. This will be our 4th zone for what will eventually be the new hall. And they're in proximity to the freight doors and the loading docks in 4 different places.
And it's about approximately 115 to 120 trucks is the anticipated number. And if you looked at the pictures of how they surround everything on site.
I might clarify that a little bit. That example was for what we call our peak, what you might call Easter Sunday. So typical shows at the convention center range from 50,000 to 200,000. That was for the 200,000 person show CES example, which was meant to show that we could accommodate our largest show. typically, on a day-to-day basis, that number is probably about half of that for the majority of our business
Do you
throughout
have
the
a
season.
schedule that we would be able to
Sure.
incorporate so that we could take a look at that? I'm just thinking, do you have extra space for other marshaling? Because what if we did a 50% has to be someplace else and not so impactful in there? That might ease the covering, the amount of covering potentially over the dock area. Just food for
Well,
thought.
I think that business model already exists. Our two major business partners, GS and Freeman, have incremental marshaling yards
Right.
at their facilities on the 215. So there already is that business model in the community where marshaling yards are used in numerous locations.
Right.
This would continue in the new hall as well. Trucks come and go during cycles. So what happens on the first day of move-in is different than what happens on the second day. So sometimes those trucks from the first day are moved to the 215 marshaling yard. It's really a business model that GS and Freeman have worked out the kinks and have really created a sense of efficiency, which results in our building being very easy to use, very efficient for the trade show partners to move in, and in fact, cost effective for them to move in and move out. So we're trying to maintain that integrity with our design, that we're known as a building that's flexible and easy to use, and in fact, cost effective to use. So I think what you're suggesting already exists.
So we tend to focus only on the large semis. You're going to have other trucks that are coming and going as well, correct?
Well, I think the only thing of substance is the food and beverage deliveries for the food and beverage provider. So on the other side, there are 4 to 5 loading docks to get our bottled water and our food supply. That's pretty minimal. Again, those probably happen they don't happen in the middle of the day.
And they'll come
They
in
happen
off of either Elvis Presley or
Yeah.
Convention Center
Okay.
after you
Yeah.
purchase the other property.
But in comparison, it's not a material use of traffic.
So when you say the peak tractor load, there is a business model, because I remember when we required GES to relocate their
Right.
loading area when we looked for a spot out by the airport off
Yeah.
215. Is there, that may just, if we didn't have the volume parking there, then it might allow us the ability to not necessarily, especially if you're not wrapping Spring Hill and all that fronts Paradise. I don't know. I'm just trying to think, and I apologize because
Yeah.
I didn't bring this up in our meeting last Thursday night, but
I think that the integrity we want to protect is the ease of use. So when the show breaks, another business attribute we have is we can move out quickly. GS and Freeman can get into the building. So the trucks that they have first in, last out, now become last in, first out. So the trucks are there and ready to go. So within 30 minutes of the show breaking, the first round, which may be 10 or 15 trucks, is ready to go, that they're not calling them in by radio from the 215 or another zone in the Platinum lot, and there's this rotation. So I think there's a little bit of a misperception that they're all there at once. It really is an 8-hour day, a 10-hour day, where they're rotating a number of trucks through as they're called up and ready to get to the loading dock. There's enough forklifts to move the traffic from the inside of the exhibit hall to the loading dock to the semi-truck.
were we able to check and confirm whether or not, I know it's an OSHA requirement, but that the beeping could they turn it off once they're on site?
So we didn't investigate that any further than establishing that it's an OSHA site and it'd be a contractor's issue. We wouldn't
Do
be.
you mind when I know you're negotiating with your contractor, just ask them if
That
they
we
could
are.
find out that might help minimize some of those impacts that are there. I think we did something one time, but I know it's an OSHA
Yeah.
requirement, but maybe there might be a way to get around that part of it. We talked about screening the towers, the 2 towers?
I'm sorry, screening
the towers?
the towers.
What did you call them? I didn't make that up. By the roof. Did I write I wrote the wrong term down, not towers. You anything that's on the rooftop, you're going to have screen.
Oh, we talked about the cooling towers,
Cooling towers,
and
thank
they're located on the other side of the exhibition hall, so the visibility is already
awful,
controlled.
okay.
Yeah.
And let's see. So we still, okay, so we've got at least the dock area covered in some design, and you'll come back with that. There's still the issue that's raised about the covering of because of the marshaling component. So maybe part of what I need to do is just, with that monthly meeting, we will continue to work together to see if there's a way to soften that, to ease that impact conversationally with the same team. I'll continue to look for things, because by the time this gets done. I don't want you to have steel poles in that impact how many trucks are going to be there, but some of this was done by design, which happens. They did not purchase the Kishner property yet, but they have now, and they're in discussions on closing that part of it. And we even tried to flip the building to see if it could go the other direction, but the argument is because they haven't signed off on that property yet, they really can't design it so that it takes up a portion of it. So as we see sometimes in zoning, not just with you all, that people by design create problems that we have to try to work through. So that's part of what's happening here. So the noise, we are going by the calendar, right, John, that was provided to Turnberry, the submitted calendar that's there for the noise at night. And then,
Commissioner, can
Yes.
I interject? So whatever calendar they have that was provided, because they were still negotiating with the contractor,
Correct.
it's just a draft, shall we say? That's why they have, we're requiring that they meet quarterly, and they have their calendar quarterly, but they're also going to give a 48-hour notice on top of the quarterly meetings providing the calendars.
correct, and that was number 4 that
Right.
you read into the record.
Right, because I don't want to rely on a calendar that they may not be able to adhere to because they have not finished the negotiations with the contractor, from what I understand.
Okay, John, do you want to come back? You'll need to come up, sorry.
John, yeah, you've got to be at a microphone.
John Delabose, Turnberry Place. The calendar was intended from the LVCVA, if I'm not mistaken, as a general overview to give us some kind of an idea of what their thoughts were and how many nights they would need to pour and what the construction schedule was, but it's by no means firmed up. That is just a general outline.
Okay.
We're still awaiting, as I'm sure they are, that same information so that we can have a better handle on what's going on. And then, of course, contingent upon that calendar, we would then be given those 48-hour notifications as Cordell would be able to release them for us.
Yeah, and those notifications don't just go to Turnberry. They go to Westgate and Spring Hill and as well. And if Drew, when it's open, if that's the case. So so the 30% was based on whatever we firm up on the nights on the calendar at that point. So we'll continue with the quarterly meetings on that part till we have that framed out.
And if I can interject, the 30% is very top of the scale. They're anticipating more, and it doesn't mean that that 30% is 24 hours. It could be till midnight. So
Right.
it's just any hours between 10 p.m. and 6
As
a.m.
anybody knows, when you're pouring concrete, there's just a different amount of time for cure time in those parts of it. So we're trying to anticipate that. But that's the main part. Once they have the framing up and they're internal, then it's not an issue any longer. So it's really laying the pad.
Right.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, I think I outlined a few extra things. Do you have any comments? And Mr. Kempfer or anybody have some additional comments on what the discussion was?
Well, do you want to open the public comment back up here?
Yeah, if you don't mind, then I'd like.
Okay, anyone else wants to come back up and speak again on this one?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner June Kiliani, thank you. Just a couple of points of clarification. One, the wall is always intended to go around the Spring Hill Suite, so I want that,
Yes.
if we could, please, make sure everybody's clear on that. And then secondly, I'm not sure about the roof line. Maybe you could is that roof line going to be as the representation here, or is that something that we're still going to look at to see if there will be any kind of articulation with the roof line facing east? I'm not sure where we are on that.
Nancy.
So the roof line is going to be similar to what they noted, but Commissioner June Kiliani would like a design review to talk about the covering over the loading dock. So I think that probably will be finalized at that point.
So we could finalize both the roof
That would
line
perfect.
and that.
If we could do the covering, the loading docks and that roof line and how that looks at the same design review, then that would be perfect.
Okay.
So. I think that's all that we needed to clarify. Thank you.
And we'll continue to discuss. Yes, John.
John Delabose, Turnberry Place. I have just one comment/suggestion to be considered during this process, and that is when we do go back for the design review on the east side of the convention center and we take into consideration in concert with that covering of the loading docks, my thinking is that we might incorporate that as one package, and perhaps the design could go from the corner along the side of the building and incorporate the loading dock area so that the pieces look like they belong together and that they fit so that the flow that they're trying to establish around their property is actually continuous and isn't broken into various areas depending upon whether it's the convention center side, the east side on Paradise that's convention center building, the dock loading area that's over here. And I think that ribbon that they tried to foster, if that were continued, which was in Eric's picture of the Nashville, Tennessee Convention Center, would go a long ways toward accomplishing that, because you would get a continuity that would envelop the entire site and wouldn't look like it was slices of pie that were later tried to be put back together into one whole.
That's personally what I always envisioned when we talked about the ribbon. Then you can actually incorporate, it could come out a certain amount and it flows acts as the covering for that area. And that's what so we'll still continue to talk about that, because I think my dad, like I said, he was an architect, and I think architects can come up with many different things. So
they're very gifted.
They're very good. So we'll continue that discussion on what that actually winds up looking like. But at least we've got to the point where we will do the covering.
Anybody else for the public hearing that's back open again?
Thank you. Eric Siegel, Gem Realty Chicago, Spring Hill Suites. I just want to add that, to the extent we think it's really important, if we're going to have this type of use, that it should be environmentally enclosed and and it's budgetary thing.
It's upside down. Picture.
Oh, thank you. I did that 2 times in a row.
That's okay.
Thank you. It's a budgetary thing, and we don't take away from that, but this is really important. It has a significant impact, and a building of this nature, if they're going to do that, I think that the commissioners have all thought potentially, alternatively, if you could relocate 50% of this and make this an open park or green space, it would do so much for the community and for the road. I think it would be very meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. So we'll continue to have those discussions about how to cover the marshaling component, and there could be a potential for some, depending on...
Wait just a second, Terry. I've got control back here.
Yes. Okay.
If somebody else want to speak during the public hearing, because I'm not opening it up a third time, so... Anybody else want to speak during the second public hearing? Okay, now I'm going to close the second public hearing. Now you can come on up and answer Commissioner G's questions.
All right, Terry Miller with Cordell Corporation. While I respect where you're going with the concept, I want to state for the record that we're at a point in this project where we don't have time. And quite honestly, if we find ourselves in a 2-3 month design process, quite honestly, I will report back to the LVCVA, we can't guarantee opening for CES. When we talk about that east facade and we talk about creating a panel system that creates an articulation similar to what's on the I-15 side of T-Mobile, where you can see a pattern, that's one thing. If we start to stray and start talking about creating something that is sticking away from the building, bringing the ribbon around, now we're talking about construction materials and purchasing of what are pretty significant lead items. And as we are in negotiation with the contractor, we have to have a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price, in September in order to meet our date. We don't have the time or the luxury of time to continue down the road with the design. I have absolutely no issue with coming back to either an administrative review that says, okay, you've met what was put forward in the conditions of. But I struggle with coming back to design review meetings at a time when we're trying to actually build the project and, quote, buy the project. So I'd offer that up as the owner rep for the project. That's a significant concern, certainly from our side. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Hill will kill me if we had any further delays. I don't want to go there. And then we're very sensitive to that part. And the design is lovely. It's just there's self-imposed problems that create an issue for the neighbors in the area. And maybe we all learn from this and make sure that we've involved people from the get-go. But be that as it may, I think, did you show them the flaggy thingies that you came up with as a potential concept? For the covering for the docks?
Commissioner, who are you asking the question?
Terry, for the docks, did you show? Yeah.
So what we had indicated is that we would create what is basically a tinsel fabric structure on steel support that basically cantilevers from the face of our building to cover the dock and the portion of the trucks that are obviously back up against the docks themselves. I described on Thursday sort of a similar motif that exists on the departure curb at San Diego Airport, where there is a structural column and then the struts come out and then there's a swoop that allows the fabric to connect to that point. And that's what we have envisioned here. And to your point, the canopy design would be consistent with what the Eastern architectural character of that wall would be. So one would live with the other in terms of the family of design.
Commissioner, can you put in mic?
Sorry. At least they'd mirror up together, so it's
Right.
not looking like it's been piecemeal together. I think that was part of the concern,
Right.
is to not make it look like that part of it.
Correct.
No, I don't want to do a series of design. I'm not suggesting that. I do think, though, I know what I envisioned, what people saw, what we thought was going to happen, and so I think we have one more meeting once you all design what your final piece is that you bring to that committee, so that at least we are all on the same page for what you're expecting then, expectation-wise.
So would we make the design review administrative and it would
Yeah,
go-
we could do administrative
okay.
as long as we involve the individuals that I spoke about then. Okay. Any further comments from the commission?
Do you want to make a motion so we can?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I would make a motion to approve pursuant to what staff read into the record as well as the items that I read in, fixing item 1 to reflect the landscaping on Turnberry Place with sans palm. That number 2, 3, 4, understanding that the calendar will still be worked out for the nighttime opportunities. We'll do design review as an administrative design review, but include myself, Turnberry, Eric, Westgate, so forth. And then the screen fencing during construction, traffic study be completed by November, and we do an administrative review on that, again, with those same individuals involved in that part of it. And then as a group, I may call meetings periodically. We'll still continue to discuss the marshaling concept of how that might be a way to ease some of the burden there, but not through, we'll just continue to discuss the marshaling issue. Oh, Rob has a question. Can I make it administrative and have people involved? Is that the issue?
Normally administrative reviews are administrative, but I want to make sure that we can get neighbors however you want this done, because I don't want to slow up the project, certainly. And
Right.
You definitely can consult with the neighbors and then with their input, then make the administrative decision. So yes, in a way, if that makes sense. You can do an administrative approval after consulting with the other.
I don't see us redesigning if that's the concern. I just want to make sure what we're being told that we're going to get is what we're going to get. I think so it's more with consultation, but if staff all of a sudden says, wait a minute, that's not at all what we had in this public discussion, then staff is free to say, nix it, if that's the case.
Well, and if we get to that point, then they'll have to require a design review as a public hearing. We'll have to bring it back to
Yeah,
the
staff
board.
feels at that point that they're not
Right.
complying. So let's say it's administrative review with consultation from the individuals that I named.
Right, that's the better way to phrase it.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion, and now I've got commissioner comments. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah. I'm not even sure what direction has been provided today, and I can just see it in 30 days or 90 days. This administrative review is going to raise the expectations of something that can't be done. So, and I apologize, and Commissioner, I would like at this meeting, from the timing standpoint, to really get specific about some of these conditions. For instance, the wall. You'd like Turnberry. I think Turnberry has identified their homes as something special. I particularly don't want Turnberry's design, nor do I think Westgate is going to come up with their own design. I would think that the wall issue, as long as you raise the bar as far as a mature, lush, but to say we're going to replicate Turnberry, I'm not sure, at least from my perspective, I'm not sure that's what we want.
Mr. Miller brought up the proposal that they had, and if it should be on the dais, so if they could, this is what they had proposed after looking at Turnberry. Although you see dark, what the dark is a different coloring in the wall, but that's what was read and that's what we interpreted in our original condition, was something similar to this. So you have the wall in the back.
To their credit, it's a residential oasis in the midst of this district. This isn't residential. This is a convention center, and with it comes all the other stuff. So I don't mind putting a high standard and make this the most luscious landscape ever for a convention center, but I'm not sure to replicate Turnberry is the right thing to do. Anticipating, I would see along Paradise everybody's going to have their own sense of identity. And then on the wall, I heard it's going to wrap around, and are we doing the gas station?
The intent was always to wrap and continue the wall behind the gas station down around the corner to where it's all their property.
Do we, Mr. Miller? Just so you understand, because I don't, what wrapping means, how far down on a map.
Can I get an overhead of what we're talking about on the wall? And I'm agreeing with Commissioner Brown. This is what I'm concerned about with this design review, that Commissioner G, you're going to get there and in 30 days. Well, I didn't think it was going to be that. That's not what I thought for the wall. And then they're going to get slowed down, and he's not going to be done in time, and we can't have that happen.
We can't slow this down. If there are issues, they need to be resolved
today.
Because within 30 days, when our GMP is due to the authority, we're voting on that in September?
Yes, sir.
So that's 2 weeks prior to that on the agenda?
Back up about a month is when we have to agree with the contractors.
And the expectation to our stakeholders here, I think it's a false expectation that having a design review in 30 days or 60 days may mitigate some of their concerns. I'd rather address them yay or nay today so we don't have any false expectations. So do we have a map that shows what the wraparound is going to be?
For those that are listening, the GMP is the guaranteed maximum price.
I would request they bring up two then, one of their boards that show the site plan, and so they can show the wall, and then the second one to show the facade that they're proposing, and actually point out and explain it.
Terry, why don't you show us with a pen or your finger, just trace where the wall is going to go. So Commissioner Brown is correct. We need to work out these details today so Commissioner G is happy with them, and you don't face this in 30 days in a meeting with Nancy.
I appreciate that. So what we have here is Paradise Road, Elvis Presley Boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, Convention Center Drive. The proposed wall that you see above, actually leave it on this site plan for now, goes from, it's on Paradise, and it goes from the corner at this position all the way across to a point adjacent to and at the corner of the Spring Hill property. We have agreed that we wouldn't have a landscape wall, but we would have a wall that then wraps around the Spring Hill Suite property here.
And how high is that wall, Terry? Have we?
So it's no less than 12 feet. We have an entry at this point that will have landscape around it. There will be a wall that separates our marshalling area from the ARCO station, which sits here in this white box. And then we pick up our landscaping again along Elvis Presley Boulevard to a point at the entry of our convention center along Elvis Presley. And
so there's no landscaping on those couple areas, so everybody understands that.
There's no landscaping on the ARCO corner. There's no landscaping in front of the Spring Hill Suites.
Is there landscaping along the wall around Spring Hill?
No, just the wall around Spring Hill.
I'm just pointing it out so that
absolutely.
Now's the time to have the discussion.
The gas station perimeter wall would likewise be a minimum of 12 feet?
Yes, it'd be consistent with whatever the wall is, or the wall that we wrap Spring Hill with.
All right. And then on the landscape issue,
So what we have proposed, as presented here, is a double layer wall, and that's represented by this white component and this darker component, so that there are two walls back to back. And the dark one would be approximately 8 feet tall, and the tallest one would be no less than 12 feet tall, so it gives some depth to that back wall. In front of that back wall, there will be a zone of 12 feet that indicated here with the larger, higher tree and vegetation. Then we would install our typical LVCVA black wrought iron fence so we can stay consistent with the campus. In front of that wrought iron fence would be a lower planting bed of 8 feet. And obviously the sidewalk is at this point. So from the sidewalk all the way to the face of that wall would be 20 feet in depth of landscaping. And then that's shown here again. What you see here is an opening where our truck service would come in off of Paradise. We are also committed to having an opaque gate so that the pedestrian can't see through at that point either to the marshalling area. So we are securing that visually.
And perhaps from the design review, Nancy and her team would know better than I, but would want it as lush and mature as possible. Well, are those lighter areas on the lower part of the wall? Are those architectural indents or pop-outs? Or?
You nailed it. Yes. So again, we don't want just a blank wall, even though we have the lush landscaping in front of it. We want to be able to see some texture to that wall. So those are pop-ins where we actually stop the outside wall so that there's some architectural character to the wall itself.
And then on the second issue, I just want clarification on it. Is the east facade the T-Mobile curve?
Yes.
Just and during my meeting with Mr. Kemper and the folks, we talked about it, and I told them when it was raised to bring that same architectural feature on the front of the building around. I said cost would be the determining factor. So what I'm hearing today is that it would not be what is on the other side of the facility. This would be built into the facade as just a design element.
Yes.
And again, a design review in 30 days, I don't want the expectation to be that it's going to be something different to a large degree.
Yes.
The size, the width, the curving, I guess that's part of it, but that would have to be resolved by the time we kick off this.
Correct.
Design project. So, and Commissioner G, I'm not sure where your expectations are on that, or...
I got to get legal to jump in here in a little bit. Rob, where we're going with this, I've got comments that want to be made, and I understand and I totally get that we're on a real tight time crunch here. Terry's basically saying, don't expect something that I'm not telling you I'm going to deliver you. There's cost implications and consequences that relates to this, but I understand where Commissioner G is going, yet at the same time, I don't want in 30 days the neighbors to say, that's not what we wanted, and him say, well, geez, as I told you, this is where we're going to go, and now this project gets delayed because he has no days, basically, you have no flex in your schedule at all, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, John, I don't know what I don't want to open the public hearing again, but if you got a specific question, Chris.
Well, mine are very specific. Very specific. Number
so we're not opening that public hearing. Just make your comment, and then we can.
Mine is three specific questions, basically. Number one, is it the intention for the landscaping to then resume on the west side of the wall that goes around the Arco station and head up Elvis Presley along the Elvis Presley side of your property that faces Turnberry, or is that going to then go into a reduced variety of landscaping that's going to look similar to what's already existent?
Yeah, so I'll be very specific. So the wall that is on either side of the ARCO will be just a wall.
Right, exactly.
When it picks up here at this point.
Yes, sir.
And all the way to the point where we have our entry here will be the same landscape wall and condition as we have along Paradise.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. My second issue, you're talking about the indentations in your wall, that you have the recesses that Commissioner Brown correctly identified as those in this area here.
Yes.
My suggestion would be that to enhance that and to create even greater depth and make this look really meaningful, that those recesses, then if we're going to do some landscape lighting, which has already been thrown into this mix, that we put some in those recesses going up against them, and that will create an even greater depth and will go to the architectural feelings that you're trying to create, which by illuminating that area, you'll actually be offsetting everything you're doing, and I think it would look way more impressive than if it goes dark at night. Just a thought on that. And my third thing has to do with the canopy that you're talking about, the docks that we had and the swale and all that. And I understand where Terry's coming from in that it isn't the intention to bring a covering that extends out over the public sidewalk and over that area around the building and tuck it up to the dock. But perhaps we could do something in a narrowed version of the same tensile type covering, and even if it's independent of the building, so it wouldn't require a modification of the building structure, that carries that same theme around the building and ties it up to the front, and therefore it would be independent, so it wouldn't necessarily have engineering requirements, but it would also keep in theme and form what's going on in the dock area, which is in theme and form what's going on in the front, so then those two areas would be joined and not have a break in between. So you would actually get the same architectural salient details without necessarily going through and creating them pro forma, bar by stud by piece of metal, and that would be more expensive, whereas this, my suggestion, would be much, much cheaper. Just a thought.
Thanks.
Okay.
Commissioner,
okay.
yeah.
Other commissioner, I think Commissioner Weekly want to jump in here. I know you're not done. I know you're not done. I know you got more.
But I also want to comment that
okay, keep
my
going.
only comment, then I'll
Larry's
pass
going to
my-
keep going here.
Is during my meeting yesterday, the question to John was, why didn't he participate in the design competition? He should have submitted a bid early, because his comments today and in my meeting were spot on. So I'll come back after Mr. Weekly.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you, and I know this gets a little kind of confusing, but in terms of what Commissioner G is asking for you today, I agree. If we're going to work these conditions out today, this is going to be vitally important that we hear, and I'm not sure, Rob, how we reopen public comment, because Commissioner Brown serves on the LVCC committee for the LVCVA, which has to come back and submit these, I would say, these conditions. To the
what I was
LVCVA
thinking of
board.
doing, and I apologize for interrupting, is they've made it clear that they have to move this forward today. Commissioner G's made her feelings known. I fully understand that and wants to protect the neighbors. But there's only so much flexibility going to be able to go into this review, be it administrative with neighbor help, be it administrative with whatever, and not to give them the impression that there's going to be changes that are going to be cost-wise substantial or time-wise substantial. So I think the sense is up here that we'd rather work through these details, Commissioner, and then at the end, we'll open the public hearing back open with no more comment from up here. But then we'll open back up. So you keep going item by item with the LVCVA, and let's work it through, and then bring it back for the commissioner comment, and then we'll open the public hearing back up. Does that work for you?
I appreciate that. Thank you. And we do have Mr. Ryland Cotter and Mr. Hill in the audience with us today as well, if we need them to address any of these concerns that you may have in reference to our timeline. But again, I just wanted to just kind of differentiate here. Commissioner Brown is on the LVCC committee, and they work very closely with our owner rep that will bring these, they brought their recommendations back to our full board, but keeping in terms of our timeline, we do have our GMP item that we have to deal with in September, I believe. Rossi, am I correct that that's Rossi and Steve, it will be on that agenda?
And I've got the chair of the LVCVA here to answer those questions that might come up, so you're take over.
Ha, ha, ha.
Gotta get through this, Larry.
Good morning, Rossi Rowland Cotter, CEO of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and good morning to everybody. Again, as we've talked about this project, which really started back in 2006, this has been a customer-centric process. This design and this project going forward is with the input of our customers, and this building needs to be able to function so that we can, for many years to come, keep our #1 ranking in the United States and North America. We've been #1 in conventions for 24 straight years, and this building is designed to do that. What the architects have come back with and what Terry Miller has come back with is a project that satisfies the needs of our customers. We have to remember that this is all about the customers and how we can be efficient, how we can maintain our ability to move conventions in quickly, and the fact that we run about 70% occupancy, which is a full building each year. That's going to continue. We are booking into the year 2032 right now. There's about $23 billion worth of business that's been booked through this process. So it's imperative that not only do we complete the project on time, because CES of 2021 is waiting for the new space, but also that we complete the rest of the remodeling of the building we have, and that we need to bring it in on time and under budget, because anything that is a major cost to the project itself can impact our ability to provide the amenities for our customers. It's all about the customers who are coming in. Our projections are that over the next 7-8 years, there'll be 16,000 more rooms built in Las Vegas. There's some under construction right now. That means to equal the amount of occupancy that we currently have, we need 4 million more visitors a year. That means we need more conventions to come into the destination. And so all of that really factors into what we're doing with the project. So on time, under budget is critical. I've been given some numbers of anywhere from $30 to $50 million on covering all the marshaling areas. Well, that would be about 7.5%, 8% of our current budget. So again, we would have to take away the things that are going to keep our customers coming back from the project itself. And so getting this resolved now, because we have to be able to satisfy not only CES, but we've got a whole list of shows that will be utilizing that facility once it opens up. So I think together all of us can do this. I like the ideas of the community, the neighborhood, talking about let's take a look at from Sahara all the way down to Desert Inn on Paradise, and developing the developers who are going to be coming in with projects to do things architecturally and pleasing to the eye for everyone. And so that's a good start with that. But we have to maintain our ability to do our job to bring people here, creates jobs. It's good for the resort industry, and so I would appreciate your support to move this forward, because we've got a really tight time frame.
Okay, what I would like to do then, Kristen, tell me if you can work with me on this one. Let's come up with I know we've already got to deal with the landscaping, the marshalling yard, the ribbon around the building. I don't know if you had a couple more.
I want to add the recessed lighting, because we did bring that up.
Okay, the recessed lighting, so there's 4 of them?
Basically, so let's
do them one at a time.
One at a time. So on the landscaping, I'll agree not to have it look mirror, I think the language that you've got, but why don't we make the approval, subject to approval of the landscape design with more lushness that's there, rather than the mesquite trees and the chunkier things.
Terry, you want to come up? Who's going to agree that you're okay with this? Terry, Rossi, Steve, who's going to?
On behalf of the LVCVA, we would agree with language that does not say mirror the Turnberry.
Right.
And that the species, the planting density is to be reviewed by through the administrative review.
Okay.
Okay. So we good with landscaping?
Right.
And the wall. Let's get the wall.
We wanted recessed lighting, and I know, Terry, you didn't agree to it at that time, but there should be some recessed lighting that goes along that corridor that makes the depth better, as far as especially within the cutouts that you.
That was included in the condition.
Okay.
It is included.
All right.
So we're good on recessed lighting.
Yes.
Everybody's good?
Yes.
Landscaping, let's go back to what you want.
So here's I think just more lush, and the staff knows, and we can work through that part.
Okay.
I don't think it's anything that it doesn't have to mirror. It's just but it softens that whole corridor so it doesn't look so much. And then Rossi, thank you. I apologize for not acknowledging this morning. Maybe LVCVA, maybe you already have plans as you're redoing your frontage along on the west side that you then, whatever we come up with, could mirror some lushness so that you have a continuity for the whole campus itself. So that would be, and then hopefully then Westgate and Spring Hill will deal with it. I do have a question though with regard, so the wall that goes around Spring Hill.
Okay, wait, Commissioner, so landscaping, we're good.
Good. And the
now
lighting.
wall.
The wall. The wall.
Height and where it goes.
Behind Spring Hill and the station. Is there
Arco.
a way to do it? Are you doing it to mirror, it's the same wall so you'll have indentation so it won't look so blocky? Or are you just looking at a straight brick
Cinder
wall?
block.
So as Spring Hill's traffic moves around, elevation changes.
Why don't you put the map back up again, so I don't want any confusion, if we could, about what's going to be put where. So you tell them where you want.
The direct answer is it'll be a single layered wall that wraps around, and it's because Spring Hill actually has some elevation to it, so it won't be a
12-foot all places.
12 foot off of the.
But it
Right.
will equalize itself as it goes around.
So what I can commit to is that it'll be the same as the tall wall of that double layer. So you just won't have that brown wall with those undulations to them, those indentations, because it just can't happen all the way around Spring
Will
Hill.
you have decorative rock at least, or stone, or?
There's nothing there to decorate, so they have a short wall that goes around their property. We're basically going to put a wall next to that wall.
Are you asking, Commissioner, what they can do to enhance the appearance
Yeah,
of
I'm
that
just
wall?
trying to-
She's asking what, give me an architect, what can you do to enhance the look of that wall that's going to satisfy the neighborhood?
So we'll use some kind of a burnished masonry unit that allows it to have texture.
Burnished masonry sounds
We'll
great.
have some color to it, so it won't just be a whitewash block wall.
Burnished
Architectural.
masonry. You got that?
An architectural masonry unit will be used.
And then Spring will have to deal with, when you do your construction, do you even want to keep your smaller wall or allow that to act as your back wall so you don't have the trash pickup and things along those lines? And that might be something when they're doing their design they may want to consider then on that part. So that will be behind Spring Hill and the Arco station till it wraps back around with the actual landscape.
No, you didn't agree to the Arco station? You agreeing to the Arco station as well? No, he's not agreeing to Arco station.
That was good though.
Okay, see, we're going to be specific here.
So again, the wall around Spring Hill will run around the south side of Spring Hill Suites, the west side, and the north side. And it'll stop as it gets out at Paradise. We will then have our landscape components at our gated area, our gate rather, at that opening. And it'll stop, the landscaping will stop. Then we'll have another decorative wall, no landscaping, that goes along the south side
Is
of
that
Arco.
burnished?
And
It is a
yes,
burnished
it'll be of the
masonry.
same quality, so when you're standing in the marshalling yard, you'll see the same block. And then when we get back out to Paradise with that single wide wall, we'll pick back up on our double layer wall and the landscaping. And it'll go from the corner where we hit Arco all the way to the cut opening where we have our
Where your
vehicle
entry.
access.
Okay.
So is the intensity of the landscaping the same there as it is over on the?
On the Elvis Presley, it'll match
Yes,
and
sir.
mirror what's on Paradise.
Same intensity?
Yes, sir.
Same burnishing, everything, same
Yes,
plans,
sir.
same, got it, you're working that with Nancy, okay, next.
Same lighting. All that.
Same lighting?
Yes,
You
sir.
good at the same lighting, okay.
Okay, third. Steve, what did you have written down for your third?
I've got a ribbon.
The facade.
The facade.
I know, John, I love your idea. You and I are kind of on the same wavelength, but we need to understand they're not going to be able to do that with the financing piece. So I'm comfortable personally with what they did come up with because I do think it mirrors it. I think the issue for the review is just making sure we actually get what we're being told, and we have the color scheme and everything else that's there, so people their expectation is absolutely understood on that part of it, along with the covered component. I think that's, I would love to have had the ribbon wrap around. I think architecturally it would have been better, but I can't
Nope.
get there.
We're going to come
No,
back
we're
to
not
the,
gonna- thank
we're
you,
going
John. I
to do the public
appreciate
hearing
it.
after we're done with the whole thing. We're open, you're going to get another chance. But it's going to be after the end of this whole thing, okay.
So what they showed us, it's tenseled, but it at least gives the element of blending in so that you're pulling it through. And I think that that's better than what they had on the initial part of it, because it looked too industrial and it didn't match the rest of the campus.
So let me be very clear. So this is the wall.
Correct.
And we're basically making the architectural character out of the different size panels and colors of the panel that
Correct.
we'll use to clad that wall.
Correct.
Okay.
You're
And
good with
T-Mobile's
that.
a good example. So when you
Yes.
come back for the design review, show us the actual colors and what it looks like. So
Understood.
that's part of it.
And,
Nancy.
and the condition is the eastern facade of the exhibition hall will be designed to include architectural metal panels of varying textures and or colors to create an aesthetically pleasing building elevation facing Paradise Road. I mean, that is their requirement.
That coordinates. The whole point is if they want the campus, and the campus should be, and that's the wording, that's the intent, is that it
Consistent with the
Consistent
overall
with the
design
overall
of the
theme.
of
Yeah.
the building.
Okay.
Okay, I've got one more hit. The marshalling yard was a big one. Now, I'm understanding you're claiming that the Commissioner Terry asked for the 50% on marshalling yard. You're already doing 50% because the other half you're saying are over on 215. Am I right?
Correct.
So now, but they're still going to have 65 during the slow times or the normal times and 130 on Easter Sunday type day, right?
Maybe, you know how we're doing, you're going to get us a construction schedule. Is there a marshalling schedule that you do for each shows? And I don't know if that's how you work, Terry, now currently or not. So
But
is there a marshalling plan that you do for each of the halls currently?
It's a choreographed and orchestrated process where, quite honestly, radios connect back to Freeman as to when they can release their vehicle to come
Right.
to the site. So there is that kind of integration of how that march of the trucks happen.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick has done back of the house, so she has a question.
So let me ask you this question, because I agree that trying to put a facade up over the marshalling is too hard, because some of the width of those trucks are too wide or too tall, and you'll have nothing but a backup of a nightmare of things trying to move, right? People don't understand. It may take us 5 days to load in, but within the first hour, 3 or 4 trucks are out. So what I suggested to Commissioner Giunciliani is maybe in order to keep with the intent that we are going to be keeping trucks moving and we're not going to bottleneck all of them, that maybe GS or Freeman on the large shows such as CES or the bakery show or the mining show, that we could be able to kind of explain, because at the end of the day, we're going to get the calls from the residents, right? The residents would say, oh my gosh, I can't get in off of Paradise. I mean, it's no different, right? Pizza show comes and they smell the pizza, but they don't know why all these trucks are everywhere. So maybe there's just a way for us to kind of communicate the message of what's going on, that, and GES and Freeman will typically know what those numbers are because they too have to coordinate with you all. So I'm just saying that maybe in lieu of trying to cover all the marshalling component piece of it, just give us a schedule or an update. And I got to believe as part of the BEOs or whatever that you know what's coming, that you could just send that information to us on your large shows over 50,000, because that's really where you're going to see the peak, so that we have something in front of us to be able to explain to residents what the expectation is. That I was trying to make it simple, because it's a piece of paper and it's a click, because trucks are giving time schedules, trucks are giving expectations on where you meet, and I know that it's really a push of a button as opposed to creating some big marshalling thing. So that was just my suggestion.
Yeah, and I know that the LVCVA does have a system in place where they do communicate throughout the neighborhood of things that are happening. So I'll turn to Terry and say, yes, we'll do that.
And yeah, you can provide it to us, and then we can make sure that the same individuals that are part of the, what did I call them? The consulting,
Okay.
are made aware of that, similar to what we're going to do with the 48-hour piece, but
okay.
So we understand the marshalling component. So those are the main
So
things.
are we good on the marshalling yard? And
Yes,
the covering?
as much as I know Spring Hill would love a covering, They had to explain about the engineering and the posts that would have to go in, and then it would interfere with the trucks getting in and
Right,
out, and
knocking them
and
down,
then
sure.
it adds more cost factor. And we're not trying to stall that part of it. In the future, let's learn to work with our neighbors.
So
ahead of
I've
time.
got landscaping, marshalling yard, ribbon, recess lighting, wall are all done. We have not talked about construction schedule yet.
Construction schedule on number 4, the way Nancy read it in, I don't think there's any differences other than understanding that the current calendar is just loose right now. They'll have a tighter calendar that they'll provide to the group, and we'll work off of that for the hours of construction in the evening. And that'll be provided to all the same
good with that?
individuals as well.
So the only,
No.
the
Okay,
only,
go ahead.
no, I'm good with one caveat, and the caveat
Okay.
is, again.
Give it to me now.
What we have given has been a preliminary, so what will come from the contractor will be what we provide. And
Correct.
that is subject to change based upon construction.
And we
efforts.
understand that. I mean, I understand
As
that.
long
I
as that's
think-
understood, then we're good with that.
Yes. And that's
And
why
the-
we did the
and-
percentage not to exceed, because regardless of what you come back with
Right.
after you negotiate with them,
And the condition is really that they provide us a 3-month schedule, which they're going to have, so, and provide 48 hours notice. So they're actually being very, very forthcoming, knowing that there might be some flexibility needed.
sure.
On that specific issue, and I have no problems with the percentage and the quarterly updates, but in the event that there is a situation where they're delayed on the nighttime work, or, I don't know, this cement or workers or whatever the case may be, they would have the ability to come back to this board and say, look, at unforeseen circumstances, we need 32%. I just don't want anybody to think that for whatever reason, if they exceeded 30%, then the project shuts down. So they would at least have the ability to approach the board.
Absolutely. I mean, I understand construction well enough to know that nothing ever goes exactly as you planned it in the first place. And so we don't want to impede anything, but I think the 48-hour notice is what's more important for folks, for their guests, and for the residents that are in that area.
Okay.
And then we also had this, we agreed to the screen fencing during construction, just wasn't something that it may have been in the long list that I haven't looked at in a while.
Green fencing during construction.
Oh, screen fencing.
Screen
Screen
fencing.
fencing.
Yes, so we
Green
did talk
screen
about a
fencing.
construction fence around the project, which is required, and we
Anyway.
will create it such that, as Commissioner Giuliani said, it will have some kind of a image on it of the project to come, et cetera. It just won't be a white painted plywood construction wall.
A little advertising, promotion in Las Vegas is good. We're good with that.
We're taking promotional bids now.
Promote, there you go. You might want to get this meeting on
And then
that sign so everybody can see it again.
Thank you. Then the traffic study will be completed by November, and that'll be, right, Eric? That's where
Eric?
Sorry, it's Eric. It's on
No,
Eric.
I missed it. Say it again, please.
Traffic study.
Traffic study by November.
Yeah, we've already got a note, and we'll, I'll make sure they have it processed by then, and we'll let you know when it's close so we can set up the meeting.
Okay.
Did you want that pedestrian and traffic study, because you mentioned that before?
Yes. I think it helps everybody to know exactly what your pedestrian needs are going to be over there as well.
And that's going to be dependent on the pedestrian bridges you brought up earlier?
I don't think there's any new ones anticipated. I think, but I just wanted people to know that at this point,
Okay.
there's probably not a need. Now, if at some point Westgate needs to do something different, there may be some
Right.
piece
Okay.
that comes into play on that part of it. But
Okay.
that'll be negotiated, I would assume, within the development agreement if there's anything necessary on that part of it.
Okay. So when you're done, I'm going to
think
open
that's
the
all
public.
I had,
Okay.
yeah.
That's all. Terry, did you have any additional ones?
No, sir.
Rossi, Steve, Terry, anybody, nobody's got any additional ones? Okay. Nancy, we're in agreement on how this is all looking?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing back up because we made considerable changes here. Rob? Okay, but I'm not inclined to make a lot more changes from this public hearing, but I'm going to open the public hearing at this time on item number 13 with these items all being part of the discussion. Mr. Kempfer.
Yes, Chris Kempfer again here on behalf of Westgate and Spring Hill Suites. What I have to say is not helpful at all, but it has to be said. I very much appreciate the consideration that's been given, no question about it. It's better for most everybody on all of Paradise. But when you look at this, you would have thought with these internationally renowned architects that somebody would have said, hey, Tom, aren't we kind of screwing that guy there, right there, the only one who's still on the property, by jamming all kinds of 18-wheelers all around him? I mean, there's nothing we can do, I understand. Maybe we can do something with relocating some of the trucks, but nobody in this project, nobody is affected like that particular property. And I don't think adequate consideration, maybe it can't be given, but it should have been given at the very beginning, and there should have been some allowance made for those folks. Now again, not very helpful to you, I know, not offering anything different, but I'm just telling you that was a mistake. And it's a mistake that unfortunately we may not be able to work our way around. Thank you.
Comment.
Commissioner Brown and I've got a comment on that too.
And Chris, I just respectfully disagree. And after our meeting, I had a long conversation with Terry Miller as far as the different issues involved, the options about marshaling, and then we heard it today, but I want to reemphasize that this whole design has been done by people that do these convention spaces all over the world. So to say that they missed something, that's not true. The marshaling yard and the choreography that goes into it, I didn't understand it until last night. It really comes down to the efficiency, which ties directly into the pricing, which makes us more competitive than anybody with some of these new facilities. It gives us a competitive advantage. And the numbers, the Easter Sunday scenario, that may be a couple days, but there's also going to be days that there's nothing but empty covered docks and an empty parking lot. It's probably in the dozens during the year we have nothing going on. Now, there's no taking away from the fact that the trucks are there. I gave a lot of consideration last night and tried to put myself in the position that I'm staying at the 15th floor of the Spring Hill Suites, old tower or new tower. And I'm looking out the window, and some places around this city and around the world, you look out your window, you look down, you might see a park, you might see air conditioning units. But a view from a hotel is, I'm not sure the important thing is looking down. It's the vista that we look out to. And that component, that marshaling, the truck, the efficiencies, the choreography, it is inherent in the convention center. So as much as we can mitigate or make as efficient that function of the convention center, that's just the way it is. Especially since they did go back, and I challenged Mr. Miller last night, they did go back and look at some of the options that were presented as far as underground, partial covering, total covering. So I think it's a necessity, and at the end of the day, this project is about being competitive, stealing every convention that we can, remaining number one, which the beneficiaries will be Spring Hill, Westgate, our gaming industry, for room capacities, occupancy, ADRs. I mean, at the end of the day, this district, the convention center function is just a piece of this district. The Westgate and their investments in the future, Spring Hill and their investment in the new tower, other development that is going to come because of the convention center expansion. We need to get through the construction, because at the end of the day, this corridor will be just an outstanding piece of the entire gaming district.
Okay, I'm still in the public hearing. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing on item 13? The other thing that, Mr. Kempfer, you might want to look at as it relates to Spring Hill, and I'm not speaking for Commissioner Giuliani, far be it for me to do that certainly, but that property now is probably the most valuable in terms of wrapping that property for convention is coming to town in terms of profitability. So if, I don't know what you gave them. Didn't you give them a couple, 3 or something?
The Spring Hill.
To wrap, remember to wrap the,
I don't think the fencing,
no, the wrap the side of the hotel. Remember the big,
oh, the side, yes, we allowed them to do that. Normally, we didn't, but I did allow them to.
but I think you had a set number. It was
Correct, a set number of wraps on the building for advertising.
you might, maybe would
Maybe
be
there's
willing
a
to
flexibility on
give
something.
them some
along those lines.
flexibility there and let them, because that's going to be extremely important.
Yeah,
Right,
6
and
or
that would be
7.
in the future since it's not part of this application.
It's not part of this application. It was just a discussion point.
Yeah.
You're right, yes.
I think we limited it to like 6 or 7 a year, or something.
It
I
might
can't
have been
remember
that, yeah.
now. I can't remember now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else during the public hearing on item number 13?
John Delabose, Turnberry Place. Just one comment on, I understand the T-Mobile Arena exterior, and the only thing that, and I do understand the additional cost that would be associated with protrusions on the building that would extend it out over the existing wall that's there. What I would suggest is that since they're going to use a similar model which has inherent in it the ability to manipulate panels of different colors and different sizes and different textures, that they do take into consideration the swale that stops at the corner of Convention Center and Paradise in this panel wrap, and at least in thematic, although not necessarily in extension, continue that swale on the side of the building with the paneling in the color that corresponds to the existing swale, and then have that continue over the loading docks as well, thereby achieving what I was intending to bring out in the first place, which is continuity.
John, don't run off. So I think, Terry, what he's talking about is on that design, you start the paneling about midway, if I'm not, is that what you're speaking of?
It doesn't appear that it really links up to what's going on Convention Center. It appears like it's mainly dressing the east facade of the building. And what I'm thinking is, in light of your suggestion, which we all like but is not feasible at this juncture, that we take the design component that swale represents that stops at Convention Center and Paradise and simply mimic it in panel architecture, if you will, panel color, panel texture on the east side of the building, so that you get that same ribbon. It isn't extended probably more than, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 inches, whatever those panels can be recessed and brought forward and pushed back, but that color theme and form continues along and ties up with the docks that are beyond it, so that when you stand back at the west gate and you at the look at the property, that you see continuity that starts over here on Convention Center, goes around the building, and although it doesn't have that same depth, it does have that same theme and form, and now it takes this side of the building and brings it all the way along, thereby not only enhancing what you've got, but you keep the same theme and form, and things look uniform and unified without necessarily building anything different.
Is the pictures up there, Terry, so we all know what we're talking about? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I might say again, Terry Miller with Cordell, with all due respect, I think the way you have it written in as a condition that we create this in the architectural character of the building is what we'll do. And we need to come back and provide an administrative review. And if the administrative review suggests that we didn't, then we'll redo it. But
good.
That's perfect.
John,
thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you. Anyone else during the public hearing?
Kirk Siegel, Gem Realty, Spring Hill Suites. Again, I'm really thankful for everyone's consideration. Commissioner Brown, I really enjoyed our interaction last night. I think you're very thoughtful and fair in your approach. But I think a couple points. One is the time factor. It's really frustrating and hard for us. We've approached them 9 months ago and tried to we got no movement for 6 months. It's only till Commissioner G were they even willing to go a little bit, and now it's like we're the horrible people because we're holding it up. It's tough. It's really hard on us, and I'm sorry, but I don't, I'm not sure it's genuine. Okay, so the roofing line, we're really I know it's ultimately budget, and I don't take away the importance of budget and servicing your clients. We live customer service every day. It's our DNA, and we're here investing because you guys do a great job at it, but we're very sensitive to it too. The concept about the roof, if they could show, is that this was an example of a project that actually the same architect did, where they have the roofing penetrating out around the building. That's the front, beautiful facades, etc. But also when you look at the back side, they continue the penetration, the coverage, the swales, etc. And that's very significant. And it's just versus the team, just what they're proposing is very, very different than this. And we like those metal panels, but it's just not. With all due respect, it's very, very different than what this is, and this really breaks it up. Second, you can look at they've created not only they created an interior loading area to go into the loading docks, and it sort of creates a much better streetscape. They have different types of materials. I know budget. Again, we're very sensitive to it. We just think this is for generations to come, and this is really important corridor. We're appealing to you to please help us make this better, and we want to work with you collaboratively, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Eric. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Well, I have a question for you, sir, if you come back up. So this project is kind of the meat and potatoes of why we all exist, right? So your facility would not even exist if these shows didn't come in and all this. So why can't you put some cloth coverings out to kind of put your own facade as well? I mean, why does it have to be everything that I support where we're at today at this point, because I think we've spent a lot of time. I think we've gone through the details, but you too could be the community partner, and you could put some facades out on your properties as you do your new hotel thing. I mean, Commissioner Weekly and I were at a hotel in Tennessee this weekend, and he had to overlook the freeway for a minute, right? So I had to overlook the loading dock, but they were able to put some coverings over on their buildings so that you didn't quite see it. So I think that and listen, the next 2 years, I can't wait to see all these other projects come in along Paradise, because I'm going to remember this conversation, and I'm going to keep with what Commissioner G wants to enhance Paradise. So I'm just saying, what's your plan to make some facade coverings when you do your construction as well? Because I'm solid where I am right now. So, but I want to hear from you, because I've heard what you want, but I haven't heard what you're going to do.
Thank you for asking. Well, I think there's multiple points. First, we're talking about the convention center's property and their marshalling area that's completely exposed, and we're in a really dense urban setting. It's not like the others, and we're all going to be looking down. That's their area. We can't do anything to really cover that. That said, we're wholly committed. I mean, we presented, I think, a very beautiful scheme that would cover our building and would be a very wonderful contribution to the community, whether it be that one or the tower that's actually approved. I'm sorry I didn't bring that picture, but this Spring Hill Suites is built to a very high standard within the Marriott Corporation. It's regarded as one of the highest quality Spring Hill Suites. So we're very committed to being a strong corporate citizen. So but we're really concerned about the coverage. You must appreciate to have, when we got here, this is what we were told was, not told, but this is what the current vision, what they got the stakeholders' approval on. And with all due respect, it's a very different situation. So please don't be upset for us for wanting to do better.
No, we appreciate your input, but we want to, I think she's just trying to make a point. We're all trying to get along. This convention center is so vital to you,
yes,
to us. You've got a property now that I would tend to think that a lot of people coming in town to conventions are going to want to stay as close as they can, and you're as close as you can possibly get right now. So I think it's going to be a huge asset to your particular property and your expansion as you're moving forward. We sincerely appreciate your comments because they were very helpful. But I think we need to.
Okay, well, we agree with you, Commissioner. I mean,
Thank
it's
you.
why we're here to begin with.
I know.
Because of the center, we're investing it. There's no doubt about
Right.
that.
Good partners. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
you.
And then Eric's-
Anyone else during the public hearing? I apologize.
That's okay.
Anyone else during the public hearing before I close it this time for the last time? Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Finally, not be opened again on item number 13. Commissioner Gianchigliani.
And I just want to finally say to Spring Hill, yes, we've already approved your expansion, but maybe, and I think what Commissioner is speaking to is maybe as part of your design, you look at how you can, and I'm sorry, they impacted you, but how you could maybe screen and soften the viewscape down from some of your rooms with design components possibly. And I think that's what she was speaking to in the long run. And yes, let's all learn from the mistake. I appreciate that it was internationally exposed and you had committees that were all, but not the neighbors, with no disrespect. So we've learned something from this. So the future, when Westgate goes to redo theirs, they'll have to, everybody needs to come to the same table. I didn't like getting letters from, Caesars saying in MGM, oh, we love us, and they're not in the neighborhood and they don't understand what the impacts that are there. So while I appreciate we heard from some of our other larger partners, let's just learn from this mistake that I think they should have been incorporated viewscape. Because the original design I was showed did not have the loading docks facing Paradise, and it did not have that design in the long run. And granted, that was what was used to shop around. That's why I think it'll give people ease to say, this is what we've agreed to today, if the motion passes, and when we do that final design review with staff, that we all are on the same page, and it doesn't change again as far as the landscaping and the color scheme and all that part of it. So my motion was to approve with those, with what staff read into the report as well as what we added. Do I need to restate that, or are we okay on
You
that?
good with the motion? Rob, you good with the motion? We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Gianchigliani. Discussion on the motion, quickly seeing none. Please cast your votes.
Mine's not back up, so I'm a yes.
Commissioner G is a yes. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody, for being here for this item. It is now 11:04. We're still on routine action items. I apologize to my colleagues. We're moving right along.
There's not many
And thank
left.
you to the board. I want to say thank you, and to staff, because we did have several different meetings. I normally don't try to get this in a public forum. I usually try to resolve it, but this was an issue that we needed to make sure everybody was as bought into in the process. So
Had to be
thank you.
done this way. Thank you. Okay.
Next is item 24, which is not on routine.
Okay.
DR 1896, holdover amended design reviews for a comprehensive sign plan that includes the following: wall signage, a freestanding sign, animated signage previously not notified, in conjunction with an approved restaurant on 1 acre in an H1 limited resort and apartment AE 65 zone, generally located on the north side of Warm Springs Road and the west side of Gabriel Street within Enterprise. Staff recommended approval of design review number 1 and denial of design reviews number 2 and 3. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval, noting that for design review number 2, the sign should be limited to 25 feet high, and that for design review number 3, the sign should be per plans.
Ms. Lazovich, good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive.
Trust
And
you will be quicker than the last item.
if I can get this item done in under 2 hours, I would say this was a huge success. Okay. So the site is located right off of Warm Springs and west of Las Vegas Boulevard. It is in an area that is master planned commercial tourist. The underlying project is for a fast food restaurant, which will be Taco Bell. This application is design review for the signage for that piece of property. We have submitted revised plans to staff, which were shown at Town Board, and I will show you today, which include a maximum height of 75 feet and also some animation. The operator would like to do something kind of iconic and unique. Obviously, they're incorporating the use of Las Vegas with some animation. They think that sign is maybe a little better and more unique than the traditional fast food signs that you get. However, as we've gone through this, certainly your staff as well as the town board expressed concern at the requested height of 75 feet. So as we're before you this morning, we would respectfully ask for your consideration of the sign as designed, but reduced to 60 feet.
Got it. Does that complete your presentation?
Was it under 2 minutes?
It was under 2 minutes.
Yes,
you
it
did
does.
great. Thank you. This is not a public hearing, but do we have anyone here on item number 24? Seeing no one. Okay, and I appreciate you working with staff, with me, with Tiffany in particular, in coming to a compromise. And we recommend approval for 60 feet per staff conditions with the 60-foot addition. Okay? We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. You beat the last item.
Item 28 is the next item, UC 170900, holdover use permit for a proposed assisted living facility. Waivers of development standards for the following. Allow a proposed assisted living facility to not be adjacent to an access from a collector or arterial street or a commercial complex and allow access to a residential local street. Waivers of conditions of a zone change ZC 100797 requiring the following. Rear parking areas to be gated and locked during non-office hours. Driveway on Gateway Road to be removed. A waiver of conditions of a zone change ZC 162498 requiring rear parking areas to be gated and locked during non-office hours. And waivers of conditions of a zone change NZC 218104 requiring the following. Subject to revised plan, the development being limited to a single story for a maximum height as shown on revised plan. The trash enclosure not being moved from the location shown on the revised plans. The parking area subject to the current zone change for professional use will be limited to parking only for the adjacent office building, no access to the private cul-de-sac on the east property line. Design review for proposed assisted living facility on 2.3 acres in a CP office and professional AE60 zone, generally located on the north side of Patrick Lane, 500 feet west of Land Boulevard within Paradise. Staff and the Paradise Town Board recommended denial due to the fact we feel it's too intensive a use for this site. The applicant did submit a hold letter for this item. They wanted to hold it until August 22nd, 2018. However, we are bringing this item forward to be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Amundson. Good morning, Mr. Stock. How are you?
Good morning, Commissioner Sisolak. Thank you. Arnold Stock, 840 South Rancho Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. And I just wanted to say thank you all for your time. And this is it's very difficult for me because I've never been in front of any public body where we've had the sitting elected official that doesn't support this, but there's a reason why, and I've worked very closely with Commissioner Gibson on this, and he's been very, very good to work with. So please allow me just to take you through this brief timeline of what's happened. I inherited this project through a gentleman that had bought this site. He closed escrow on the site with no entitlements. He then proceeded to present a 3-story alcohol and drug rehab facility, very intensive massing, above ground parking. He simultaneously next door opened or leased a house and had started housing people and took them off site for drug and alcohol rehab. I was brought onto the project by him. I started working with code enforcement because they issued a citation on the house that was occupied. This was during Commissioner Scow's term. It goes that far back. And I convinced him and worked with the code enforcement that the house was to be vacated. Started working with the neighbors in the area. I know a couple of the neighbors for a long time. And by the way, I've been working with this commission since 1989. And I believe it's been a very long relationship and a very, very, very good one. So the presentation is a little unusual for me. So we cleaned out all that, and then we had started some meetings with the town board chair and the town board vice chair and the immediate neighbors. Immediate neighbors being the ones that touch the property line. And during these meetings, we went through uses that would be acceptable to the neighbors. And I presented, because as founder of Veterans Village, we have a very active and open assisted living residence in downtown. It's an 88-bed facility. It's fully licensed, and I'll get to that in a second. So we started going through things, and I proposed to the owner of the property that Veterans Village be the developer, and that Veterans Village opens an assisted living residence there. And so the previous scheme that was presented to the neighbors, and I was not on board then, was a very contentious meeting. It was not an official neighborhood meeting, but it was not a great one. I was not there, and then I was brought onto the project, and so I worked with Ms. Vasquez, who at that time worked for Commissioner Scow. She has been amazing to work with. We've had several meetings. I had 8 neighborhood meetings with the immediate neighbors at the house of the town board vice chair. We've had several conversations, had 123 phone calls. These are just in my notes. 9 follow-up meetings. Been working for this over a year. And we have developed what I believe is a state-of-the-art, quiet use assisted living residence. I've been through several iterations of designs on this. And so a lot of the discussions evolved around the size of the project. The previous one, which is a third the size of the other in Massing. We went from some iterations. Let me see if I have the there. There you go. Where we had all one story. It's an all one story scheme, except on the Russell Road frontage, where it's 2 stories. We had half-level parking, which I've buried. All of the parking is underground now. I've made several changes. I sat with city planning staff on several occasions. In fact, many of the changes that I made on the site plan were made with the planners. And so the architecture is a classic Spanish Mediterranean style, including Spanish arches, smooth hand-troweled stucco finishes, etc. All windows that face any adjacent uses are obscured glass. The site plan developed in conjunction with numerous meetings with the neighbors, as I've discussed. And also on the issue of building height, on the monitor now, there are 4 structures that range from 2-story to 3.5 stories, including the Perini building, which is right across the street. So there's not a. Some of the discussion was, well, everything here's 1 story. Well, and this is obvious that it's not all 1 story. We have an intense landscape buffer around the property, which was all negotiated and discussed with the neighbors. The neighbors eventually signed off, the ones that I was meeting with, on the design, and so then there was another consultant that was brought in that all of a sudden a couple of the neighbors said they didn't support what we were doing. And sorry, I lost my place a little bit. So the use would be, the proposed use is that it is that an assisted living residence for United States veterans who require care where they can't live independently anymore. There's many veterans that are released from our VA hospital, from our local hospitals that don't have this type of care. And we propose that we do the same state-of-the-art services that we have on 14th Street. It's an absolutely beautiful facility. Some of the discussions, and there's sort of typical discussions that happen in neighborhood meetings and when people, get kind of worked up, that we were going to have sirens and ambulances and the SWAT team, and that there's going to be disruption there. And the average age that we have is 79 years old. And so none of that would occur. This would be 24-hour concierge services, 24-hour nursing, housekeeping and linen services, medical and dental services off-site, 3 chef-prepared meals a day in conjunction with Wynn Resorts and MGM Resorts, partnerships with organizations such as the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute, the Cleveland Clinic, UNLV School of Medicine, and Touro University. These are all programs that we have in place now. Wellness programs, resident entertainment by Caesars Entertainment, and basic transportation would be available, and a beauty salon. I was all prepared to talk about the type of things that went on with the neighbors, and I'm not going to. I know it's been a long morning. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's been a very, very horrendous process. Probably the worst of my career. It even topped a bad experience I had up in the Northwest a couple of years ago. If the town board meetings allow this type of behavior to continue, I just think it's really tough to have a fair discussion about issues. It's good to have discussion. It's good to have debate. It's good to have neighborhood input. But this one was just not a great process. So I believe, in conclusion, this site is suited. It is a quiet use. We've been in our facility for 7 months now. I've ran other facilities where we just don't have that. We do our own security. We don't have sirens or SWAT teams or helicopters flying over. There are other 2 to 3 story buildings on the same frontage. The site has intensive landscape buffers. The site design was conceived, developed, and refined and approved by the immediate neighbors. 6 meetings were hosted by Paradise TAB members, as I've discussed, and several changes were made, including a radical change in the concepts and design from a large-scale alcohol and drug rehab facility. A previous house that was also on the site, as I discussed. There's private access to the neighborhood, which is a security gate, which I negotiated with the neighbors. There's no windows that are facing any neighbor, and all glass is open. It's translucent. That is. The architecture is harmonious with the neighborhood. The massing transition is flanked with intense landscape buffers. The site is currently in escrow with Veterans Village as the owner and operator. We successfully operate an assisted living facility, as I have stated. If approved today, I want to reiterate, as I have so many times to neighbors, that our primary concern is to help our veterans who can no longer live independently, to provide a home with respect and dignity to those who have served our country, have put themselves in harm's way, have made several personal sacrifices so we can enjoy the freedom that we have, like we have in public meetings, like we have, such as today. At a time when we see such disrespect and a total lack of honor at some public meetings across the country, I want you to know, Commissioners, I have enjoyed a remarkable relationship with Clark County Commission, planners, and staff over the past 26 years, and I ask you to please consider this proposal that is in front of you today in the name and honor and respect of our heroes. I have a couple of folks that would like to say very few words, if that's okay.
They're going to speak as it relates to the project?
I'm sorry?
As it relates
Yes,
to the...
sir.
Okay, well, then I'll have them speak during the public hearing, okay?
Perfect.
This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 28. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 28, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Go ahead. You got the handheld there? There you go. Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Ronald Perry. I'm originally from Chicago. I'm a Vietnam veteran, discharged E6 as a staff sergeant, and I presently live in Veterans Village. I haven't been there a very long time, but at the time that I've been there, it's a pleasant place to live. The staff is excellent, and as far as the indoor safety, as far as like the amenities to help me move around and stuff like that, all those things were provided if asked for. And as far as the safety of the area, I mean, the area itself is not all that great, but inside the grounds of Veterans Village, it's a community. It's a quiet community. A lot of veterans and people, and we feel safe, and we extend that comfort to anyone who comes in. I now volunteer there, even though I can't walk, and that was important for me because it gave me something to do, so that I didn't just lay around in my apartment and be inside my head and feel sorry for myself. The staff there at Veteran Village gave me a purpose. Everybody knows that if you feel like you belong, then you perform better. You know, and that's one of the things that Veteran Village has provided for me. They gave me a place where I feel now that I belong, so I can overcome some of the challenges, personal challenges I have, and I'll say it right now. Those challenges pertain to substance abuse, and part of the problem I used to have is boredom, where I would sit around and have nothing to do except get in my head. And Veteran Village understands that, and they extended me an opportunity to work around there, and that helped me to meet people, and it also helped my self-esteem. Again, my name is Ronald Perry, and I live in Veteran Village, and I would recommend it to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your comments and for your service.
Wendy Grant, Veterans Village, a staff member. I live at 1150 Las Vegas Boulevard South. I've been working with Arnold Stock and Veterans Village for 5 years. I've known Arnie for about 10 years. I met him in a challenging point in my life when I needed to learn how to do some things such as getting approval for other outside community efforts for other endeavors. And one thing I know for certain, I listened to everything that happened the other day in the town hall meeting, and there were some comments that were made that I personally would like to address, like questions of 300 plus vehicles coming in and out of the property would create a bad scene for the property, the people that have made residence there. As we all know, in a public setting, you're not going to see 300 vehicles in and out of one facility at one time. I know in our facility there's continuous traffic flow, but it's just one or two people. You know, it's not 50 people at a time, and it's a regular flow. But one thing I know for certain is that the veterans who cannot provide for themselves, they don't get out and they don't drive all day. They don't stop the traffic. They don't harass people. They ask for help when they need it. And hopefully we are able to provide that community support for them, because these guys fought for our country and girls. And the one thing that I know for certain is that through an assisted living facility, we've provided an amenity that gives them a place to go home and be able to be in their own support system and feel safe and secure. If they are provided with the proper care and the right amenities, you don't see all of the people out there in the streets begging for money on a street corner because they have nowhere to go. I can't say it happens for everybody, but I know at Veterans Village, in my job as a crisis intervention specialist manager, one thing I know is that I see people daily that come in that can't take care of themselves, that are veterans, that served our country, and when they come in and they ask us for help, our main objective is to give them the support that they need to make their lives accomplished and successful. And right now, Veterans Village houses over 250 veterans, and that's all I got. I hope you guys will support us.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing on item number 28? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, Gary Hayes, 4171 Dustin Avenue. I live about 750 feet from this project, so I'm very familiar with this property. I do have something I'm going to put on the screen, but I'd also, if I could...
If you just put it on the dot there. Oh, you did? Okay.
But I have a written copy. It's kind of hard to see. There's a couple of pages.
Mr. Mario? Could somebody grab those, and or Sammy will get them from you. Thank you. Thanks, Sammy.
So I've been involved in this property as a resident for probably 20 years, and it's basically several small residential lots on a private cul-de-sac that fronts onto Patrick Lane. That's backed up to a rural neighborhood preservation district that's been there for some time. And the neighborhood realized that something's going to go probably on this property other than residences, because it does front onto Patrick. And so back in 97, 98, and through the years, we've worked with applicants that have come to the neighborhood and said, you know, we'd like to do something in your neighborhood on this piece of property. And really the project that this has all been built around is professional zoning. And what you have before you is is this on? Yes. What you have before you is a summary of the various zone change applications and use permits. And what I think is important is the top two paragraphs that show what was previously approved and then the waivers that are being requested on this particular application. Most importantly, we've always talked about single-story buildings. The prior applications were 2 professional office buildings. These are 5 buildings. There is talk about an underground parking, but it's just, we believe, so that more buildings can be put on the property. But this shows the conditions that are asked to be waived or changed and the difference from the prior project. The reason this applicant can come forward is because he has professional zoning and assisted living is allowed with a use permit. We believe as a neighborhood that if you're going to do professional zoning or if you're going to take advantage of the professional zoning or zoning that is kind of the basis for your project, you also ought to comply with the conditions. We're not hostile to his potential customers and his business. This is just too big a project in this RMP neighborhood. I'd also like to address the two-story buildings that he's shown us a picture of. Those are located on the other side of Duck Creek in Henderson, and they're what I believe considerably a ways away from the rural neighborhood preservation area. So I don't think they're really compatible. With that, we would request that the commission deny the application. Thank you.
Very, very much, Councilor. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing on item 28?
Good morning. Frederick Palmieri, 4104 East Patrick Lane. I'm one of the 2 resident family property owners at the north end of the cul-de-sac on the property that on a little private street that was formerly known as Gateway and now has an address on Patrick Lane, but it's a little cul-de-sac street. There are 2 of us families that live at the north end. I've lived in the neighborhood for almost 20 years. 10 years ago, this lot that I presently own came available, and we built our new home there and moved in about 6 years ago. Now, first of all, let me say that I'm not at all not in favor of, I should say, veterans villages. My own son, my first son, was an Army veteran who's deceased. And I work in the aerospace industry for a major aerospace company. My primary job is on military aircraft. I'm strongly in favor of the military and in veterans. So I have absolutely nothing against having a veterans village. My problem is that this little street that we're on, this little rural street, is zoned as a residential half-acre lots and primarily intended as a rural neighborhood. Now, we know that the lots to the south of us are zoned professional, light professional office. And they're supposed to be transitional type of buildings. This particular project is not a transitional project. It's a enormous building, 2 enormous buildings, and with very high density. The amount of traffic that would be generated on our little cul-de-sac street trying to go south into Patrick Lane, which already is a very dangerous maneuver to try to get out. I must inform you that there are no properties across the street that are anywhere near the height of what we're talking about. The only property which has a height something in excess of 35 feet is the Perini building, the two-door Perini building, which is located off Green Valley Parkway. And if you're not familiar with the area, what happens is that Patrick Lane, as it comes north, turns and becomes Patrick Lane and goes downhill as it goes north. And the traffic that goes downhill gains speed. So usually you're confronted with a row of cars that are traveling in excess of 40 or 50 miles an hour by the time they come out of that curve. Trying to get out of my little cul-de-sac street is, as it is, very dangerous. Now what we're looking at is a high-density development. Although there are supposedly a limit to the number of cars, there will be high traffic because there are 44 parking places and a high density. So it's because of the density and the size of this project that we're completely against it, and we have been repeatedly through the last months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing?
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeannie Moss, MEUST, 3780 McGill's Lane. I'd like to start my remarks off by saying that my remarks are with full respect to Mr. Stock and all the work that he's done with veterans and the needy in the city of Las Vegas, and also with full respect for veterans and the sacrifices and service that they have given to our countries, and also with an understanding and acknowledgement for the need for assisted living facilities in our community. We have worked for 9 long months on this project. The opposition to the project for myself is for the adverse effects that it would cause to the neighborhood and along the whole corridor of Patrick Road. It is a rural preservation neighborhood, but we do have some mixed housing. We have RE, RN, some single-family dwelling. We also have some affordable senior housing. Patrick Corridor to the north, where this is proposed, is residential. To the south is to serve as a buffer. As Mr. Stock said, the lots directly adjacent to this proposed project are RE, RNP. I know it's difficult by reading the report to envision what this looks like, but what it is a small private cul-de-sac. You have a west and an east lot. He's proposing 80 units, 66 square feet per unit. That includes kitchenettes and restrooms. So they're very small rooms. So it's really likened to putting 2 small hotels on 2 lots that were designed for for rural homes, for RE homes. I would like to clarify something. I did talk about traffic circulation at the town board. What I said was that it is going to increase traffic because of support services, ancillary services, the delivery of medical supplies, food for them to prepare, people serving them, the employees coming and going, and it would put a tremendous stress on the neighborhood, but more so the logistics of actually building a project of this size. If you know how Patrick Lane runs, you're going to have to close off 1 to 2 lanes of Patrick Lane for quite some time. And it's a major corridor for people transitioning from Green Valley into Clark County. I also do feel a need to speak in defense of my neighbors. I think that the staff, as well as the minutes from the town board, as I noticed we also have a town board member here today that was present, I believe the neighbors have been very respectful and conducted themselves very well, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else during the public hearing wish to speak on item number 28?
Hello, my name is Dan Yaffe, 4375 East Aquenda Road. I'm opposed to this project. I'm also a veteran. And you folks probably know that the town board unanimously did not approve this project. And several of those members were also veterans. Now, I know of 72 of my neighbors who are against this project, and only 1 who is in favor, and many of those 72 are also veterans. So this is not being for veterans. It's a bogus issue if that's going to be considered by the county commission. Further, Mr. Stock refers to a 3-story building, but that is around a curve several hundred feet away from the neighborhood. So to use that as a comparison to allow a 2-story building in our neighborhood, I think is also an incorrect argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else during the public hearing? Item 28. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one. Did you want to?
Hi, my name is Judy Palmieri. I'm at 4104 East Patrick Lane. I'm one of the 3 residences on the cul-de-sac street. I would like to say that we did have some meetings with Arnold Stock. I believe there were about 8 meetings. They started about a year ago, actually. But at no time did we talk with the 3 neighbors that are in the cul-de-sac. We were the only neighbors that were invited to the meeting that we had with the 2 town board members. The other 2 neighbors were never contacted and have had no input. When Mr. Stock talks about putting up a gate, we wondered where that gate would go. We've had no agreement about where this gate would go. We understand the property, on the west side comes way down to our neighbor's property in the center of the cul-de-sac. Where this gate would go would probably have to be up at the end, close to Patrick Lane. So any access from this project would be eliminated. So that's very important to us that there has been no agreement about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else for the public hearing on item number 28? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Zuck, you want to respond to some of the comments or turn it over to Commissioner Gibson?
Yes, please, just very briefly. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I didn't really want to get into detail, but when the term respectful from the neighbors came up, we did have, it got so bad that we had 2 Metro police officers at the meeting, at the town board meeting. One of the town board chair's car was vandalized. I got several phone calls to my residents over the past few months. Commissioner Gibson knows all this, and so does Ms. Vasquez. There's just, it has not been a good experience at all. There's been several phone calls disparaging our veterans. And so I really didn't want to go there, but since that was mentioned, I had to say this. And also, there are no kitchenettes in these units. It's all chef-prepared meals that are approved by the state of Nevada, which the facility, if approved, would be fully licensed under Bureau of Healthcare and Quality Management. The only reason, I'll conclude with this, that I proceeded with this, and we can agree to disagree, because thank God we still have that kind of democracy. The only reason I proceeded is because the town board chair and the vice chair told me that they would support it. The town board chair had to recuse herself because she was in the mailing area, and the vice chair voted against it when it came to the vote. We were totally encouraged to continue, and it's and the people that were at the 8 meetings were invited by the town board chair and the vice chair. So, because I don't know people in this neighborhood. Then we had a full-on mailing that was done, initiated by Clark County Comprehensive Planning. We mailed each one out, and we had a neighborhood meeting. So there are several people, and unfortunately, quite a few are not here today that have supported it, that said they just don't want to put themselves out for that. So we do have several people that do support the issue. I appreciate your time. I know it's a long meeting. Very much appreciate your time and hope that you would consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could pick up those photographs to show the map that's underneath.
Oh, sure.
So if we could zoom in on the map, just so that we're clear about the area we're talking about. You see the parcel that is defined by the black highlight, and there are hash marks in the area. That's the area that we're talking about. If you look through the area that is hashed out to Patrick Lane and line up where the cul-de-sac is, what you see is the neck of the cul-de-sac that comes off of Patrick Lane and extends in to the 3 residences that are built on the cul-de-sac. The residence that is built on the right side, just as you get into the cul-de-sac, is a property that at one point was leased to the owner of the property in the hashed area. There are all kinds of reports about how that house is being used right now, and we'll deal with that at another time. The other 2 properties are to the north and the northeast around the cul-de-sac. The properties that I recall having, I was on the city council at the time that we approved much of what is here. The flood channel is a major point of demarcation for the city versus the county. And the city did approve some 2- and 3-story office buildings in the area. Now, my understanding is that the property in question is zoned as what we would typically call office professional. One of the uses in an office professional zoned area under our code with a special use permit is an assisted living facility. And I've discussed with our planning director the need to rethink that, because it doesn't really give sufficient notice to people who don't know what and don't do this for a living, don't know what they're talking about when they talk about the zoning things, except as they affect them personally, when they all imagined it was office professional. It is. Office professional includes a use like the one that Arnie is offering up. Now, having said that, it's important for me to make real clear here that I came into this was probably the first thing that hit not long after I got in. I don't remember what the date of the staff report was. What is the date of that, Nancy? Do you know?
Their first commission meeting scheduled was December 6th of 2017, so they've been holding it since then.
Would have been in advance of that.
It would have been in advance of that, yes.
And I've had meetings with Mr. Stock. I have had phone call with him, maybe more than one phone call. We've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what might be done, if there could be something done that would accommodate this project. But one of the points that I think is missing is that the residential development that currently is in place on this cul-de-sac is inside the RNP. It's not inside the wall that we find as you go around the area, that there really is a discrete wall around most all of it, all the way to Russell Road. But the problem is this cul-de-sac was included in the area that was left as an RNP use, and we're talking here about then putting this project along the neck of a cul-de-sac that feeds an RNP area. So I spent an enormous amount of time, and some of the time was spent responding to neighbors. We received, including phone calls, emails, and letters, a response from 54 different people who live in 54 different homes in the area. I determined at one point that I would conduct neighborhood meetings, and we did that. We went into Old Mexico and we met in homes there in an effort to really understand what people's views were, what they felt the impacts were. And from the reports that were made to me about there being a contentious spirit in the room whenever there was a meeting, I divided the groups into those that were known to not object and those who objected. And those two meetings were well attended by people on their respective sides of the thing. So I've received about as much input as you could possibly have. It's about enough to drown one. There are a couple of things that I think we need to clarify. Veterans Village does an awful lot of good serving both veterans and others who find themselves in the assisted living facilities that they build and operate. And no one will ever deny that. It's important to note, though, that this is not a Veterans Administration funded project. It's not something where there is definition around who can qualify so that only veterans can live here. And I've had this discussion briefly, but I've had it with Mr. Stock, and he's confirmed to me that this is not only veterans. There will be others in all likelihood. I don't know if he would fill it up with only veterans or not, but I imagine that the financing and all the rest of it would make it extremely difficult unless he had government financing that intended the benefit to accrue only to those who were veterans. And I think that's really important because I'm not about to be labeled as someone who is doing harm to veterans. That's the furthest thing from my mind. This is a project that will house those in need of assisted living from whatever walk of life. And presumably it would serve veterans too. And I think it's important to distinguish that. Now, in the staff report, Ms. Amundson, your staff indicated that intensity is an issue, and it was kind of a primary decider when you penned your recommendation. Help me understand, or help us understand, what you mean by the difficulty you observe in the intensity of the project.
Ms. Amundson.
So by intensity, we meant the number of units on that area. So they're looking at 80 units, which would be 17.8 dwelling units per acre, which is a very intense use up front. In addition, in conjunction with the intensity, it was also I guess you could say the density or the bulk of the buildings. Looking back, even back to 2005, when the last approval came forth through the Board of County Commissioners, when they did the office buildings, the requirement was that they be one-story buildings. In fact, staff has it up if you want to see it, but it was a one-story building that was moved further away from the residential to the north. In fact, only parking was to be to the residential to the north, and it was very residential in nature. So our concern was, you've got an intense use, you've got 80 dwelling units on that small area, which would not happen if it was an apartment complex. We certainly would not put that type of density, intensity in front of the RMP or adjacent to the entrance to an RMP. But also it's just the bulk mass that was being proposed for these sites. And it was inconsistent with what the board has consistently said for both office professional CP and also for these sites in particular, because the previous approvals always limited it to one story, a less intense, more residential feel.
Might we see what you have queued up? And while we're doing that,
I don't know if we can do that. I think the future planner's got it on the future screen there. I don't know if you can bring it over. Can the booth switch it over?
There it is. There it is.
Okay, good. It's very futuristic.
Before we get to the comments that you made about this, let me just ask, were there restrictions on access to and the use of the neck of this cul-de-sac in those approvals?
I believe there was. That the access was And again, that's one of the reasons for their waivers. They wanted to be able to access that cul-de-sac for the uses. So yes, there was.
Okay. So if you would just kind of take us through the comments you just made in the context of what is on the screen so that we can understand what it is you're saying.
So this is the 05 approval. This was the rendering of what the office buildings were to look like. And if you were to look especially at the lowest one, the bottom one of the four, it does look very residential in nature. So the thought was that this was going to be a transition, a buffer to Patrick and then the MD south of it, but also it was going to be, you were going to have a residential feel off of Patrick, and as you came into the cul-de-sac, you would not, I guess you could say, have the visual impact. And again, the previous approvals required that the parking be to the rear, be screened from the residences to the rear, but also to create the buffer so that the building and what was going on in the building would not impact the residential properties to the north.
Am I correct in my memory that along the northernmost boundary there is proposed I think it's single story units in the current project?
You're correct, yes.
Okay, and so instead of a buffer with parking, we have a building, and probably a buffer, a landscape buffer is proposed in any case, but we have
Absolutely.
a building sitting
Yes.
right there. Was there submitted a plan that showed that the parking is entirely subterranean?
We can see if we can bring that up, but I believe there is some surface parking. It's not all subterranean, but if you will bear with us. And Mario, that would be with the current application.
I'm really just getting to what was presented to us as opposed to what may be the current plan today.
So, and the previous plan didn't have anything subterranean, it was surface parking.
Right, the approved plan.
In 05, yes. Technology is nice, but sometimes it's slow.
Well,
So-
maybe we can go on with some of the other comments and concerns that I have. Now, I think it's kind of interesting, and you try when you're sitting at our place to hear a proposal, and you instantly, when you imagine that there may be some conflict, you're constantly trying to figure out what might we do to find common ground. How might we make this work? And during the many months that have passed since I took this seat, I've made an effort to try and find a way to accommodate the various interests that people are showing. But one of the things that came through to me after deliberating and meeting and considering and reading that I think has really has weighed heavily on me is that the people who are inside the block wall, that would be to the north of this cul-de-sac, and this Old Mexico area does have block walls all the way around it. The only part of the RMP that I can recall that is exposed here is this cul-de-sac. What's interesting to me, though, is that there are two homeowners that sit on that cul-de-sac, and we heard from 54 people, different people with different addresses, that they object. And I think it's interesting that the people on the inside didn't just say, we got a wall, we're fine. Just go ahead and do whatever you want to do out there. I think it's kind of interesting that the Palmieris, who Mrs. Palmieri spoke here a moment ago, have a concern, and her neighbors, who are part of a full-on RMP that is beautifully developed with lots of value in there, all have come to their side of things in an effort to try and preserve the integrity of the entire RMP. So my sense of this thing is that it works somewhere, and I have offered to assist in trying to find another location, another piece of ground. But the insistence on putting it here, where I'm committed to preserving RMPs, and for a reason. They've been so designated because of a lifestyle and a quality of life that we have said to people, yes, we'll support that. We'll keep that intact. And it is my sense that to do what is proposed would adversely affect people to whom that promise and commitment was made. And I am not in a position and cannot support this project. I would support it in another location where we don't have the conflict of the RNP or other critical pieces. For me, this is not just about veterans. It is about veterans and others who would need assisted living. And the record that Mr. Stock has in the other projects that he has built, and those who reside in those projects are all very happy that they're there, and I think that's wonderful. And I think that wherever this were to be built, in all likelihood, the same outcome would occur in terms of the way people accept it and the way they live there. But this project really is too impactful on a cul-de-sac where the neck of the cul-de-sac serves private residences that are RMP designated. And I cannot bring myself to support it. Now, I am not saying that I jumped on that bandwagon in the very beginning. I wanted to see a way to accommodate a veterans village, if it could be done. And when I first went into this, I imagined it was only veterans. That's what I imagined. But I've discovered over time that its name is Veterans Village, and there likely would be veterans there, but not exclusively veterans. And I don't appreciate the attempt to convert this to just a veterans versus the rest of the world kind of situation. It's not that. And there's never been a time when Mr. Stock and I have had a discussion that centered around how can I dump on veterans? How can I do such a bad thing to veterans? Because that's not what we have here. Now, I'm pleased to assist Mr. Stock in finding and leading the charge to put a veterans village in another location. But I'm not willing to support this kind of infill development that really is not consistent with everything that is around it. So the notions that stick out to me is that this does not help preserve the existing RNP neighborhood. The densities are nowhere near similar as policy would suggest it ought to be. The private cul-de-sac is no longer a private cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac is, for the first several hundred feet, a commercial drive. The bulk and the scale of the project are simply too large. There have been times when Mr. Stock has come to me and said, well, I'll do this. I'll change the height of the structures overall by going into the ground with the first floor. And I said, so you're saying, does that mean, because I wanted to make sure I understood what he was saying, you're going from 80 units to 20 units? Is that what you're saying? You're going to get the number down so we don't have the kind of density that we are looking at here? And no, that isn't what is being suggested. He's been forthright about that. He's not tried to pull the wool over my eyes. He's been very clear about what he's hoping to accomplish. So my sense is that vegetation along the perimeter that divides the neighborhood, the rural neighborhood, from this property, could never provide enough of a transition and a buffer to protect what this commission has determined should be a viable RMP neighborhood. And so, for all of those reasons that include traffic that It may be, as Mr. Stalk says, not all that much, but it's surely going to be a whole lot more. It is going to be commercial traffic for the notions that we have. I mean, one of the things we were concerned about in Henderson is the transition from Green Valley Parkway to Patrick, and how do we deal with the curve, the change in grade along Green Valley Parkway as it comes into Patrick, the drives that access developed property along Patrick Lane. You know, those were things that were a concern then. They're hugely of concern here, because what we have to remember is we still have a couple of homes that people live in that are going to try and figure out how to get out onto Patrick when we have done nothing to help preserve the nature of their private street or their cul-de-sac. So for all of those reasons, it is my view that this project is one that needs to go to a different place. And I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'm willing and anxious to hear whatever my colleagues might have to say. Maybe I need to make the motion first, and you can comment on it. So my motion, Mr. Chairman, is to deny this application.
Okay.
With prejudice.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Gibson. Do we have any commissioners wanting to comment? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I do think it is too intense for this area, especially because of the RE that's there. Sometimes we have these types of projects that come before us too, and I don't always know that the financing's even in place. It's probably not something legally we can ask, but we need to somehow make sure that there's a due diligence done so that you're not just approving something in anticipation for something. And I don't know, Arnie, what the financial package is, but I think this site also doesn't treat the folks that may live there. It just doesn't seem conducive to, there's no grocery store nearby, there's no services, those types of things. And so it creates an enclave rather than something that's assimilated into a neighborhood. So while you do good work, I don't think that this is really one that suits itself to this area. So thank you.
And Arnie, I've got to add, it's extremely difficult. I think you know how much all 7 of us admire what you do for veterans in Veterans Village, and we've all been to your facilities and are impressed and amazed at the work you do, and it's difficult, but the neighbors have got some very legitimate points that they've raised, and I just don't think that what I'm seeing and hearing, there's support for the project in this location. Now, if we can find another location to put it, I think it'd be great to have a facility that offers these services for amenities for veterans. I think the neighbors think that it'd be great to find it in another place. But this just doesn't fit in this area. So I don't know, do we have any other comments from any other commissioners?
Am I allowed to say anything, or no, am I done?
Sure, yeah, but did you want to speak, Marilyn, and then I'll let you speak.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I was going to say I totally, completely understand where Commissioner Gibson is, because this isn't really about being against veterans, but finding the right place on where we can have these type of homes available. And, you know, we really have not protected the RMP like we should have for a very long time. And I think this is where we need to really do that, because they're in a unique situation. And so I support Commissioner Gibson.
Go ahead, Arnie. Oh, Commissioners Weekly, did you want to speak? I apologize.
Yes.
And then
Hey, Arnie. Hey, man, listen, I believe you got an idea of what's going on up here.
Yes, sir.
And, again, I've seen this over and over. And one of the things about the neighbors is, they've spoken here today, but in my years of being in office and seeing applications like this come, there are times when I've seen it come before, whether it be the city council or the county commission. I've seen that whole NIMBY thing take place, but I don't believe that that's the case here. I too agree that I believe it's a really intense project. You came in and met with me a couple times, and we've talked about it, and I'm hoping that you can find another location, because I know you do great work in what you do over there at Veterans Village. Is this something that maybe you'd ask the commissioner if you could possibly withdraw this application and allow you an opportunity to go back and just try and find another location?
Well, again, and I want to thank everybody for your time and your consideration. I don't think anybody on this commission is not for a Veterans Project, but there is 2 things I want to say. One is that A veteran, by the VA standard and definition, is very different than we think. Not everybody's qualified to be a veteran. For instance, veteran spouses, people that served in the National Guard, people that haven't been in long enough to get a VA benefit. So this is not a VA project. It's completely financed privately, but it's specifically for United States veterans as we define them.
Okay.
So that's one thing. And the other thing is, and just the final thing is, I want to reiterate, and I met with planning, I met with Mr. Anderson, I met with all the staff. This plan was signed off by planning. I never would have made the application if they didn't say, you're all good to go. These individual living units are not apartments. In assisted living, there's a chef-prepared communal meals. They're not. There's no kitchenettes in these things. I just want to make that clear. I understand everything was said. I totally respect this commission, and I understand where the vote's going.
Arnie, I think you have years to come that you'll be back in front of the county commission.
I hope so.
I hope so too. So let's just,
Okay.
It's what it is at this point.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
there was a question asked of you. If you had an opportunity to withdraw it, would you be willing to do that?
No,
Okay. All right. So,
but thank you.
yes, sir.
Okay, we have, did you want more comments, Commissioner Gibson?
Well, I don't want to leave the record incomplete, and so it surprises me to know that our staff would have said, this is good to go, this is ready, yet the staff report says that they recommend denial. And so I believe, Mr. Chairman, that we ought to at least let Ms. Amundson respond to that.
If she chooses to, and to what extent she chooses to, she can
Well,
certainly.
I just,
All I would like to say is that with all due respect to Mr. Stock, staff does accept something that is allowed with a use permit. We do accept waivers. We do accept all of that. We never up front say you are good to go. And after analysis and after writing, after reviewing everything and looking at the area, it was determined that it was not appropriate in this site. But staff does not tell applicants beyond you're good to go with your application. We don't tell applicants. We always make sure they know that there is no guarantee there's going to be a recommended of approval, and there is never a guarantee they're going to be approved.
So we're talking about verbiage, allowable versus recommendable is a different story.
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Gibson. Is there any discussion further on that motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Salk. We appreciate you, and we appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, next are items 33, 34, 35, and 36, which can be heard together. Item 33, WC 18-400-134, ZC 15-1703, holdover waivers of conditions of a zone change requiring the following. Right-of-way dedication to include 40 to 80 feet for Pyle Avenue and 80 feet for Lindell Road. If project is gated, queuing analysis and/or gate call box location to be approved by civil engineering prior to tentative map submittal in conjunction with a proposed single-family residential subdivision on 20 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located on the east side of Lindell Road alignment and the south side of Pyle Avenue alignment within Enterprise. Item 34, VS 18-388, holdover, vacate, and abandoned easements of interest to Clark County, located between Lindell Road alignment and Edmund Street alignment, and between Pyle Avenue alignment and Hala Avenue alignment, and a portion of a right-of-way being Lindell Road, located between Pyle Avenue alignment and Hala Avenue alignment, and a portion of a right-of-way being Pyle Avenue, located between Lindell Road alignment and Edmund Street alignment within Enterprise. Item 35, WS 18-387, holdover waivers of development standards for the following: increased wall height, increased building height, reduced roof pitch, increased width of architectural enclosures, reduced street intersection offset, design review for proposed single-family residential development. Item 36, TM 18-50083, holdover tentative map consisting of 91 single-family residential lots and common lots.
Before you begin, Mr. Rogel, we have a special guest, I understand, Commissioner Brager.
There it is. If I could ask Mr. Dunford and his guests to come on down, that'd be great.
Ellen, you want to come on down? You have some assistance coming today, Mr. Rogel.
Yes, we're going to give you some help. We think our youth do such a fine job. We want to make sure that He can see himself on camera later on today.
And all your buddies are going to see on TV now.
That's right.
So, you know.
So if you'd introduce yourselves, each of you.
Mark Dunford, 250 Pilot Road. I'm with American West Development, and this is my grandson.
Talon Bitten, 341 Mandarin Hill Lane.
We're glad to see you here today. Let's see if Mr. Borgell needs any help.
I'm sorry, what am I to do?
You're just to say, will we accept
You're
this
up.
or not?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgell, 300 South Lewis Street, here for American West Development. We appreciate the staff's recommendations on the matter. The applicant has reviewed the conditions recommended by staff and would ask that these items all be approved with the approval recommendation of staff and the if approved conditions where appropriate. To be as brief as I can, I don't know if I can be quite as good as Ms. Lazovich here, but I'll try. All of these items are intended to effectuate a previously approved zoning. This is not a new thought. This is already zoned. It's being proposed to be developed at the appropriate density with the appropriate lot sizes. And what we have here are the collection of items necessary to effectuate it. For example, the requirement for street dedications has changed since it was zoned. And so the waiver of conditions changes that. And the map is necessary, and the vacation and abandonment effectuates the street change. So in summary, we're asking that all 4 items be approved with the conditions recommended by staff and the if approved conditions recommended by staff where appropriate.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dunford, Talon, do you have anything you'd like to add to this conversation? You're looking at your grandpa like, am I supposed to say anything?
Good job.
No? Nothing to add?
You know, I do have something.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Sitting here, I thought back to the day Talon was born. It was the day of a zoning commission. We had several items on the agenda, and I was running back and forth between the hospital and here, and brings back good memories.
Good.
That's right, good.
Great deal. This is a public hearing. Go ahead, Talon. Come on up.
He says he'll buy lunch at Cheesecake Factory if anybody's willing to go.
There you go. You get rewarded for working today. This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 33, 34, 35, and 36. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 33, 34, 35, and 36. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you much. And this project has turned out very nicely, and with some additional land that will make a difference over there. So I'd make a motion for 33, 34, 35, and 36 per staff conditions.
We have a motion on the floor. From Commissioner Brager. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just, Commissioner Brager, I just wanted to give a shout out to you because normally we would have seen a whole bunch of hammerheads with stop streets, and I think that you did a phenomenal plan, and I appreciate you. That looks great, and I loved how it loops. So thank you.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Very good. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. All the green ones is a good sign for you. Tell them that's a good thing when you see all the green lights up there. Good job. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch at the Cheesecake Factory.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next are items 38 and 39, which can be heard together. Item 38, NZC 18258, holdover zone change to reclassify 5.2 acres from R2 medium density residential zone to an R4 multiple family residential high density zone. Use permit for senior housing project. Waivers of development standards for the following: increased building height, increased wall height. Design review for senior housing project with associated structures and uses in a CMA design and MUD 3 overlay districts, generally located on the north side of Oquendo Road, 330 feet west of Durango Drive within Spring Valley. Item 39, BS 18259, holdover, vacate, and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Oquendo Road and Quail Avenue alignment and between Bonita Vista Street alignment and Durango Drive within Spring Valley. Staff recommended approval of the zone change and waivers of development standards and denial of the design review. The Spring Valley Town Board recommended approval. The Planning Commission approved this item these items at their May 15th meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Lazovich, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of Ovation, Ellen Lasky, for a senior housing project. We appreciate this process. Town Board and Planning Commission recommended approval of the entire project as designed, and we would ask for you to follow their recommendation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Whoa, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 38 and/or 39. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Ms. Goyer, did you have something you wanted to add? Okay. Hearing and seeing no one. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing, I think your brother's here to comment. No? Hearing and seeing no one. I'm going to close the public hearing on 38 and 39 and turn this one over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much. The senior housing is so needed, so I really appreciate the fact that that'll be out in an area where it's a little bit underserved. I would make a motion for approval of 38 and 39 per Town Board and Planning Commission. That's what I thought.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Commissioner Giuliani.
I'm just looking at the staff write-up that they recommended denial of the waiver because it was one building. Did I just read that wrongly? Sorry, Jen. Put that.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
If I can.
Oh,
We recommended denial of the design review.
Design review. Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to add something, Slavin?
Well, I was just going to say, just to clarify, address that, we have residential, this is the E that you're seeing. KB Homes is going to be developing over here, so we didn't want to put the longer side of our building adjacent to where residential is. This is going to be developed for the church that's getting relocated from under the Charleston overpass, and they have a parking lot here and, of course, their church. So we felt that that was the better place for the long building. As you know, Ovation Development does a lot of articulation in their buildings and use of landscaping to break it up, but staff had a concern with just the length of that building.
Commissioner Brager, your motion is on 38 and 39? We have a motion on the floor for items 38 and 39. Any further questions? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is an ordinance for introduction. Ordinance, item number 40, ordinance 1890035A's recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Vinma 2 Series LLC, Rampola Revocable Trust, and Miriam's Miracle No. 3 Limited Partnership, and Nevada LP for single-family residential development, Cactus and Durango. We request public hearing be set for August 8, 2018 at 9 a.m.
I will introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for August 8th, 2018. That completes our agenda. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you guys again. Stephen Pruitt, 9309 Gracious Lady Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I understand that you guys already passed item number 20. Is that correct?
20. Was 20 held or passed?
2 item was it was on consent.
20 was on the consent agenda, yes, sir.
Consent agenda. So public opinion or public doesn't matter?
Yeah, it does matter. We allowed public comment on that, but...
Oh, you did?
At the very beginning of the meeting.
I'm sorry. I must have been outside trying to find an agenda.
Yeah.
Well, if I could...
Sure.
I'd like some clarification because I'm really stumped on why you guys approved this one.
We can't interact with you, but you're welcome to make your comments. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, it's not really the zoning, it's the MUD overlay 3. Now, my understanding of that is that the developer does not have to make any improvements whatsoever on the streets or the lights, street lighting, anything like that. Is that true?
We can't interact here, but I can ask. You're welcome to call Commissioner Brager's office, and she'll walk you through exactly what was approved, if that'll help you.
Okay.
In terms of getting some answers.
And then I'll just make
or
some
if she had a liaison, you got no Mike's not here.
I'll just make some general comments then. The roads around there, Fort Apache and Durango, are already choked. You're dumping multifamily apartment units on people that bought houses to get away from that type of environment. It's all single-family houses around there. And now we're going to have to deal with 3-story apartment buildings, inadequate parking. They're going to be parking on the streets. They're going to be parking in the other neighborhoods. And it's really going to impact everybody that lives around there. And I understand legally, through all the zoning, and believe me, I went back and checked everything. Legally, you guys can allow that project. But I don't know if it's a morality question, but if you lived in the neighborhood, you would not put that there. And the Enterprise Town Advisory Board even said the same thing. It doesn't fit. But yet, here we are, and it just got blanket approval. That's it.
Okay, I appreciate it. What I would suggest you might do is call Commissioner Brager's office. She'll have somebody, she can walk you through what the reasoning was or what happened, and but we did vote on that item and take comment back several hours ago.
Okay, could you also advise me on how to make a appeal or a complaint on how this thing was notified to the public?
That I'd have to ask Rob. How do you do that? What does he do from here?
He can appeal to district court. He can do it himself, or he could hire a counsel to do it.
So
do you guys have a form for that?
Do we have an appeal process that he can partake in?
The only appeal process is any commissioner who voted in favor of it could ask for reconsideration within the 5 next business days.
The gentleman coming down right behind you, Mike Shannon, now works with Commissioner Brager. He'll be able to walk you through what your options are.
Okay, this would be a procedural complaint on Title 30. It wasn't followed.
No, you can't ask for reconsideration. A commissioner could ask for reconsideration. You could use a judicial process, if I'm right.
Yes, that's correct.
And you can avail yourself of that, but you'd have to go to court to do that.
So there is no proper form for me to fill out?
No form. No, there's not a form to fill out to complain.
Sometimes you guys won't accept it unless it's on the proper form, so I'm just trying to ascertain that.
Yeah, no, there is no form, Rob.
There's no form. He can make a request to the commissioner's office that she reconsider the matter within the next 5 business days.
Yeah, you could ask that gentleman right back there in the purple shirt, and he'll be able to explain to you the options that you'd have with Commissioner Brager, or else the other option you'd have would be a judicial review.
Thank you. I'm colorblind. So what was his name again?
Mike Shannon. He's the only guy out there. So
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Commissioner
I
Giuliani.
think maybe part of it was because we held it 3 times and then it wound up on consent. And so that's probably part of what initiated his concern, because I did get an email from another constituent on this matter as well. So maybe that was why he was asking about the notice component, because it was rescheduled for this month.
Oh, no. Actually, the notice came from a law firm.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment section? Hearing seeing no one, we are adjourned.
Raspberries. Today, Chef Cicely introduces us to a cool treat made with these delicious fruits that's popular across Europe, but has never quite caught on here in the U.S. When you see how simple this dish is to make and the variety of ways it can be used, we think compote will soon become a favorite summertime staple in your home.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and thank you for joining me at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. Today I am going to be using up some of the bountiful harvest of the summer season by making a berry compote. So I've got some butter that I've melted in a pan. It's over a nice medium heat. So once that butter's nice and hot, I'm going to grab some of those berries that are just in extra abundance right now. That sometimes there's just so many, it's even hard to eat all of them before they start getting too soft. So rather than throw them away, I always freeze them, put them in a blender. I want to do something a little bit different. So I am starting with the saute. I'm going to let these blackberries simmer away until they just start to almost lose a little bit of the vibrance and the firmness in their color. And then once that happens, I'll mash them down with a fork. If I smash them too soon, like look at this guy, he's still got perfect raw ones. If I press him down, he's going to resist, and I'm going to end up with this thick pulp of the berry. Well, that's not going to serve me well on top of my pancakes or yogurt or wherever I decide to eat it. But because these blackberries are well ripe, if I just let them soften just a little bit, and I can add a touch of salt to just kind of help that. Maybe even a little bit of liquid, like some vanilla. That's going to help them steam. And then as they're done, they're going to turn just a slight different color. Let's find a nice good guy here. And then when they're done, they simply fall apart. And you see I don't have that pulp holding together anymore. So we're just about there. So I'm going to start mashing up some blackberries. This could be done with strawberries, blueberries, which I am going to add. I just don't want to add the blueberries too soon, or raspberries, because raspberries don't have a core in them the way that a blackberry does, that real thick inner part. If I add those too soon, they're just going to cook down to almost juice. And I still want some body. We're going to do a little bit of a rustic style today, so I'm not going to smash the berries until they're completely pressed down. Indeed, that's actually more what a compote is instead of, say, a syrup or a jelly. I want good, delicious chunks of fruit in there. So now that that's about done, I'm going to add my softer berries in. Mix those in. The heat of just being put on the pan alone will break those ones down perfect. And then a little bit of other summer flavors. So I've got some fresh ginger, some cinnamon, just a touch of nutmeg. Grinding it fresh works excellently as well. And then I also am going to put in just a little spoonful of honey for that nice body and thickness. A little smush to my fresh berries, not to smash them so much, but just to break down their shape. All right, I'm going to let this simmer on very low heat for about 5 minutes, just to let it pull tight and come together, and then I'm ready to eat it. Our best summer sauce is all done, and it is your choice to enjoy it either over some delicious ice cream as a dessert. This could also be served with its light and fresh summer flavors as a breakfast. I've got some Belgian waffles here, cute little ones. Would work the same for pancakes or French toast. And oh, it smells so good. That's it for a fabulous way to use that delicious summer sauce. My name's Chef Cicely, and I hope to see you here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the energy of our abundant sun, well-adapted native animals, and memorable member experiences mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
The Raiders are coming. Just look around Las Vegas and you'll see silver and black pride everywhere. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Beatriz Martinez. On today's show, we'll show you just what it takes to build a home for Raider Nation. Here at the Raiders preview in Town Square, you can get a glimpse of what the stadium will look like. But what you won't see is what lies beneath.
Every day, the Las Vegas Stadium gets closer to the Raiders' home opener in 2020. Right now, there's daily blasting to remove layers of caliche where the field will sit. Heavy equipment is hauling soil as heavy as concrete from 40 feet down to make room for a retractable field. It's a massive project on 62 acres across from the Mandalay Bay. And none of this could start until crews could rip out an existing flood channel under the proposed stadium.
Day one, we knew box culvert. That was just ingrained in our heads of something that we knew we needed to, account for. It was always a priority. And I think being one of the first projects we kind of dealt with the stadium, we really saw that the amount of time and effort that brought everyone together to make sure we got this taken care of really gave us the foundation that we were going to be doing some special things here, because that really got accelerated, and just by the progress of where it's at now and how fast it's gone, it really set the tone for really the project and how we got started.
The Raiders worked with contractors Mortensen McCarthy, the design team at Kimley Horn, and the Regional Flood Control District to figure out how to move the channel to allow the stadium to be built and keep flood control in place.
Every challenge has a solution, and I would tell you that the team has huddled together as far as the local communities, the local trade partners, the politicians have all come together and have really, and the local agencies have all, had the main focus of building this project and bringing the Raiders to Las Vegas, and I think it's been everybody's main goal. The existing culvert that spans from basically Polaris through the project site onto the connector road is actually in the way of the future stadium. This all happened, there's some setback requirements for the stadium that had to move the project stadium away from the interstate. When that happened, the outline of the stadium was in the way of the existing culvert. We worked with the Corps of Engineers, Regional Flood, Public Works to relocate the culvert, and so it's about 375 feet away from the stadium. Its new alignment.
The original channel was built in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As a result, the Army Corps has been highly involved in approving design plans, and it recently visited the site to make sure everything was being built as approved. The old channel has already been demolished, and the new channel has been built. Crews are finishing up the concrete top on the reinforced concrete boxes.
So one of the main concerns that we had and that the Corps of Engineers had was what's going to happen during construction if a storm event were to hit. And so the Corps in particular required the contractor to come up with almost like an emergency action plan to determine what would happen, what their practices would be if a storm event were to hit.
Some challenges are this is a Tropicana detention basin. It fills up with water, and it fills up to 4 feet high when you have a 100-year flood. And not knowing when that next 100-year flood was, we had to do a lot of mitigation planning with the Corps and Regional Flood on how to build this project in different phases.
Emergency plans were created to divert water in case of flooding. The flood channel carries water from throughout the southwest part of Las Vegas during rain events. Luckily, permits were in place to allow construction to occur during mostly a dry winter and spring.
Then when we went to construction, there was some very large NV Energy conduits in Polaris that had to be relocated. And again, NV Energy came to the table and did their part and expedited everything and kept everything moving. And as you mentioned, the box culvert got out of the way of the foundation of the stadium in time.
Every construction project has its shares of unforeseen circumstances. Moving the culvert just 300 feet led to one unexpected find: a Nevada Energy electrical conduit that wasn't on the existing plans.
We had some utility conflicts in the field, so we've had unknown utilities that were in the proposed alignment, and so we've had to work with Nevada Energy and Regional Flood and the Corps to reroute the culvert for a temporary bypass. We've done that work this far, and now Nevada Energy has moved some of their alignment of their poles and their lines, and we're now installing some new utility alignments, and which will sink underneath our culvert and will allow us to proceed forward with the original planned culvert.
Another issue that arose during construction was the length of time it took the concrete to strengthen after it was poured. The concrete did not reach the desired strength after 28 days. Instead of ripping out all of the boxes, the county and the contractor waited, and after 45 days, the concrete exceeded its strength. Now it's just up to the contractor to put the finishing touches on the channel.
It keeps the same size and alignment, so there is the same ultimate protection. And another design challenge was making sure that while the culvert was being relocated, that we were protected during a flood event, should that happen while the box culvert was being relocated. So there was a lot of thought put in by the Mortenson McCarthy team of during construction how they could make sure that everything was protected in the interim. In the end, it will be the same channel operating the same way, but the interim piece is something that has to be considered from an engineering perspective and a construction perspective.
Now that the flood channel is all but finished, the stadium can really take shape. In just a few months, the Las Vegas skyline will have a new prominent feature. Mortenson McCarthy is using local staff who have worked on projects in Southern Nevada.
So Mortenson McCarthy is a joint venture. Mortenson has the sports group, history and background and knowledge on the project, and McCarthy brings the local presence. And we align in a lot of our core values and the culture that our employees embrace out here. And Mortenson McCarthy has done other projects together as joint ventures, so it made sense on this project to combine again. You're always under the microscope, which is good. We take pride in keeping a clean job and making sure that we keep everybody to the high safety standards that we have for each project. And so we're looking forward to the successful project with the local community and everybody that has something to offer for the stadium, because there are a lot of proud Raiders fans out here, and they deserve the best.
When you see all of the work that's going on in the stadium right now, it's hard to believe that just a couple months ago, the whole project was in jeopardy. It took a lot of cooperation to get the ball rolling in time.
On paper, it's relatively simple to move a flood control channel, but when you're moving a flood channel paid for with federal dollars, the feds want to know exactly what you're doing, and it's common for a federal review to stretch into years.
Because there was federal dollars involved in the construction of that project, that means that the federal government, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case, has to permit that modification. Anytime there's a modification to any facility that was built by the Corps, it has to be approved through the Corps through what we call a 408 permit process. So generally when you're getting a 408 permit, it can take 12 to 18 months, which is quite a bit more time than we had in terms of the schedule for the Raiders trying to get their stadium open by the 2020 season. And so we had to find ways to try to accelerate that.
Yeah, it was a little bit expedited. The way that we got this permit in record time was strictly partnership and teamwork. That's the only way we got it done. And from the very beginning, Clark County Regional Flood Control District, the Board of County Commissioners, the Raiders, the contractor Mortenson McCarthy, the environmental consultant and the geotech consultant, and obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And our team of Kimley Horn, we had partners from all over the United States that were experts in what we needed to do in structural and H&H and civil. All of these people came together, and in the very beginning we set the tone with a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers in May of 2017 and said, we need a permit by fall or the stadium schedule's in jeopardy.
It was a really quick turnaround on the permit. Again, it usually takes 12 to 18 months. We got it done in about 3.5 months. I think we can thank the LA District of the Corps for stepping up and really getting on this permit and recognizing the importance of this permit for the Las Vegas Valley.
Simply put, everyone had to work at the top of their game to get the stadium started. Regional Flood couldn't have done it without Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn needed Mortenson McCarthy, the contractors needed the Raiders, and everyone needed the Army Corps.
There were other pieces, the Army Corps permit was one piece of the puzzle. The plans, the box relocation plans also had to be permitted through all the agencies and through flood control, through all of the utility agencies. So we had to have a permit by December 15th, 2017, or the entire project was in jeopardy. And it was really the first milestone of the project from a construction and engineering phase. So it felt really good as a team for us to make that goal, and so many people who helped us get there. And it's teamwork, and it's all of the engineers at Kimley Horn and outside of Kimley Horn and the consultant team that really just came together and got it done. But it is a community partnership.
When the federal fiscal budget ran dry, Regional Flood entered into an agreement with the feds to fund the review and go into a separate agreement with the Raiders to pay for it.
We entered into an agreement with the Corps wherein we could provide funding to the Corps to allow the permit to be expedited, the review of the permit to be expedited. At the same time, in parallel to that, we entered into an agreement with the Las Vegas Stadium, LLC, for them to provide those funds for us. So we basically took the funds from the Raiders organization and passed it on to the Corps so that that permit review could be expedited. And it wound up trimming the review time down quite a bit. Once the agreements were in place at the end of August, we wound up getting the permit issued in the middle of December. So it took about 3.5 months.
When we came into Las Vegas, I think our main priority was to, create a relationship built on teamwork. That's kind of the organization. That's kind of something that we're really proud of the way we operate. So when we came down here, just understanding that we're all working towards one common goal, the stadium, which really has an impact on the entire Southern Nevada area. So when we came in and, really understanding that we're all, each of us have different areas of expertise, but at the end of the day, in 2020, when we get the stadium, it's going to be something we're really going to be proud of.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas, so I know how great Las Vegas is and how great our partners are, and it was great that the Raiders and everybody got to see that. I think it was fantastic. I'm also a two-time UNLV grad, so one of my other favorite things, and I think it's going to be great for the school. It's going to be a great community partnership, and they've also come to the table as a partner in this whole thing, so I think it's going to be great.
Any NFL stadium or any community you go to, you really need buy-in from everyone. And when we decided to make the move to Las Vegas, we kind of knew that this was a special market, and since we've been here, we've really seen the community, even with the Golden Knights success and kind of, just seeing the amount of Raider logos in the community and just some of the events that we're doing, we're really seeing that people here are really passionate about sports, they're passionate about football. People might be fans of other teams, but we're kind of seeing that the Raiders are really doing a lot of stuff to kind of bring people together, and the stadium really is going to create a lot of opportunities that can further that community bonding and things like that.
One reason that every piece had to fit perfectly is the flood culvert at the Raiders Stadium. It protects the Las Vegas Strip against flash flooding. Let's take a look at how the district protects the southwest of the valley and the Las Vegas Strip from flash flooding.
Nearly 40 million visitors spent time on the Las Vegas Strip last year, pouring money into the local economy and driving revenue to the entire state. There are numerous basins and channels protecting it. The one at the Las Vegas Stadium is just one piece of that protection.
The southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley has a lot of flood control facilities that were built through the Corps of Engineers project. This is an important project for us. All the flows that land in that southwest part of the valley flow down and funnel down into the Flamingo Wash, which flows through the resort corridor at Caesars Palace, goes underneath Las Vegas Boulevard, and continues on through the city to Las Vegas Wash. So it was important for us to get a project put together that could help capture and control the flows that were coming out of the mountains and draining through that whole southwest part of the valley.
Back in the 1980s, the Regional Flood Control District began looking at a massive project to provide the needed protection to the region.
In 1991, we had a feasibility study that was done, which basically took a look at the benefits of building all these facilities versus the cost. And we could use that information, the benefit to cost ratio, to compare our project to other projects across the country in terms of whether it's worthy of getting federal funding.
The U.S. Army Corps accepted the study and sent it to Congress in 1995.
It's a $336 million project. The federal portion of it was 75%, which is about $252 million. And then the local agencies, which is the Regional Flood Control District and Clark County Public Works, paid the other 25%, or about $84 million. Pretty much any water that falls in the southwest part of the valley, and that would really be from like Red Rock Country Club all the way down to like Rhodes Ranch, that whole southwest part of the valley, it all funnels down through the resort corridor, which is very important to the Las Vegas area. As you know, we don't want flooding to occur there, and we want those areas to be flood resilient. And so collecting all of these flows and getting them contained and essentially tamed was important to us to make sure that it protected the economic vitality of the Las Vegas Valley.
The flood control developed with the Army Corps of Engineers provided so much coverage that 19 square miles of flood zone were removed.
So the core project overall included 3 new detention basins, 3 debris basins, and the expansion of 2 existing detention basins. And then along with that, 28 miles of channels and storm drains were built to take all that water that's being collected by those basins and funnel it through that southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley. It's true that the people that were removed from the flood zone are no longer required to buy flood insurance if they have a federally backed mortgage, but as you know, all property owners, whether you're in a flood zone or not, are allowed to get flood insurance. So you can still purchase that flood insurance at a minimal cost. That's about $1 a day to get flood insurance when you're not in a flood zone. We're proud of the fact that these facilities have really been working over the years. They've been tested many times, and so not only do these people not have to pay flood insurance, but they don't really have to deal with that risk of flooding as much anymore. They're much more resilient to the risk of flooding because of the existence of all these facilities. I know that we've had storm events in the southwest part of the valley that were multiple, 2 inches or more in just a few hours, very intense storm events. And those storms were handled by these flood control facilities very well. In the past, if those same storms were to hit, we would have had significant flooding throughout not just the southwest part of the valley, but all the way down Flamingo Wash to Las Vegas Wash.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
Contractors have to keep an eye to the skies at the stadium site. Any amount of rain can impact operations. Thankfully, it was a relatively dry winter.
The rain finally came back on January 9. After months of a prolonged dry spell, the entire Las Vegas Valley got more than an inch of rain in the 24-hour period between January 9 and 10. The rain was steady but moderate and stayed within flood control channels. The biggest problems were traffic accidents. It seemed motorists had forgotten how to drive on wet roads.
This storm ended a record stretch of 116 days where we had no precipitation at the airport. We received 1.33 inches of rain on January 9th, which broke the previous record for any date in January, and 1.47 inches for the entire storm on the 8th and 9th, which was over 1/3 of our average annual precipitation. Normally we experience about half of our annual precipitation during the monsoon season from July to September, and the other half of our annual precipitation occurs during the rest of the year, oftentimes with storms like what we just experienced in January 8th and 9th. This one was particularly wet compared to some of them, although we've seen a lot more, at different times in the past. This was just a particularly strong one for this time of year.
During the monsoon season, a map of the Las Vegas Valley will usually show a few areas where heavy rain is falling. In January, the entire region got a taste of the rain.
The thing to note about storms like this that occur during the winter months is they tend to have a lot more widespread precipitation than just the localized effects of the storms that occur during the monsoon. While we had about 1.5 inches of rain at the airport, we had this was the kind of numbers we saw across the entire valley, whereas during a thunderstorm you may see it in little portions of the valley and not the entire valley at one time.
Overall, we had a very warm and very dry winter, but even during the driest spells, Rain can lead to flooding in channels and washes. During the January 9 storm, several homeless people were rescued from channels that had filled with water.
We can still have flash flooding during the winter months because any rain that falls still runs off and runs into the flood control channels. We had, on January 9th, we did have several swiftwater rescues due to the rainfall. The flooding threat is not limited to the monsoon season, although the greatest threat is during the monsoon season.
The National Weather Service began keeping records in Las Vegas in 1937. The 116 days of no precipitation surpassed the old record of 92 days with just a trace of precipitation. And while we've had wetter Januaries, we haven't had a wetter 24-hour period as we had on January 9th. It's still too soon to tell what this year's monsoon season will bring.
It's tough to predict the monsoon and exactly how strong that's going to be this far out, but as of now, climatologically, we expect it to be relatively dry and warm just throughout the whole period. With La Nina, we generally expect drier conditions around here, but again, that's just a general expectation. We can have wet La Nina years. A large factor, and this is why it is so difficult to predict the monsoon as far out, a large factor in terms of how much precipitation we get during the monsoon is driven by tropical activity. And tropical activity is, we can't predict where and when the storms are going to affect us this time of year. We live in a dry desert climate. Any rain can cause flooding, and even though we got 1.5 inches in one day, we've still been very dry for a long period of time. During calendar year 2017, we received just over half of our normal annual precipitation. So we're under a very dry stretch, and I don't see any reason that that's not going to continue.
Got Raider Mania yet? You can come here to Town Square and learn more about the Las Vegas Stadium. And for all things flood, you can always follow us on Facebook or Twitter, or go to our website at regionalflood.org.
Although my car almost tipped over on its top, it didn't. So you can see I'm floating down in the middle of this weather. I've called 911. They told me to roll down my windows and stay in the car, and hopefully they'll be here soon.
If you're up to your eyeballs in paper, inhibiting your vision and productivity, you may be suffering from shredded head. Clear your desk, clear your head, and clear your clutter. Walk-in shredding is now available. Get organized today with the Opportunity Village Paper Pros, trusted as one of Nevada's largest document destruction companies. Good for your community, good for you. For more information, visit paperproslv.com. That's paperproslv.com.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
You were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool, and before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it,
she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. In this half hour of Waterways, get off your grass and earn some cash with an increased rebate from the SNWA. We'll show you how to replace your thirsty grass with desert landscaping in 3 easy steps. New Home Technologies can help you save water with very little effort. Learn how WaterSmart homes are designed for the earth-conscious homebuyer. Plus, avoid the most common water waste issues with our irrigation tips. And get WaterSmart with a controller that helps you manage your outdoor water use. Ready to water less and save more? Replace your water-intensive lawn with drought-tolerant landscaping and earn some cash. The SNWA now offers $3 for every square foot of grass you replace with desert plants. Crystal Zelke has more on the boosted incentive.
There's no better time to get off your grass and earn some cash. The Southern Nevada Water Authority increased the amount of its WaterSmart Landscapes rebate. Don't wait to apply. It's easy and WaterSmart. As the historic drought continues to impact Lake Mead's water levels, Valley residents are asked to step up their conservation efforts even more. To help, the SNWA's Board of Directors approved an increase to the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. Under new program guidelines, applicants can earn up to $3 for every square foot of turf they convert to WaterSmart landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet per project, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. The maximum incentive for any property in a fiscal year is $300,000. The SNWA created the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program in 1999 to encourage homeowners and businesses to convert their water-guzzling lawn to WaterSmart landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 185 million square feet of turf, enough to cover 94% of the Earth's circumference. In total, the program has helped our community save more than 119 billion gallons of water.
As we look at the forecasts and projections for the Colorado River, there's a greater than 50% probability that we will see a shortage condition within the next couple of years. And that means that there will be less water available from Lake Mead. But we'll be able to continue to meet water demands even under shortage conditions because of conservation. I mean, Southern Nevada has reduced its water use by 26%, and that has allowed us to be able to be well prepared for any shortage conditions on the horizon. And while we may be one of the most water efficient communities in the nation, we've got more work to do. It's conservation that has prepared us for coming shortages, and it's conservation that's going to keep us ahead of the curve.
With the increased rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. For most of us, the bulk of water use occurs outdoors in our landscapes. In the summertime, 70 to 90% of the average residential water bill can be attributed to outdoor usage. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce that water use? A WaterSmart landscape. You could cut your water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates a water-efficient landscape can save homeowners approximately 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,000 square foot conversion, that's 55,000 gallons of water saved every year.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in Southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them. But where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It's okay to keep some grass areas in your WaterSmart landscape, but if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. First, enroll online or call our Conservation Helpline for a printed application. Once the completed application is received, SNWA will schedule a site review visit to evaluate your lawn and conversion areas and answer any questions you may have. You must participate in the pre-conversion site visit before removing your lawn. Next, dig in. You have 1 year to complete your conversion.
So there's 3 key elements when you do a landscape conversion in our program. The first is the irrigation system. So you're taking out a spray system that's watering the grass that uses a lot of water, and you're converting it to a drip system that's much more efficient. The second thing is you're removing the grass and putting in some type of mulch. So you're using either rock or bark or artificial turf, but some type of material instead of grass. And the final thing is we do require plants.
Need inspiration? Visit the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden to see the variety of plants that thrive in our desert climate. Experts give free guided walk tours each Saturday and Sunday, but the garden also is open daily to venture on your own. You may want to take a free drip irrigation class that equips you with the skills to design and install a drip watering system. Once you complete your landscape, you can cash in. The added benefit is the long-term savings.
Grass uses 2 to 3 times as much water as desert landscaping, so you pay more in your water bill. So if you're thinking about saving, definitely look at converting. We provide a lot of tools that help you do that in design and just giving you different ideas. There's a lot of variability with desert landscaping that you don't have in grass. So there's a lot of incentives and a lot of things that will help you to convert and to give you the tools necessary to do it.
If you're ready to save water in a big way, there's no better way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's $3 rebate, saving water has never been so easy and so rewarding. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
Conservation continues to be our biggest tool in the fight against drought. And as you'll see in our newest ad campaign, the community's efforts to save resources is one of the reasons Southern Nevada is prepared to meet the challenges.
A drop of water is where it starts. And that drop of water, well, it makes a ripple of difference. It's essential to keep conserving for our future, one drop at a time. So thank you, Southern Nevada, and stay WaterSmart.
Summer watering restrictions allow customers to water landscapes up to 6 days a week through August 31st. Sunday watering is prohibited. Time of day restrictions also prohibit watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. However, you may water heat-stressed plants and grass with a handheld hose anytime. Here are a few more tips to water wisely this summer. Keep an eye on your landscape and increase watering only as needed. Beat the heat and set your irrigation clock to water before sunrise. And shut off your sprinklers on rainy and windy days to save as much as 500 gallons of water a day. It's easy to waste water in the summer and not even realize it. Residents and businesses commonly run irrigation more often and for longer periods of time, which often leads to wasteful runoff. Avoid the most common water waste issues with these tips from Jason Gifford.
As the record drought continues to loom in Southern Nevada, it's more important than ever to guard against water waste. We can all help to reduce water waste by reporting it when we see it and fixing our own irrigation issues before they become bigger problems. On average, Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. Mandatory watering restrictions help our community conserve water and reduce water waste. While ordinances vary slightly by jurisdiction, water waste is broadly defined as water that flows or sprays off of your property. Common violations that may result in a water waste fee include watering outside of assigned watering days and violating time of day restrictions. Landscape watering is prohibited between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. May 1st to August 31st. Sunday is not an optional watering day. Oftentimes, customers are unaware they're wasting water. But overwatering is an obvious water waster even to the untrained eye. Standing or pooling water can be seen, or water sheets off sidewalks and curbs when the turf and hard soil can't absorb the excess water fast enough. Overwatering is the result of applying too much water to your landscape. So, what is the right amount? It all depends on the type of grass, root depth, degree of the slope, soil quality, sun exposure, and more. That may sound complicated, but to avoid overwatering, simply test your irrigation system. The Water Authority recommends the cycle and soak method for lawns. Set your sprinklers to water 3 times a day, 4 minutes each cycle, at least 1 hour apart. These shorter sips of water are better for turf because the water absorbs faster and creates a healthier lawn. It also helps to keep water from flowing off the lawn and into the gutter where it can't be recovered. Inspect your grass with the sprinklers running to see if it needs more or less water. To customize your watering cycles, manually turn on your first sprinkler station and begin timing the run immediately. Monitor how many minutes elapse before water begins to pool or run off. Stop the cycle at that point and subtract a minute. That's your run time for that station. Repeat the process for each station since run times may vary. Allow the water to fully soak in before running another cycle. This generally takes about an hour. Drip emitters watering plants can also cause runoff. If you notice pooling water, you may need to move drip heads away from the sidewalk or reduce the runtime. If dry spots crop up, ensure there are no misaligned heads and hand water them instead of running sprinklers longer. To help your lawn absorb water, aerate at least twice a year in spring and fall. This process of punching out cores of soil allows water and nutrients to flow more completely into the root zone rather than off of it. Another common water waste issue is overspray. To isolate an overspray problem, test key components of your irrigation system. Sprinklers can easily twist or turn. Briefly turn on your irrigation system after each mowing. Adjust any misaligned sprinklers by turning with the firm grip of your hand or gently turn them with pliers. Check your drip system too. If drip heads popped off and you see water shooting into the wall or street, make sure a pressure regulator is installed on the drip system. Improper nozzles are another cause of overspray. If overspray leads to water waste, you may have the wrong nozzle for the size or shape of your turf area. Manufacturers indicate nozzle measurements by color, crosshatch patterns, or numerals and more. It can be confusing, so ask a pro if you're not sure what you need. For uniformity, it's best to stick with the same brand and not mix and match parts. The next common water waste problem is one property owners dread: an irrigation leak. One indicator of a leak is an area of your landscape that's more green or wet and marshy than other areas. Many times a leak shows up more gradually as a slow but consistent trickle of water. It's often noticeable near the curb or street, since this is typically a landscape's lowest point and that's where water gathers. A leak then trickles down into the gutter. Whether or not you can fix a leak yourself depends on your comfort level and willingness to literally dig into the problem. You may have to remove a fair-sized chunk of grass to get down into your system and find the source of the leak. You could have a broken sprinkler or perhaps a break in the irrigation line itself. If in doubt, you may want to call in a professional. Obstructed spray patterns are another water waster. One common sight is a sprinkler that shoots onto something other than the grass. The solution might be as straightforward as installing a nozzle with a different reach, angle, or spray pattern. But spray obstruction is often the result of inappropriate design for that area, so you may need to change your design or relocate an irrigation line to resolve it. Low-lying sprinklers also can cause obstructed spray patterns. Water only hits a few nearby blades of grass instead of the entire irrigation zone intended for that sprinkler head. Retrofit existing sprinkler heads or install 4-inch tall pop-ups to effectively water the area. For more information about how to water more efficiently, visit snwa.com. If you see water waste anywhere in the valley, report it to your water provider or call SNWA's Conservation Helpline at 702-258-SAVE. You can also fill out a report online at snwa.com. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Your irrigation controller can also help you avoid water waste, especially in summer when homeowners tend to overwater their landscapes. Jen Inaba explains how a smart irrigation controller can help you manage your outdoor water use and make it easier to comply with seasonal watering restrictions.
Make landscape watering easier with a clock that's smarter than the rest. A smart irrigation controller automatically adjusts your landscape watering so you don't have to. Be water smart and money smart when you invest in this newer technology with an instant rebate from the SNWA. In the summer, between 70 and 90% of your home's water bill can be generated by outdoor water use, especially if you still have grass here in the desert. Seasonal watering restrictions help Southern Nevada curb water waste, but there's much more to using resources wisely. For instance, installing the right irrigation system for your landscape's needs and adjusting your irrigation clock seasonally are key components to water conservation. If you have an older irrigation system, it may be time to replace the heart of that system, your controller, with new technology. A variety of smart irrigation controllers can take a lot of the work off your hands. These state-of-the-art controllers automatically adjust watering run times in response to environmental changes. They use sensors or weather data to manage watering times and frequency. Smart controllers can turn off your sprinkler system when it rains, which is useful during the valley's monsoon season. Some of them will also shut off if winds gust or temperatures dip.
Smart irrigation controllers is a new technology in irrigation controllers. Your traditional controllers has a fixed schedule, so you put in what days of the week you want to water, how long you want to water, things like that that are set, and it stays like that until you change it again. Smart irrigation controllers actually have weather input, and so weather actually will kind of dictate what your schedule is. So you will put in what type of plants you have, what type of irrigation system you have, and the controller will come up with a schedule. By having a smart irrigation controller, you can save thousands of gallons of water. So on a residential property, you can save between 10 and 20% of your water. So throughout a year, you're talking 20, 30,000 gallons of water. On large properties like commercial and multifamily, they can save hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a year. So there's big savings from a smart irrigation controller.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority offers a rebate coupon to help you upgrade to a smart controller. In many cases, the rebate will pay up to half the cost of the controller. Find out which controllers qualify, get program details, and print the rebate form at snwa.com. Saving money is easy. You'll receive an instant rebate when you bring your coupon to participating retailers. But if you purchase a smart controller from a non-participating retailer, you can still mail in your rebate form. The good news about smart controllers is they get smarter with time. With smart technology on the rise, monitoring your landscape is as simple as tapping into your phone, tablet, or computer. New apps now help residents remotely control their home irrigation system.
New smart irrigation controllers are controlled by apps. So you can put it on your phone or a tablet and you can control your whole system without having to go in the garage. That's one of the big barriers, is people hate going in the garage 2 or 3 times a year and having to change their controller. Now you can do it from the app on your phone. And so by doing that, it gives you better access. When we change our watering schedules throughout the year, you have easy access. It's easy to go in and change it right there and not having to go in the garage.
The Environmental Protection Agency stamps qualifying irrigation controllers with its WaterSense label to help consumers make water-smart choices that save money and maintain high environmental standards. The EPA says WaterSense labeled irrigation controllers can save an average home nearly 8,800 gallons of water annually. As with all WaterSense labeled products, the EPA independently certifies irrigation controllers to ensure they meet tough WaterSense criteria for efficiency and performance. Smart controller savings aren't just for homeowners. HOAs and commercial properties also can receive a rebate. Larger properties are perfect candidates for smart technology since the controllers are capable of irrigating larger landscapes that often have varied plant needs in each watering zone. While smart controllers are designed to increase watering efficiency, they do require initial setup and occasional monitoring to ensure optimal water savings. If you need help setting up the technology, you may want to consult an SNWA WaterSmart contractor or visit a participating retailer for assistance. Some landscapers in the WaterSmart Contractors program also accept the Smart Controller Rebate Coupon. Visit snwa.com to see a list of WaterSmart contractors. Let a smart irrigation controller take the guesswork out of manually adjusting your irrigation clock. The SNWA rebate not only will save you money, but time you can spend outdoors enjoying your landscape instead. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jenna Nava.
Single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Since the SNWA is committed to helping the community reduce water use, it makes sense to help residents create a water-smart lifestyle from the ground up. Corey Enos explains the value of a water-smart home.
Everywhere you turn, Las Vegas is building. Home construction is especially on the rise. But we're not just building more, we're building smarter and more sustainably. Many newer communities are water smart. These homes have technology to help home buyers live a water smart lifestyle without sacrificing the comforts of home. When you build from the ground up, your toughest choices usually involve whether to purchase the upgrades such as granite countertops, crown molding, or covered patios. But when you buy a water smart home, a water efficient foundation is already laid for you. Your purchase is a guaranteed step in helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource, water. A new water smart home can save up to 85,000 gallons of water more per year compared to a home built in 2003. That's huge water savings for Southern Nevada and conservation gains for homeowners, who can reap energy as well as water savings. Water smart homes include high-efficiency appliance and fixtures, such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and water-efficient irrigation systems outdoors. The Water Authority launched the Water Smart Home program in partnership with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The program provides customers the opportunity to purchase homes that exceed water efficiency standards, and it's one of the largest water efficiency programs for new homes in the nation.
The Water Smart Home program did start in 2005, and it was the first of its kind, the first program to test and certify new home water efficiency on a very large scale. It has been very successful. There have been many builders that participated over the years, and each of these water efficient homes saves thousands of gallons per year compared to homes built 10 years ago.
With home construction rising again, more WaterSmart homes are on the market. Last year, builders constructed more than 800 new WaterSmart homes, bringing the Valley's total to more than 12,000 since the program began.
As the Valley continues to grow, it's very important that we try to minimize the water impact on new home construction. And for this program, we used a points-based system that it encourages home builders to use new water-efficient technologies, things such as ultra low-flow toilets, high-efficiency shower heads, smart weather-based irrigation controllers. All of these items can help draw down the water use for each home.
Under program guidelines, participating builders agree to designate and build individual neighborhoods that qualify as WaterSmart and are more efficient than current drought and plumbing codes mandate. This requires all homes within a WaterSmart neighborhood to meet standard requirements established by the SNWA. All WaterSmart homes' landscapes are guaranteed to comply with current laws and codes, and since Southern Nevadans on average use far more water outdoors on landscapes than they do indoors, the potential for outdoor water savings is high.
For outdoor water use, we know that on average, 70 or 80% of the total water use can be outside. So it's very important that we look at water efficiency outdoors. We look at landscape. This is low water use, desert adapted landscape, and high efficient drip irrigation systems. Of course, there is not going to be front lawns in these homes because the water use is very high.
While outdoor conservation has a big impact on our Valley's water supply, it isn't the only way WaterSmart homes save water. These homes feature state-of-the-art appliances and fixtures to advance water savings even further, such as high-efficiency toilets that use 1.28 gallons of water or less per flush, kitchen faucets that release a maximum of 2.2 gallons of water per minute, low-flow bathroom faucets limited to 1.5 gallons per minute, shower heads that use 2.5 gallons of water per minute or less, and hot water systems that deliver hot water quickly, reducing waiting and waste. While all fixtures in a WaterSmart home must meet EPA WaterSense standards, appliances that are pre-installed or offered as upgrades also must meet energy standards, which include water efficiency standards. Homeowners will save both energy and water with specified high-efficiency dishwashers, washing machines, air conditioning systems, and drinking water treatment systems. Home builders agree to have a percentage of their newly built WaterSmart homes inspected by the Water Authority to ensure program conditions are met. The inspection includes a detailed checklist to verify that each component of a WaterSmart home is properly installed.
The program incorporates both energy standards from the Energy Star program as well as water efficiency standards for the Environmental Protection Agency's WaterSense program. So between those two standards, we look at the water use in appliances as well as fixtures, toilets, and shower heads.
Conserving water and energy is a natural way of life for most Southern Nevadans. But imagine how much more you could save if your home's technology did much of the work for you. It's possible with a WaterSmart home. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Corey Enos.
Hardy Homes recently joined the SNWA's WaterSmart Home program. The home builder has a long history of building sustainable homes in Southern Nevada. One of Hardy's newest WaterSmart home collections, Linnea, is located in Henderson's master plan community in Sparata. Linnea's water-efficient features include WaterSense-labeled low-flow faucets, Energy Star dishwashers and clothes washers, as well as high-efficiency toilets. Water savings are also realized outdoors.
We work with the landscape architect not only to use the right materials, but also design the drip irrigation system and go into with the clocks to make sure we have a multifunctional clock that can have the different seasons, have the days of the week, multi-programmable. We also now offer an option to make that a Wi-Fi controller, so someone now can use an Apple or an Android phone and actually monitor their water usage through their clock.
In our environment in Las Vegas, being a desert arid environment, we find it an opportunity to conserve water, which is also important to our homeowners. You know, many of them aren't just important for them to save money, it's also important for them to contribute to the environment and not have a footprint where they're actually wasting.
Hardie launched its Living Smart program in 1998 to offer home buyers sustainable, cost-efficient homes. The program focuses on 5 areas of advancement: Health Smart, Energy Smart, Earth Smart, Home Smart, and Water Smart. The Water Smart component includes desert landscaping as well as high-efficiency fixtures and plumbing designed to conserve water. Local water quality providers have released their annual water quality reports. The reports are provided each June and detail your drinking water sources and quality, along with the results of the 2017 water quality analyses. The Southern Nevada Water Authority takes water quality very seriously and wants you to know your drinking water meets or surpasses all Safe Drinking Water Act standards.
This is a story of the numbers that make your water flow. 90% of our water comes from Lake Mead. Traveling through 6,500 miles of pipeline, your water is treated thoroughly, analyzed more than 300,000 times a year, and monitored 24/7 by experts. All to ensure your water meets or surpasses the highest quality standards on its way to the place that matters most, your tap. For objective information about water quality and in-home treatment systems, visit snwa.com.
The American Water Works Association recently recognized the Las Vegas Valley Water District as one of the safest utilities in the nation. The Water District received the 2018 Wendell R. Ledoux Utility Safety Award during AWWA's annual conference in June. The AWWA selects the nominee with the most impressive safety record for the past 5 years. During the conference held at Mandalay Bay, Water District teams displayed their skill in a hydrant hysteria competition, as well as a pipe tapping contest. The men's hydrant hysteria team assembled hydrants as crowds cheered, but didn't make the finals. Since there's currently no women's hydrant hysteria competition, 2 all-female teams from the district demonstrated their knowledge, speed, and accuracy to encourage a competition in the future. And the district men's tapping team competed against more than 30 other international teams in a high-energy competition to install a tap on a pressurized iron pipe, ultimately making it to the finals. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Stay connected with SNWA through our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in Southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop pine cover and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
All right, thank you everybody for coming tonight. Obviously, I'm not Bill Brown, who usually does this role. I am David Demore. I'm a professor of political science at UNLV. I'm also a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution in Government Studies, like Molly. So this is actually the last of the Brookings Scholars Lecture this year, so thank you for coming. So Molly's going to talk to us tonight a little bit about, her title of her talk is essentially looking at the conflict between Republican-led states and the Republican-led Washington, D.C. Where are the fault lines, what we've already seen, as well as what we might see in the future here. This is what, your second trip out here?
It is my second trip out.
So Molly's second trip out there. She is the author of a book on the filibuster, Expectations to the Rule, the politics of filibuster, limitations in the U.S. Senate, which explores basically how Congress tried to get around their own rules to pass legislation. Most recently, we saw that with the tax legislation that came out in last year there, and of course that's how Obamacare got passed as well, way back when here. Her current research projects include work on the congressional budget process, the consequences of partisan dynamics on how the budget actually works and does not work more often, and how federalism and the consequences of federalism on national policy making during the era of a unified Republican Party control in Washington, D.C. Molly received her PhD in political science and public policy from the University of Michigan and her BA in government from Smith College. Prior to working at, actually we're at Brookings before. She was working as a research coordinator in the government studies program in Brookings. She's also done some teaching at Jordan Innovation. She did some teaching today in my class, in fact. So we'll turn it over to Molly.
Great, thanks Dave, and thank you all for coming. It's really great to be back here at UNLV. I am really excited about how warm it is outside. This is definitely still winter when I left the East Coast, so that's been a lovely change. And tonight, as Dave said, I'm going to be talking about some work on a new project that's actually joint work with one of my Brookings colleagues, Elizabeth Mann, and we're calling it When Interests Collide. And it's on sources and areas of conflict between Republican-led states and Republicans at the national level. And just to tell you a little bit about how we got started on this project. The idea first came to us in the aftermath of the 2016 election. I actually was looking in preparation for this lecture at all of my files from the project, and I think our very first notes on this project are from the week after the 2016 election, when the very emergent, immediate conventional wisdom was, once Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 2017, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, is sort of dead from day one. And we sort of took a look at that conventional wisdom and started to think, maybe that's not quite true. As we all know, I'm going to talk quite a lot about the ACA tonight. As we all know, it's ultimately still alive in some form. But part of why we thought initially that it might survive is because of the existence of a number of states, including states led by Republicans, where the ACA was working and had been implemented to full effect. And so Elizabeth does a lot of work on the state-based implementation of federal policy. I do a lot of work on Congress, so this seems like a natural place for us to work together. So to start us off, I'm going to walk us through 4 events from 2017. Many of them, if not all of them, will be familiar to you because they all involve your governor, Brian Sandoval. So the first comes from January of 2017. And in January of 2017, Governor Sandoval, at the very beginning of January, sends a letter to House Republican leaders indicating that they should, any changes they make to the Affordable Care Act should make sure to leverage the advancements that were already made. Later in the month, he joins, so Governor Sandoval's the vice chair of the National Governors Association. He joins the other governors in sending another letter that is more specifically about Medicaid and asks that if Congress is considering changes to Medicaid, it need to continue to have a big federal role and to take advantage of the Medicaid expansion that had happened under the Affordable Care Act. So we see very immediately some pushback from Republican governors against repealing the ACA. Republicans in Congress, on the other hand, go full speed ahead, setting up, this is a picture from a vote in the Senate in January of 2017, to sort of set forth the framework to be able to repeal the ACA under filibuster-proof procedures. So, first example of Republican governors going one way, Republicans in Congress going the other. Let's fast forward to June. At this point, the House, after a couple false starts, has successfully passed a bill repealing the ACA. Governor Sandoval joins 6 other governors to, again, send a letter, this time about the bill that the House has actually passed. Again, focusing largely on the Medicaid provisions. Says the Medicaid provisions are particularly problematic. He also has this relatively notorious press conference with Senator Heller, who, given the lighting here, is sort of in the shadows over there, which seems sort of appropriate. But it's this press conference where Governor Sandoval and Senator Heller indicate that the approach that the House is taking is unacceptable. Republicans in Congress, again, at this point in the Senate, continue to go full speed ahead. There was a thought for a while that the Senate might take a different tack than the House. They ultimately introduce a bill in the Senate that looks quite a lot like the House bill. President Trump had called that House bill mean in June. The Senate chooses to take a very similar approach despite hearing this pushback from governors. So in July, we see, again, Governor Sandoval joined this time 9 other governors to oppose the emerging Senate proposal on the ACA. So this letter, which is to the Senate leaders, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, not only indicates their displeasure with the Medicaid provisions, but it also specifically says that the Senate should reject this skinny repeal proposal, which, if you were watching the debate, was this idea that the Senate would do kind of the bare minimum merely for legislative momentum purposes. The Senate would just pass something so that this process could continue. The Senate, again, disregards this position from the governors, tries to pass this skinny repeal bill. This is a picture of John McCain just before he gives his thumbs down to vote no. You can see Mitch McConnell off there in the background looking very displeased about what's happening. But again, this is sort of the third example of where there is pressure from governors to go in one direction and Congress at least tries to go in the other. And then I'm going to end this kind of lead up with something that happened in September, which is that, so Congress goes on recess in August. They all go home. At the beginning of recess, they all seem sort of resigned to the idea that they're done working on this. They start to hear from constituents, particularly well-placed Republican constituents, that no, they really need to take one more crack at trying to repeal the ACA in 2017. At the beginning of September, there's a kind of key, wonky, but important event where basically the Senate parliamentarian, whose job is to provide guidance to the senators on what the rules say, basically says, all right, senators, if you want this chance to repeal the ACA under these procedures that protect the bill from a filibuster, you have to finish it by the end of September. If you don't finish it by the end of September, and you want to do another bill that is exempt from a filibuster after the 1st of October, you only get one shot. And you want to use that shot for a tax bill, so you've got to make a choice. Either hurry up and do a health care bill now, or try to do health care and a tax bill together after October 1st. There was no real sense that that part of the plan would work. So that really kind of lit a fire under Republicans for one last shot at doing this. This is, again, a letter from Governor Sandoval and 9 other governors indicating that they opposed the plan that was emerging for this last-ditch effort. It's a proposal that I'll refer to as the Graham-Cassidy proposal. Alternatively, Graham, Cassidy, Heller, and Johnson. Those were the 4 Republican senators who were prominently involved in pushing this. Again, Senate tries quite hard to do the opposite of what these governors are requesting. They ultimately realize they don't have the votes. You can see Bill Cassidy, senator from Louisiana, looking pretty glum on the far side of that picture. September ends, and with it, any real serious legislative effort at repealing the ACA. So these are kind of 4 key moments in the process of this ACA repeal fight from last year, and at all of them, we saw governors wanting one thing, including some Republican governors. Governor Sandoval was not the only one. We also saw prominent activism from Governor Kasich of Ohio, Governor Baker of Massachusetts, Governor Scott of Vermont, and Governor Hogan of Maryland, Republicans all. And they were diverging from their national co-partisans, national Republicans, on this major policy issue. So just to give you a little sense of where we're going with the rest of the talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we should think about this behavior by Sandoval and other Republican governors. And I'm going to bring in some political science research from kind of a couple different areas of the field that will help us think about this. I'm going to talk about what we actually saw happen in 2017. So I gave some highlights using the example of Governor Sandoval, but I'm going to present some data that Elizabeth and I have been collecting on more systematically what's been happening. Also going to draw some comparisons to previous health policy debates. In this talk, I'm going to talk mainly about a law that was passed in 1997, creating the Children's Health Insurance Program. As Elizabeth and I continue to work on this project, we're also going to be comparing this case in 2017 to major legislation in 1995 and the original passage of the ACA. And then I'm also going to talk at the end about a little bit of what we should watch going forward. What are some other both areas of tension in the healthcare area, and what are some other policy areas where we are seeing this tension between Republican governors and a Republican national government. So before I do that, I want to just remind us quickly sort of why the ACA is a really interesting case to study this tension between national and state level Republicans. And it's in large part because the ACA is set up in such a way that responsibility for implementing it is shared between the federal government and state governments. So one major area of this is the Medicaid expansion. So under a Supreme Court decision in 2012, states could not be required to expand Medicaid. As of today, there are 32 states that have chosen to do so. There are a couple states, including Virginia and I think Utah, that are now considering expansions. And this set of 32 states includes 11 states that had a Republican governor at the time, excuse me, they chose to expand. Another area where responsibility is shared between states and the federal government is in the marketplaces. And these are these websites that individuals use to purchase coverage on the individual market and to access the subsidies that they might have available to them from the federal government to do so. Under a 2015 Supreme Court decision, individuals can access those subsidies whether or not a marketplace is created by an individual state or maintained by the federal government, and the law gives states the option of choosing whether or not to create their own marketplace or leave it to the federal government to do so. A third way in which responsibility is shared here is through what we call waivers. And basically, waivers are the ability of individual states to apply for permission from the federal government for some flexibility in how they implement the law. So there's long-standing waiver authority under Medicaid, where states can ask the federal government for flexibility in implementing Medicaid in their states. There's also provisions in the ACA that are specific to some of the ACA's state-based provisions, where basically states, if they can justify that they'll cover as many people and that it will cost no more to the federal government, they can access some flexibility. So this is all to say that the ACA provides, because it creates a shared responsibility for implementation between states and the federal government, it provides us with an interesting way to study this dynamic. So one possibility is that the same set of things that predicted how individual states implemented the ACA in the first place will be the things that predict whether we see Republican tension between governors and the federal government. So the first thing we know about how states chose to implement the ACA is that it's largely a partisan story. So the biggest predictor of whether a state was going to oppose particularly expanding Medicaid was whether the state's governor was a Republican and whether Republicans controlled the legislature. This partisan story also helps explain how fast states went. So Democratic-led states that chose to expand Medicaid generally went faster than Republican-led states. And this is important, but it doesn't really help us understand why we saw some governors, like Governor Sandoval, choose to push back against the feds in 2017, because this would suggest that they would have simply gone along with what the federal level Republicans were doing. So there are other things, though, that mattered, and these might help us understand better what some of the source of this tension was. So one thing that seemed to matter quite a bit for predicting whether a state was going to expand Medicaid in particular was how strong was organized business support in the state for the decision to expand. The presence of pro-expansion healthcare providers was also a driver, and states that had existing higher levels of Medicaid benefits also tended to move faster in expanding. Interestingly, there's little evidence that maybe what we would call need drove decision-making at the state level about how to implement the ACA. So there's not a lot of evidence that states with higher uninsured populations, or where there were more high-need hospitals, or states with lower per capita incomes, they didn't seem to expand Medicaid or be more aggressive in implementing the ACA. So another possibility is that this is an electoral story, that it's not necessarily about the ACA specifically, but it's more broadly about whether governors, what their electoral situation is. So one possible explanation here would be that governors are afraid of being blamed for their national colleagues' decision to cut benefits. So if Republicans in Congress decide to cut Medicaid, governors might be afraid that that is going to affect them negatively in their reelection efforts. So for this to be true, for governors' kind of concern in this area to be well-founded, voters would need to be able to distinguish between which level of government is actually responsible for something. So if voters can tell that governors are doing one thing and the federal government is doing something else, then maybe governors don't need to be worried about this. But if voters are bad at that and are just going to conflate what's happening at the national level with what's happening at the state level, then maybe governors should be more concerned. And what we know from the literature is that voters can make these distinctions, but only sometimes and only in certain circumstances. Things like voters who are pretty well informed can generally tell the difference between which level of government is responsible for what thing. If they're kind of reminded of or cued into which level, they can generally effectively report back in a survey, that sort of thing. So this suggests to me that there's a real possibility that if something was happening at the national level, that governors might legitimately be blamed by voters for what was happening. So a second possibility is that what happens in state level elections is just really about what's happening at the federal level. And so a different way to put this is it's really just what's happening with the president all the way down. There's some pretty interesting work that suggests that state legislators of electoral fate is largely determined by presidential approval. There's also some evidence that voters will punish the president's party at the ballot box, even for things like local tax increases that the voters themselves enacted through a ballot measure. So this is to suggest that there's sort of the nationalization of electoral politics might be playing a role here. There's also some work that suggests that when responsibility for a particular policy area is shared, voters will just blame whichever level of government is controlled by the other party. So if you are a Republican in a Republican-controlled state and there's a Democratic president and there's a policy area where they share responsibility, you're just going to blame the Democrats and the Democratic president for what's happening, not your own party members. And so this could really cut both ways for governors in 2017. On one hand, if Republican governors think that Republican voters will like that national level Republicans were fulfilling this long-held Republican campaign promise, they might reward governors for a repeal of the ACA in this setup. But if voters don't like the repeal of the ACA, then they might just choose to punish governors anyway because they're unhappy with what the federal level office holders are doing. So the last thing I want to touch on before I show you some data is what do we know about the ACA and political behavior specifically? So there's some good work that suggests, on one hand, that Medicaid beneficiaries are significantly less likely to register, to vote, to take other kinds of political action. There's also some evidence that the Medicaid expansion increased political participation, but that's both increasing turnout among new beneficiaries and a backlash effect among conservatives who were unhappy about states having expanded Medicaid. It's also not clear that these effects really persisted past 2014. So what this evidence suggests to us is that it's probably not the case that governors were really concerned about specific electoral punishment from the population who benefited the most from the Medicaid expansion, but that the other evidence suggests that there may be some electoral and political motivation going on here. So one of the things that we did to kind of start this project is just try to get a sense of, well, how active were governors on this issue in 2017? So this is a graph of all 50 governors. And along the bottom are the number of newspaper articles that mentioned one of the governors and his or her position on repeal and replace between January and September of 2017. The red bars are Republican governors. The blue bars are Democratic governors. Alaska has an independent governor. That's the green bar. There are roughly 900 newspaper articles that we looked at in this analysis. And you'll see, first of all, that there's lots of variation. So the governor at the top of the list is John Kasich of Ohio, who was mentioned in more than 100 newspaper articles about repeal and replace. The governor of Hawaii was mentioned 0 times. Don't have a great explanation for that, but we see a lot of variation here. We also see, for example, that 6 of the top 10 most frequently mentioned governors were Republicans. And this is a mix of people who supported repeal and who opposed repeal. So number 1 and 2 are Governors Kasich and Sandoval, who are both repeal opponents. Governor Baker of Massachusetts is number 3. Number 4 is Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona, who was a prominent repeal supporter. We also see in the top 10 Governor Hutchinson of Arkansas, who was a repeal supporter, and Governor LePage of Maine, who was a repeal supporter. So this is interesting data to look at. It really gives us a sense of how much variation there was among governors across both parties in this debate. But what can it tell us about whether these electoral incentives seem to matter? So I want to focus here on the 17 Republican governors in 2017 who led states that expanded Medicaid. So within this group of 17, there were 5 governors who were term limited and can't run again. And we would think that might be important because if you can't run again, you're going to have really different electoral incentives. Basically, you're not running for re-election, so it matters less to you personally what's happening because you're not going to be on the ballot again. There were 7 governors in this group who were running for re-election in 2018. So these are the governors who we think might be most sensitive to any electoral incentives. And then there are 5 governors in this group who aren't running in 2018, either because their state doesn't have a gubernatorial election in 2018 or because they had simply chosen not to run. So the most active group here were the term-limited governors. So these 5 governors who were term-limited and couldn't run again, they averaged about 40 mentions. A lot of that is driven by Sandoval and Kasich, both of whom are term-limited, and we're at the very top of that graph that I showed. The second most active group were these governors who were running for re-election, who we thought might be most sensitive to electoral incentives. So this includes proponents of repeal, like Ducey and Hutchinson. Ducey notably was a proponent of repeal and tried to persuade John McCain to also be a proponent of repeal. He famously called John McCain the night of that failed vote in the Senate and told him it was okay to vote for repeal. This group of governors who were running for re-election also includes Governors Baker, Hogan, and Scott, who are all opponents. So we see both groups of governors being, both sides of the issue, being active in this group. This group averaged about 28 mentions in that graph. And then the governors who simply weren't running in 2018 and weren't term limited, they averaged about 15 mentions. So this suggests to us that there is something about an electoral story happening, that some of the behavior we see is consistent with governors responding to the electoral incentives that are in front of them. So what about sort of policy effects? You know, there are a couple different ways this might work. One would be, you know, kind of what we would like to be true in an ideal world, which is that if a state is going to be hurt by repeal, electoral incentives aside, a governor of that state should oppose repeal. Whereas if a state might benefit from repeal, electoral incentives aside, the governor should advocate for that. Another possibility is that states in which that were going to be really hurt by repeal, that they might have particularly active interest group coalitions that would be pushing the governor to oppose repeal. If you think back to when I talked about some of the work that looks at why the ACA was implemented in the way it was in the first place, one big factor there was whether sort of hospitals and other business groups were really pushing for expansion. So this is some data that Elizabeth and I put together in September when the Senate was thinking about this Graham-Cassidy Heller-Johnson proposal. And what that proposal would have done was basically take the money that was currently available under the ACA, convert it into a block grant where it just goes to states as a big chunk of money, with states having some ability just to decide how that money was spent. And it would also implement certain caps on Medicaid spending. And so the Kaiser Family Foundation took a look at what the projections and the projected changes for different states would be under this proposal. So on this graph, the right side is states that would benefit from the change. The left side are states that would lose from the change. And it's in billions of dollars. And then the bars are, red bars are governors who came out against this proposal. Green bars are governors who came out for the proposal. And then the gray bars are governors who didn't make a public statement about it, including the governor of Texas, where the proposal was written such that it would potentially benefit Texas quite significantly. So if we look at the pattern here, we can see that all of the governors who came out against this proposal were from states that were projected to lose out. So that's the governors of Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, and Vermont. On the supporting the proposal side, we see it cut both ways. So we see some governors who whose states were projected to benefit coming out in support, but we also see some governors whose states were projected to lose coming out in support of the proposal, including again our friends governors Ducey and Hutchinson, who are again in that group of governors who are running for re-election in 2018. So was 2017 unusual? Was kind of the level of activity that we saw governors engage in different than past healthcare debates over issues that have shared federal and state responsibility? The short answer, at least when we're comparing 2017 to 1997 and the creation of the Children's Health Insurance Program, is yes. So remember I told you that there were about 900 mentions of governors and their positions on ACA repeal in newspaper articles in 2017. There were a total of 24 mentions of governors in relation to the creation of CHIP in 1997. The highest number there is Governor Lawton Chiles of Florida, who was mentioned 4 times. So if you think about that in comparison to the over 100 times that Governor Kasich was mentioned in 2017, we do see a big difference here. So what are maybe some of the reasons for that difference? So one is that in 2017 we had unified Republican control at the national level, whereas in 1997, there was divided control at the national level. Republicans controlled Congress, and there was a Democratic president in the White House. And this may have led governors in 1997 to think, we need to be less active on this issue because we know that divided government at the federal level might produce a compromise that reflects a mix of Democratic and Republican preferences better. As opposed to 2017, when unified government potentially had the ability for Republicans to implement something that was on a more party line basis. Another reason that we might have seen this difference is that in 1997, we were looking at a prospective new program, a gains for governors, whereas in 2017, we were looking at the prospect of big losses for some governors. And one thing we know from sort of the psychology literature is that people tend to be more sensitive to losses than they are to gains. And so if we're thinking about kind of the downstream electoral consequences, voters might be more aware of losses that they incurred in 2017, and that would trickle up to governors who felt the need to be more active. The 1997 legislation was bipartisan from the start. The 2 biggest champions of it were Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts, a Democrat, and Senator Hatch of Utah, a Republican. It was also a much smaller change, so again, governors may not have felt the need to be quite as active. And it had very popular potential beneficiaries. It's really politically popular to insure kids. This is a quote from the governor of Nevada in 1997, who pointed out that governors welcomed the opportunity to build on their previous successes in extending health insurance to more kids. So one of the things that we're going to be working on in this project is continuing to explore some of these explanations for what makes some of these cases different than others. So just to sort of conclude, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we should watch going forward. So we think there's probably little reason to expect that governors' behavior in 2017 was driven by a really specific concern that they would be punished electorally by Medicaid beneficiaries if the federal government made these big sweeping changes to Medicaid. But an electoral story that emphasizes the broader place of the ACA in national politics is more likely. So the idea that governors, even governors in states that would have lost out from the law, that was proposed in 2017, if those were governors who are up for re-election this year in deep red states like Arkansas, those governors might have felt, because of the overall national political environment, it was the politically optimal thing to do to come out against or in favor of repeal, I should say. Whereas we saw several of the governors who came out against repeal are Republican governors from bluer states like Maryland and Massachusetts, where the ACA is broadly popular. And then there's some suggestive evidence that these policy effects may have played a role. The governors were paying attention to what actually would have happened in their states and were responding by pushing back against the federal government because of that. So what else should we pay attention to going forward in this area? So now that we've seen what's the likely end of major legislative efforts to repeal the ACA, where else might we see state-federal tension in the healthcare area? So a couple things to watch here is Massachusetts, which is a state with a Republican governor, is currently proposing adopting a drug formulary, which basically means a list of prescription drugs that Medicaid would cover. Currently, that's not permitted as part of Medicaid. And this seems like the kind of thing that a conservative administration would be interested in approving. It's very focused on controlling costs, that sort of thing. But the Trump administration has expressed skepticism about approving Massachusetts' request to do this. So that's one kind of interesting case of tension that we might watch. The other is in Idaho, where the state of Idaho has a proposal to basically allow insurance companies to sell health insurance plans that don't comply with the ACA. Again, given the Trump administration's hesitancy about the ACA, we might think they would be excited about this prospect, but they've so far been a little lukewarm towards it. They've basically said that Idaho can't do exactly what it wants. Maybe it can do something else that might have similar effects. But again, these are two Republican-led states that are pushing back and in some conflict with the federal government on health policy. What are some other policy areas that we might watch here? So one that Elizabeth and I have written a little bit about that we're paying attention to is education. So if we think back to the confirmation of Betsy DeVos to be the education secretary about a year ago, that was very contentious, in part because there were Republican senators, two of whom, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, ended up voting against DeVos, who heard from a lot of their constituents that Secretary DeVos's pro-charter school, pro-school choice agenda would not necessarily work well for states with large rural populations. And so that's one place where we might see more tension. And then lastly is some interesting environmental policy areas. So we saw, I think earlier this year, the Trump administration propose to expand offshore drilling. And immediately, the state of Florida said, we don't want this. Again, it's Florida, led by Republican Governor Rick Scott. And then the Trump administration changed its proposal to exempt Florida from the expansion. So again, lots of interesting places to watch as Republican-led states either go along with or push back against what the federal government is up to. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Molly. Questions for Molly?
Yeah.
Was there significant international reaction to the repeal of the individual mandate at all?
So in December, when so as part of the tax bill that was passed in December, Republicans were successful at repealing the individual mandate. We haven't collected the newspaper data, but from just kind of paying attention to this, I don't think there was nearly as much, and there are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, the individual mandate doesn't necessarily have effects that differ a lot across states because everyone was subject to it. So it's not the case that because you live in Nevada, which has expanded Medicaid, versus living in a state that hasn't, you're going to feel really different effects. of the policy. The other reason is because the individual mandate was far and away the least popular part of the Affordable Care Act. People hate being told they have to do things like buy insurance. And so even as other parts of the law grew in popularity in the face of Republican efforts to repeal it last year, so we saw things like the protections for pre-existing conditions become more popular and that sort of thing. Support for the individual mandate never really got more popular. And so even for governors who were generally in favor of keeping the Medicaid expansion and other parts of the ACA, it would be a pretty hard political lift to come out in favor of the least popular part of the law. Yeah?
What was the impact of the Freedom Coalition in Congress and their impact on the states where they were?
It's a good question. And one thing that we did a little bit of work on and never really came to a clear explanation of was, so there were Freedom Caucus members from a number of states who were pushing for this amendment that is ultimately part of what got the bill across the finish line in the House that would provide state-based flexibility. And in that case, we saw some House members who weren't part of the Freedom Caucus align with the Freedom Caucus, despite the fact that it would be quite unpopular in their states. So I think at the end of the day, a big part of this story is just that this was a major Republican policy promise that folks in Congress really felt like they had to follow through on, and they were willing to do, in some cases, kind of whatever it took legislatively to try and get across the finish line. But it's an interesting thing to think about, and I think the Freedom Caucus was quite influential in how this went through Congress. Yeah.
I want to say a question, but I don't know how to word it right, so maybe you can help me.
I can do my best.
What do you think about political figures that are in politics for like a long time, and then they try to use that stuff in their benefit? But like, for example, the healthcare that you were talking about. But let's say that they were against it, but they said they were for it, and then later on they said that they were against it. Do you think that the longer you are in politics, the less that works in your favor?
So I certainly think the longer one's political career lasts, the more likely it is you're going to find yourself in situations that pressure you to take one position versus a different position. Yeah. So I mean, this was quite famously happened to John Kerry in the 2004 presidential election. He was for it, and then he was against it, and he was accused of flip-flopping. So I think just the longer you have a political career, the more likely that is to come up. And then the question of, well, does it matter, is really going to depend on your particular electoral situation at a given time. So it'll be really interesting, for instance, to watch whether Senator Heller's going from being against repeal to being pretty aggressively pro-repeal over the span of just a couple of months in 2017, whether that has any implications for his ability to win re-election here in Nevada this year. And I don't know. You all are more Nevada political experts than I am. But that'll be, I think, an interesting thing to watch. Yeah, you're welcome.
Good question.
Yeah.
So right now, the federal government's still paying a big chunk of the Medicaid expansion. Do you think these attitudes are going to change as the states are required to pick up more of the tab?
I think that's potentially true. One of the things that was really interesting to watch governors take a position on, and senators from states, Republican senators from states that had expanded Medicaid, was during the debate over how long the period over which the Medicaid expansion would phase out would be. So there was, will it phase out over 5 years? Will it phase out over 10 years? That sort of thing. And I do think it's possible that as states become more responsible for covering more of the Medicaid expansion, it will become less popular. But at the same time, I think many people regard the Medicaid expansion as the most successful part of the law. And particularly as it's also proven to be a part of the law that's been less susceptible to kind of administrative change at the federal level. That's changing a little bit with the push towards implementing work requirements for Medicaid, which the Trump administration has started to do administratively. But it'll certainly be interesting to watch, and including to get back to something I mentioned in the talk, the fact that there are some of these governors who were the highest profile supporters of keeping the Medicaid expansion won't still be in office. They're term limited out. So it's hard to say kind of what the next order consequences of what we're looking at here will be. But I do, one of the big takeaways that I think we've had from this project so far is that this activism by governors was really relevant in the debate.
All right, I got another one for you.
Okay, go for it.
So do you think part of the struggles for Republicans, repeal was the easy part, but the replace part? Because, at the end of the day, this is started as a Republican idea as the alternative to Clinton care. Yes, Romney is the first to do it in Massachusetts. Yeah, so I do think, and if we go back all the way to the beginning of the talk, when I talk about what happened in January of 2017, this question of whether Republicans were going to repeal and replace at the same time, or repeal now and replace later, was actually a big sticking point. And from my perspective, that was kind of the place where things really started to go off the rails for Republican efforts. I don't think that Republicans, particularly Paul Ryan in the House, thought he was going to have as much trouble as he did uniting his caucus behind kind of a grand strategy, not even the particulars. So there was one part of the Republican conference in the House who said, if we repeal the bill now, but give ourselves 2 years to come up with a replacement, we're never actually going to repeal the bill. We're going to say we did it, but we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. There was another part of the House Republican conference who said, if we repeal the bill now without a replacement, we're never actually going to replace the law. And that first group tended to be kind of the Freedom Caucus types. That second group tended to be more moderate establishment Republicans. And together, they had enough votes to basically force some sort of agreement, which ended up being, we're going to repeal and replace at the same time, which proved to be really hard to do. Yes?
You're dealing with Congress, you're dealing with the governors. Do you think voters are even cognizant of any of this?
So, I think that because the ACA was sort of a high enough profile issue, that I do think that registered with a lot of voters, that there was activity on this issue, that there was the potential that the law was going to be repealed. Whether voters were actually distinguishing between what the governors wanted and what Congress wanted, I think I'm also sort of skeptical. I think a lot of the research I talked about supports me in that skepticism. But to the extent that voters would identify what was happening with Republicans, I think they are definitely capable of doing that, but not necessarily assigning credit or blame specifically across the levels of government.
Any other questions for Molly? All right, we can all get home and get the hockey game starts in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On our next edition of In Your Neighborhood, Commissioner Lawrence Wheatley and I are high above the strip at the High Roller Observation Wheel. That's In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
Welcome to Club Ride.
Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool, and before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Although my car almost tipped over on its top, it didn't. So you can see I'm floating down in the middle of this weather. I've called 911. told me to roll down my windows and stay in the car, and hopefully they'll be here soon.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955. Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas. Gail and I were going together, and we were at an air show. And all of a sudden, over the loudspeaker, it came, all military personnel is to return to Las Vegas Army Airfield immediately.
And then they came on and said that Pearl Harbor had been bombed.
It was just a madhouse, people leaving, trying to find ways to get back to town. There were no buses or anything like that.
But the exodus of kids at this air show was amazing.
Remember going out and hawking newspapers to the people that were coming back.
And I made some pretty good money because we put out several extras and people were paying me quarter, 50 cents for a newspaper, and it sold for a nickel.
We just turned on a radio at the time. We thought at first it was another Orson Welles thing.
I mean, nobody could really believe it. You know, they thought, well, this can't be possible. But
you don't really think too many people on December 7th, 41 really realized that what was happening to us.
Then when the next day, when President Roosevelt came on the radio, we were going to war. And
they needed workers for war work. And so a lot of kids quit school and went to work.
We quit high school. We quit our last year of high school and joined the Navy. Then when I graduated from high school, I went to work out at the magnesium plant. And I worked out there for a while until my number came up in the draft, and then I went to the Army.
I got drafted in April 1943. And
Daddy went to sign up, and they said, no, we won't take you, because running a radio station is a vital industry. And if the Japanese bomb the West Coast, the only way we will have of controlling evacuation would be Radio Kino.
The war effort was enveloping. Everyone was affected by it.
Leather, tires, gasoline, everything was rationed.
A milk delivery, believe it or not, as part of the war effort, they hooked the horses up to trucks.
During the war, we had no lumber, no critical materials to sell, and Dad just barely held on.
Housing was very scarce. There were boxes and tents all along the Boulder Highway. And
in fact, we had drives where we would pick up scrap and send it. Our pictures in the annual are all group pictures because paper was rationed, printing was rationed, ink was rationed, film was rationed, and so we were really lucky to even have an annual to put out.
During the war, when you crossed the dam from the Nevada side to Arizona, Nevada, you were required to have your windows rolled up. And you were escorted across the dam by an armed guard.
When you go over Hoover Dam, you better go over 10,000 feet, otherwise you'll be shot down. Because the dam was heavily guarded.
When we came down off the hill to the deal, there was some big guard gates there, and there was Marines there with rifles. Bunker on the hill on the opposite side on Arizona was still manned.
The Army said that if you don't close the cat houses, why, we're going to put the town off limits. And of course, they thought that there was more money to unlock.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
This is Nevada Health. Today we are with Jeff Spar, and he is a Vice President of Specialty Business Development at Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah, so can you explain to us what integrated population health is?
Sure. Integration population health management is really, it's taking a vast variety of data from a number of different resources and effectively aggregating that information all together. Applying analytics, looking at that information to gather insights, and then figuring out how to actually use that information to engage, whether that's with a member or a patient, whether that's for a doctor, really anything in the healthcare system that can ultimately impact and improve somebody's overall health, lower the cost of care, and then improve the experience for everyone. So it's really that aggregation of data and using it in a way to really improve health outcomes.
So how is this for the average person who comes in to see a doctor? How do they see this actually play out?
Yeah, so great question. In some ways, they don't see it, and it happens behind the scenes, and that's actually okay as well. But, you know, a couple of real examples. So at Anthem, one of the things that we do, and I think a lot of times people don't realize the connection. One of the things that we're trying to do is put the eyes and the teeth and mental health back into your body and kind of have this holistic view of somebody's overall health. And so we do that by aggregating all of our, all of our products, all of the claims information that comes through those different channels. And so using an example that may or may not be intuitive for vision care as an example, when somebody goes to see their eye care professional, it's the only place on your body where there's an unobstructed view of blood vessels. And so a lot of conditions that impact your circulatory system, most people think, well, I'm just going there because I need a new prescription.
Right.
The reality is they can see things that may impact, so diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, even some types of tumors.
Wow.
Again, things that can manifest themselves through the circulatory system. It's a great early indicator. For us, we partner with eye care professionals to actually get that data back because that's really valuable. The industry in general has really grown up really fragmented and disconnected. So a lot of times that data doesn't go anywhere. For Anthem, what we can do is we can use that. It becomes part of somebody's healthcare record. For example, if they see indications of diabetes, we have tools that then we can do outreach to that member to say, how can we support you on your journey to take care of diabetes? Another example, that's kind of getting information from an eye care professional. The other thing that we did is basic as this is, we really asked providers or eye care professionals, how can we help you deliver better care for our members? And the number one thing they came back with was, how can you help us better understand the health conditions of the person walking into our office? And, for us, we've got a large medical book of business as well. That's something that's pretty easy for us to do. And so what we do is, it's kind of grown up and we joke around, but it's called the big orange button. And so literally eye care professional offices, when they go and look at benefits and eligibility, they click that button and they're getting diagnosis information, prescription drug information, lab results that may have an impact on your eyesight. And why people don't necessarily understand the connection or why this is important is that, when we went back and looked, 22 out of the top 25 most commonly prescribed drugs can have an impact on your vision.
Oh, really? Wow.
So light sensitivity, blurry vision, double vision. And so the reason that somebody may be presenting into that eye care professional's office could be because of the medication they're taking. And unless, with us sharing that information, it's not something that people intuitively think about.
Right.
Or they may have filled out, I always joke around whenever I go to a new doctor's office, there's the sheet of paper that's been photocopied for 7 years. It's a little crooked. But I don't keep that up to date necessarily, and I don't always think, because I don't even make the connection that, the pill I'm putting in my mouth could be impacting my eyesight. So, there's examples across a lot of products. Some of those things, may have a real visible patient impact, and some things may happen and they actually don't know they're happening behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's interesting because, I think you could argue most people are a little more comfortable going into thinking they're getting a new pair of glasses than going in for an annual checkup or to see a doctor, because that can be a little scarier for most people.
Right.
So is that something you guys are consciously leveraging with this program?
Yeah, I think for us, the beauty is you think about all the interactions you have in this broader healthcare arena.
Mm-hmm.
I think, again, just the industry's historically been so fragmented that we think of this concept of medical and we kind of discount these other interactions that occur. But the reality is we know, people on average, they're going to see their dentist 1.6 times a year. 40% of our population will go see their eye care professional in a year. Mm-hmm. And so, if we don't take advantage of those opportunities, we're kind of missing out on the bigger piece of what's going on with that individual. And it's actually a really good opportunity as we continue to partner with doctors, dentists, eye care professionals. They're a really trusted resource. They can actually help communicate back to members. And as they start to become more, we really want kind of an integrated health team in partnership with providers. They can help influence behavior to ultimately get better health outcomes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way this would work is, let's say I go in for an eye appointment and they see something in my eyes that indicates, I'm at risk for diabetes.
Sure.
It gets put into a system
Yep.
that's sent to you guys, and you guys then contact the patient, or...
So a few different things. So we get we get more than 1 billion claims a year on our population of members, spanning all products. So when you include medical, pharmacy, dental, vision, behavioral health. So all of that data basically gets aggregated, and then we basically run analytics daily, weekly, monthly, and against evidence-based guidelines. And so we're looking for things, for example, in this case, if it was a newly identified diabetic, then that can be a trigger into our care management program. And so we can have nurses that would reach out to that individual. We would note that for the primary care physician, because again, they may or may not be aware, because they may not have seen their primary care physician in years. And then we'll also monitor to make sure, now that they're an identified diabetic, are they getting regular eye care, as an example, or dental care? Because again, the connection holistically, again, people don't always understand, but there's a lot of connections that those things really, if you can manage the whole, you'll get a better health outcome.
And I imagine, so it's advantageous in a couple ways, because you're catching these things early, which means the patient's going to be better off. But then also for you guys, you can treat it in a way that's just generally less costly, I would imagine.
Yeah, for us, it goes back to, the more preventive care you can do, the more you can catch conditions early, the more you have an opportunity to hedge those things before they become even more critical.
Do you guys try to incentivize that preventative care, and how does that work?
Yeah, we do. So we have a number of different programs. A lot of times we're selling plans through an employer. So we'll work collaboratively with an employer to figure out what are their objectives for their population, for their employee population. And, we have incentive programs based on what they're trying to achieve. So some folks may be trying to motivate or incent flu shots, as an example, or smoking cessation. Those are some of the more popular programs.
Right.
And so, we'll support them in that with programs.
That all makes sense. Which doctors are most likely to catch conditions early? So you mentioned optometrists, but who else do people tend to see that might be able to catch some things?
Yeah, so interesting. So, we see really good information coming from optometrists. What I don't want to mislead is we've taken some really good steps, but I still feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg. And so I think even with optometrists or ophthalmologists, as an example, we can get even more data as they start to understand, because historically they've not some of them have thought, I'm in the business for checking 20/20 vision and dispensing glasses or contacts. So I think as we continue that partnership, we'll get even more information from optometrists. Disability claims, as we get disability claims in, that's another good source for identifying and being able to engage somebody early. So just as an example, somebody who's pregnant and maybe they go out because they have to go out on bed rest. So if they're working, we're going to get a disability claim because they want their income reimbursement. But from a health perspective, on the medical side, we may not even know that that person is pregnant yet because they haven't delivered a baby. Mm-hmm. And so for us, we can see the disability claim come in. We can identify, wait a minute, this is an early, somebody who's going out early. We can get them into what we call our Future Moms program. So we can effectively refer, and they do a great job working with folks that have higher risk pregnancies and engaging with members. So it's just another example. Where we can, by getting that intervention, we can get a better outcome for the patient, the member.
One thing we were talking about before the show is a lot of times people sort of don't trust the insurance providers, but you guys, we kind of talked about how there's incentive for you guys to help people. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So from our perspective, our long-term incentives are aligned. We want folks to be healthier. Mm-hmm. Folks that are healthier, they're more productive, and they have lower long-term healthcare costs. And so I think from that perspective, we certainly have aligned objectives. But we also recognize as an industry that the insurance company may not be the most trusted advisor. People tend to view their doctor as that's a trusted advisor, and the reality is we work every single day. That's why we're in business, to earn that trust,
right?
And to present and make sure that we're offering, products, services that ultimately people value, and we're seeing that movement up because again we have long-term aligned incentives.
Mm-hmm. When did this idea of integration begin?
It's something. So I've been, what we call specialty, so dental, vision, life, and disability. I've been in that line of our business for about 13 years.
Oh, wow.
And I will say probably, 8 to 10 years ago, there was a lot of talk, people recognizing that your eyes and your teeth and they do impact your overall health, and we should be looking at it holistically. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot of chatter from an industry perspective, but when you looked around and said, that makes sense, what are people actually doing about it? The way the industry's grown up is you've got companies that have single line products. So they might do dental insurance only, or they might do vision insurance. And, from our perspective, we want to do that, but we're a healthcare company. And so we want to make those connections. I'd say probably in the last 5 or 6 years, we've made the transition from interesting concept to what are we going to do about it? How can we contribute to progress? And this might seem silly. I'm so excited about healthcare. I never would have thought I would say that, but if I think about the next 18 months, the next 24 months, the next 3-year horizon, the reality is technology, data, and our ability as an industry to apply that to truly drive behavior change and get better health outcomes. To me, it's we're pretty darn close to a pretty step change to just the way that we've operated. To what we can ultimately do in the industry.
Yeah, it's almost like how we've watched our cell phones progress, where we used to have 10 years ago these big bricks, and now it's like this little supercomputer.
Yeah, I mean, so this came out roughly 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And at the time when people asked, do you need a device that's your, people had MP3 players and, Garmin navigation and cameras and their address book and all of those things. And when people asked, hey, how would you like a device? People actually didn't really even know how to react. So I don't know if I need that because I've never had it before.
Right.
And, the reality is, fast forward 10 years, I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but when you leave your house and you start doing the check, wait a minute, where's my phone? And that emotional connection, and and then I start negotiating with myself, wait, I'm going to be away for 20 minutes. Can I survive for 20 minutes, or do I need to turn around? So it went from a device that we didn't know we needed to something it's just part of our life now.
Yeah.
And I think healthcare, from a lot of ways, if I think about the evolution, it just took basic things that we use every day and packaged them together.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and that's what we're trying to do with integration. Take products and services that people are already using and package them together. And then, as this has evolved, it's the way that it uses data. So now when I take a picture, it knows where I was and tags everything. And address book. I can click somebody's name and it'll map me automatically to where they're at and tell me how long it's going to take. I mean, that's to me the evolution that we're on from a healthcare perspective, being able to take data from a lot of different sources, apply technology, and start to do really cool things, some of which we can't even imagine probably at the moment.
So speaking of smartphones, how are you trying to reach out to patients or get in touch with them via smartphone? Because you would mention that, you know, before you would send letters or make phone calls, but that a lot of times it's easy to ignore.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Just again, as an industry, the way that we would communicate was phone call and mail, and I'm sure. I'm a data point of one, but I suspect others are like this too. I mean, people just don't pay attention to mail. You know, people are busy, and, you know, even having a home phone these days, not everybody has a home phone. So, you know, to me, part of that step change that we're encountering from a healthcare perspective is everyone, for the most part, has one of these devices.
Yeah.
And once, you know, as we start to communicate in a much richer way with folks on a two-way basis, again, this will be one of the things that helps drive behavior change. So as we look at this, we think this is a critical part of how we communicate with members going forward. And so we've got a lot of investment in tools like this and just that rich dialogue with members, rather than just, you know, a mailer that may go out, you know, 2 months after, you know, an event that may have triggered that mailer in the first place.
Right. How could you see the smartphone being important in, say, 5 or 10 years? Like, where do you see that going? How important that is for healthcare and what you guys do?
Like I said, I think from a communication vehicle, from you know, and this is obviously with member, you know, opting in and seeing the value, but being able to track. I mean, you think about some of the, you know, the Fitbit trackers and things like that. You know, it starts to give you real-time feedback on where you're at in your journey.
Right.
And I think a lot of times, you know, to get true behavior change, somebody has to be listening. They have to be capable of understanding where am I realistically from a healthcare perspective, because sometimes people don't. They may think they're doing better than they really are.
Right.
They have to be open to want to change, and then they have to understand what tools are there to support them. And so I think, again, our ability to connect with a member, understand where they're at in that journey, and then provide them tools, it's a great tool for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like if a doctor asks you, are you active? You probably say, yeah, I think I'm active. But if you have that number on your cell phone that says you walk, you know, 2,000 steps a day, you go, yeah, I don't know if our definitions of activity are the same.
But my typical annual physical experience, so I go in there and, we have the same dialogue every year, so I'm a little bit older, a little bit heavier. My cholesterol's gone up a little bit more. And, you know, the feedback is watch your diet and exercise more. And, you know, we have this kind of awkward, uncomfortable silence for about 5 seconds afterwards. And I say, yes, I'll do that. And then we go on. But this will be a much richer medium to track and understand. And again, most importantly, provide tools to help somebody on that journey that want to make a change.
Yeah, and I think it can almost, I mean, not only is it a reminder when it's on your wrist or in your pocket all the time, but it's also, there's some like incentive. It's almost like you can gamify these things and like driving people to,
absolutely.
You know, if you're supposed to get 10,000 steps a day and you see you only have 7, you might be like, yeah, let's take the dog for a walk or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just, to me, that's how all these things start to come together is really, I mean, that's what gets me excited about healthcare.
Is the industry as a whole starting to adopt this idea of integration, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think just, you know, by nature, certain companies are probably positioned a little different just because, you know, I think for Anthem, I mean, we tend to manage the whole because we're offering medical, dental, vision. I mean, we have a broad portfolio. So I think certain companies are probably better positioned, but I think everybody recognizes, I mean, clearly everybody, there's a lot of research out there that shows the correlation. I mean, a product that we haven't really talked about, but is dental. And, you know, again, what I would have known about dental 10 years ago is I need to go every 6 months to the dentist and
get my teeth cleaned.
Get my teeth cleaned and do the little dance about did you floss or not.
Yeah. Question if you're going to lie or not.
Right. But I think what, you know, a lot of the research and what we're finding today, and not to get too graphic, but at the end of the day, if you're not taking care of your mouth, you effectively have bacteria and inflammation.
Right.
And this is where we've not, as an industry, we've not done a service to this holistic thinking is, and it doesn't just stay in your mouth. Our body's a system, just like the healthcare system.
Right.
And so if you're diabetic, if you have any other chronic condition, and you're fighting infection that doesn't stay just in your mouth, you're complicating everything. And so it just gives us the opportunity, again, when we identify high-risk individuals, it seems silly because people don't always make the connection, but we will start monitoring, are they getting their teeth cleaned on a regular basis? And if they're not, we will start messaging to them. And again, it's just, it's little things like that, again, I don't know that there's any one silver bullet, but when everything kind of works in harmony, and everybody's getting kind of a consistent message from a lot of different fronts, that's the best scenario to drive change.
Yeah, you mentioned an interesting word, silver bullet. It's like everyone with their health kind of wants to do just one thing that's going to fix all their problems. Maybe it's like a certain diet or a workout or whatever, some pill, but it really is like, biology is very complex, and it's a lot of little things is what you see works. So how do you guys measure the success of this program?
Yeah, so good question. And this is where, again, I would be very transparent. I mean, I think this is a long-term journey that we're on. And so some of the things that we look at now, we look at activity. So as an example, we've identified 24,000 diabetics through eye exams last year. So we're looking at it from an activity perspective, or we've monitored and engaged X number of individuals that are not getting regular dental cleanings. Where we want to take it long term and where we think has the most value is looking at that over a period of time. Can you demonstrate that, there's evidence out there in the industry that would say if you identify a diabetic and you manage them early, it'll save you $10,000. That's great. We believe it directionally. Yeah. But long term, we'd like to do our own studies that help reinforce. And so we can also go in and talk to employers and say, hey, here's 5 things you can do, and here's what we would expect that to be, how more productive your employees will be, because that's really important. Right. And then ultimately from a healthcare perspective, how much we can save them.
Right. And those chronic conditions that many of them tend to be preventable, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Save
you guys a lot of money, save the customer a lot of money, and then also just, they're in better health.
Right. Absolutely.
Live longer and feel better. So how much extra does this program cost a patient?
One of those questions I get all the time. They usually ask it from an ROI perspective. What's the return on investment? So a few things. One is, I go back to, we're a healthcare company. Yep. And so for us not to use data we already have to do good, I mean, that to me, that is what we do. And so we've made the investments to do that. There's no separate, what we call Anthem Whole Health Connection, which is how we connect all the dots. We don't charge for that. That's just part of the products and services we provide. A lot of times we get asked about the ROI question and, hey, what's the return on investment? And I kind of go back to the same thing and just say, I'm pretty good at math, but I can't calculate a return when we don't actually charge. There is no investment we're asking you to make here. So, but yeah, I mean, we just view that, again, as a healthcare organization, our mission is to make sure that we have healthy members and to move in that direction. So it's just part of who we are and what we do.
What's been the response of your members to the program, specifically maybe older ones that haven't sort of seen this type of thinking?
I'll use one example. So we had a mother who took her child into the eye care professional, and he actually had a lot of issues early on. He'd actually had heart surgery, and he was on probably, I want to say 6 to 7 different medications. And during the course of the exam, the eye care professional noticed that he had a lot of pressure in his eye, which, can cause, damage long term. Right. And so, he was able to look up what prescriptions, because, the mother, really good, but again, there's just so many different medications, and knowing what are they on and what's the dosage. The eye care professional can actually look at that, identify, hey, this is, this particular drug is probably impacting, actually called the primary care physician and some of the other healthcare providers and said, hey, is there an alternative? And so that was a thrilled member. I mean, we've got a testimonial from her, and again, it was just, it was a pleasant surprise.
Yep.
That's an example of where how the healthcare system should work.
Right.
That we actually share data and talk to each other to improve health. And so, I think it's been very positive.
Mm-hmm. It kind of seems like there's just going to be this march over time where you have younger doctors that are more data savvy, and it's just kind of like technology advances.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you think about population health management and big data, there is a massive opportunity in healthcare to do something that really matters, to do things that are kind of unimaginable today. Just to give you, this is just my view, but we take a lot of what I would call structured data. So we have claims data, but if you look at all of the other things that go into somebody's health or can be an indicator of somebody's health, there's a lot of unstructured data out there.
Right.
And, I think over time, being able to incorporate all of that together, to me, there's a fascinating data science, population, big data kind of concept that, if there's anybody who's interested in getting into that profession, healthcare is a great one because you can actually do something that really matters.
Yeah.
And it will change the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is interesting because you see some of those companies that maybe we can consider a little, quote unquote, sexier, like Apple sort of getting into tracking health with the study they've started. And, you might see companies like even Tesla or someone start getting into like health products. And
and I think kind of the marriage of the unstructured data and then the structured data and what, because of Anthem and our size and our breadth of product, we see a lot of interactions in the healthcare system, and just because healthcare is so fragmented, and I tend to travel a lot for my role, and I may be traveling, and I've got to go to an urgent care facility, and pick your state. Again, that's not that data. My primary care physician probably has no idea. Nobody kind of connects the dots, and I think that's we're in a great position to do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How else have you seen healthcare change in the time that you've been in the industry?
I think, I guess I would say 10 years ago, it was about the benefits, meaning it was about what's the product design of a medical product or a dental product, and what's the network. And those things are all really important. But I think what we're seeing is the benefits are important, but it's also how the pieces come together, and how do we connect back to a member? How do we connect the data on the back end? To me, that's been the biggest change. It's just this philosophy in an industry that's been completely fragmented, and viewing that, hey, we're in the insurance business, and really that transition from insurance to population health management, actually moving towards getting better health.
Yeah. That's interesting. So for the average person, what sort of things do you think they're leaving on the table when it comes to health insurance? Like, what are the biggest things that you see people just don't use that are really cool?
I would say, I guess really cool is a relative word. I guess I do think, I don't think people realize, and again, to me, the journey that we're on is the right one.
Yeah.
So I'm not claiming success or victory by any sense of the imagination, but I do think kind of the mobile tools that some of the larger players are introducing, to me, there's probably resources there that people don't, fully realize are there. And I think over time, I use a great example. Hey, if I'm traveling and, I sat on my glasses on the airplane, and I can pull out my phone and, hey, how can I get another pair of glasses? Who are the closest 5 providers, and who can get me glasses in an hour?
That's cool.
There's resources there that help. I think just a lot taking advantage of the preventive care. I think for all of us, we're really busy. We tend to think we're invincible, and so I think just going back to the basics around and candidly looking at Anthem or other insurance companies as a resource. There's benefits there, and we have tools and programs that, depending on what you're trying to achieve, generally we can help in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jeff, we appreciate you coming on the show.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues, District D issues, with a man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. We're here on the High Roller Observation Wheel, 550 feet above the Strip at the lake. Commissioner Weekly's District D is contained entirely in the Las Vegas Valley. Centrally located, District D's south boundary is Charleston Boulevard and goes all the way north to Craig Road. Decatur Boulevard on the west and Nellis on the east are the other general District D boundaries. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District D. Home to more than 300,000 residents, this district includes many of the most recognizable county facilities. The Clark County Government Center is the hub of all county functions, providing regional services to more than 2 million citizens and more than 40 million visitors a year. The Regional Justice Center is home to the 8th Judicial District Court and the Las Vegas Township Justice Court. This 717,000 square foot courthouse is located in downtown Las Vegas. The William U. Pearson Community Center is a District D landmark, honoring a legendary man who blazed the trail for many in Clark County. This center is used for meetings and classes with a state-of-the-art running track and awe-inspiring public art. And the North Las Vegas Community Resource Center, anchored by the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King, is another community mainstay. Mr. King stands tall and helps anchor this area right in the heart of District D. Commissioner, you're an amazing sport. I know that you are somewhat afraid of heights, but you sit at a high perch as the chairman of the Convention Visitors Authority, but now we're going to be 550 feet above the air.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
This is, they don't call it a Ferris wheel, but this is the largest, 550 feet, the largest observation wheel in the world. Just another amazing example of something here on the Strip.
Another great reason to come to Las Vegas. You know, we have some amazing attractions. Not only do we have the best restaurants and shopping, but so many great things to do. And, you know, I figured, you know, why not let's take it all the way to the top. And now that I'm here, I'm like, what was I thinking? I'm scared of heights, but we're going to get through this. This is great for all of those that are looking at this all around the country. When they come to Las Vegas, you got to come to the Link.
And now you see this has really even dramatically changed the skyline. I mean, of course, the Stratosphere and many of these iconic hotels, people have been seeing these forever, but since this place opened 4 years ago, you can't look at our skyline without seeing this as part of it.
Absolutely. You know, to be able to see all of the great things that's happening here, not only right here on these grounds where they're going to build a beautiful convention center site here, but to look at the expansion of the Las Vegas Conventions and Visitors Authority, and then, of course, Resorts World, and just a number of other great things, the big stadium that's coming on board. A lot of great things. We are so excited about Madison Square Garden down the street here. And so this is going to change the entire landscape, the entire skyline of Las Vegas, and those who have not been to Las Vegas in a long time or whom have never been here before, when they fly into, which I believe one of the greatest airports on the planet, McCarran International Airport, they're going to be blown away with just how far Vegas has come.
Let's break down a few of those projects as we will, Commissioner. Looking out here, that's a $375 million convention center that Caesars is adding. It's conveniently located right on the monorail line and everything, tucked behind here. This is a perfect spot for them, a great company, to expand their holdings.
Perfect spot and centrally located. When you get off the airplane, you arrive here in Clark County. I mean, with all of the shared riding that we have, the ride sharing that we have going on, and then taxis, which have been a major plus for us here, it's so convenient to get to your resort or your hotel and to be able to just get out and enjoy the destination. That's what it's all about, getting out, recreating, having a great time and enjoying all these great amenities that we have here.
Let's break down the convention component a little bit, Commissioner. As you say, we have 57 of the top 250 trade shows in North America last year, which we want to keep that. And as you said, we've got a $1.4 billion expansion of our existing convention center. Couple it with Caesars and all the other convention centers. This is needed to keep up with the Orlandos and stay ahead of the Orlandos, the New Yorks, the Chicagos.
Well, when you speak of those other places, they are gunning for our spot. And thank you so very much to Governor Sandoval and all of our legislators. And of course, all of those visitors that come here and the taxpayers who saw fit to expand and to grow and to be able to compete. What we did last year, that's in the past. What we're doing moving forward, we got to stay modern and we got to stay ahead of the game, because every time we look around, Orlando is trying to take one of our shows away. And although Orlando is a cool place, a home of Disney World, you know, yeah, it's a time and a place for everything, but we got to make sure that we stay ahead of them and that we do what we got to do to stay number one. And we've been number one now 24 years.
What else have you learned? What else have been some of the major lessons that you've learned, Commissioner, since you've been sitting on as the chair of the Convention Visitors Authority?
Thank you. That's a very good question. If I had to honestly say, you know, being on that board, LVCVA is it's our component to attract visitors here. But what we've learned is we got to make sure that we have some policies and procedures in place. And we've gone through some turbulent times over the last couple months here dealing with some of those particular issues and hadn't felt really good. But at the end of the day, you take responsibility for it, you own it, you correct it, and you move forward. And we've been able to do that. And, you know, didn't feel good, but being a chairperson, you know, you get some bumps and some bruises along the way. But if I had to do it all over again, I'm so very honored to have an opportunity to serve as the chair for the last 3.5 years of this destination, and you know, to have the vote of confidence from your peers to elect you back again. I mean, what an honor! I couldn't ask for any more. So it's been a blessing.
At this time now, and you've served with Rossi Rollencotter, who's the head of the Convention Visitors Authority, an amazing man, ardent supporter of Las Vegas and everything Clark County, announcing his retirement sometime. But it's business as usual. There's an amazing team already in place, right, Commissioner?
Yeah, Rossi Rollencotter, who everybody knows, I love him to death, have given 45 years of commitment to this destination, and I believe he's done an amazing job. Through his national and international relationships he's been able to establish over the years, I believe he's one of the key components to have put a great team together. That's the reason why we're experiencing a lot of these great successes that we are. And so Rossi is one that I'm so grateful that I've had an opportunity to serve with this man here. He's been a blessing for me, and I'm truly going to miss him. But he's not going anywhere. He'll be around for a long time. But this LVCVA organization is awesome, and you know, now we're moving into working with Steve Hill, who headed up the Stadium Authority, appointed by the governor. He's just a fantastic leader, and he's going to do a great job for us.
So now, as we progress, we've seen a lot of construction over there on Elvis Presley and the location of the old footprint where the Riviera once was. What are we going to see in that the new expansion, Commissioner?
Oh man, convention space is going to be out of this world. It's going to be one of those places when CES, when ICSC comes to Las Vegas, when the Magic comes to Las Vegas, when ConX, Con-A comes to Las Vegas, they are going to be so blown away with just how modern things will be there. They're going to have enough space to really be able to handle their business, and that's what we're about. Vegas means business. We don't want people to come here and think that it's all about the beautiful pools and the beautiful nightclubs that we have. During the course of the day, late into the evenings, people are conducting a lot of great business, and they're getting a lot of things done that's moving this country forward. And so we're really excited about this expansion. To have a Las Vegas Boulevard address means the world to us, and this is going to be another spot of convenience for many of our conventioneers that's going to be here. And so we're really excited about it, and we thank the community for embracing it.
How is that going to change the dynamics of that end of the Strip, the north end of the Strip, Commissioner? You mentioned Resorts World, Fontainebleau has restarted again, so it's going to change the dynamic a little bit, maybe move some of the shift a little bit.
We need to resuscitate that end of the Strip there. You know, thank goodness for SLS, you know, who have just kind of held up that end of the block for us. but we need to breathe more life into that corner there. That was a very exciting corner for years with Riviera, Circus, the old Castaways Hotel, if you want to go back even further. But this is going to really breathe life into that corner there, and we're hoping, if all goes well, that we may still see that NBA arena because the grounds have been approved for that. And so hopefully, if all goes well, you know, there's going to be some great life on the end of that corner there, and we're going to see a big shift that's going to happen on the northern end of Las Vegas Boulevard.
You brought up sports. Let's talk a little bit about sports. Woo-hoo! I know you've become a big hockey fan. You were impressing me with your hockey acumen recently.
Oh, my Lord.
The Vegas Golden Knights, shout out to them.
Shouts out to the Vegas Knights, man. For many of us who've never really been into hockey, I love the fact that it's introduced us to a whole nother genre in the athletic industry, if you will. These men have come on board, and they came at a right time when we were in just a mourning state. You know, we all just sat back and could not believe this would happen right here. I don't know why we were being so naive that such tragedy as 1 October, which changed our lives, I believe, and changed the way we do business here. Those Golden Knights came on board, and they brought life back to us. They brought some excitement back to us. They brought some unity to this community. They brought a community back together and said, you know what? We shall never forget what happened on that block. But here's a time and here's something that we can unite and show the rest of the world that this is not just a place that you come and recreate. This is a family, and this is a real community. And thank you to the Vegas Knights for helping to make that happen.
All right, I have another question on that, but we must take a quick break. We continue in your neighborhood here on the High Roller with Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
District D is home to the Clark County Government Center. The Government Center was opened in 1995 and houses nearly every county department. Twice monthly commission board meetings are held in the chambers. Rotating art exhibitions occupy the Rotunda Gallery. And the outdoor amphitheater hosts countless events, including the annual free Jazz in the Park music series. The Clark County Government Center is located at 500 Grand Central Parkway in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking to the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, It's impossible not to talk about 1 October. Here we are about 8 months from that tragic, most tragic day in our city's history. There were some indicators visitor volume has been down a little bit in the past few months. Do we attribute much of that to the tragedy, what has happened there, or talk to me about that?
No, I think, the country and the world was so impressed with how this community came together. I don't think people really realized that when we talk about Clark County being a community, people here stepped up, and we didn't leave one stone unturned. From our first responders to our medical facilities, I can't speak enough about UMC and Valley Hospital and Sunrise Hospital. Man, they really did a yeoman's job in terms of meeting the needs. And then to have our resiliency center for people to go and not only go and take care of some of the business as a result of that crime, because that's what it was a crime that took place. But this here was something that showed the world we're a community. And so I don't think this has kept people away. I think it's just the economy as a whole. People are kind of tightening up their belts a little bit on how they spend, and they're thinking it out a little bit more, opposed to being so spontaneous in their travels. They're just kind of planning it out a little bit more. And so, our numbers may have dipped a little bit, but we're doing okay. Vegas is still one of those places that all around the world, you say Las Vegas, people lose it. They know what it means, what happens here stays here, they get it. They know about the high roller. Now they know about the Vegas nights. And so we're really excited. We're one of those places that we're like the commercial. We're everywhere that a lot of these people want to be.
Let's talk about another sporting team coming to town here, Sue, the Las Vegas Raiders. We're building a little stadium on the south end of the Strip, thousands of jobs, $1.9 billion project. How is that going to impact things, Commissioner?
Well, we're going to see a whole genre of people come here to Southern Nevada, and I'm sure that many of those from California will come to Las Vegas. It's our hope that if they do, that they understand the kind of community that we are. And so it's going to be something different for us to adjust to. But I think it's going to be exciting because it'll be new. We love sports, we love entertainment here, but it'll be an adjustment for us. And I'm excited about it. But speaking of the Raiders, cannot leave out the Las Vegas Aces. So excited to have the WNBA here. Those ladies came over to my district and they did a fantastic job giving back to the community and, just introducing to what I believe to little girls that girl power is real and girl power is possible, and if you continue to dream and believe, you can achieve. So I'm excited about the Golden Knights, the Raiders, the Aces, the 51s, and everything else to come, man. We're on the map.
This is something, 10 or 15 years ago, we've obviously been trying to get many sports franchises for as long as we've both lived here, and now it's finally happening, and we all knew that this could happen here, correct?
It was all possible, and that's what happens as a result when great minds come together, when everyday citizens come together, and we pull our resources together and we stop working in silos and realize that we may not have it all together, but together we can have it all. And I believe that we're on a great path to creating a great community with all of the billions of dollars that's coming here in construction work. It's my hope and my prayer that not only women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, small businesses are the beneficiaries of that. I want to see Nevadans get back to work. So everything that I approve that comes before me, that's one of the first questions that I ask. Are they a local business? And what's your method of hiring locals? What's your outreach process and making sure that people that live here have an opportunity? Because we're the ones that go through the inconvenience of all the construction and all of the road work that's happening. We're the ones that have to live with it every single day, and to go and allow folks from out of state to come and reap the benefits, enough is enough is enough.
It's back to the project at the stadium at the south end of the Strip. That's what seems to be a misconception, or what is on people's minds so much, is perhaps lack of parking and transportation in that area. But there's a lot of smart engineers and a lot of smart minds figuring out these things. And are you concerned?
I'm not concerned so much about all that. I believe it's going to be worked out. I believe that we're going to come up with something. They're going to come up with something. The engineers will come up with something that we can all live with. Change for a lot of people gets confusing, but change can be good. It's just you got to make that adjustment, and we all got to understand right now we're going through some growing pains. But I think the growing pains will be good as long as we can kind of sustain ourselves, don't lose too much of our identity. People come here and say, well, Las Vegas doesn't really have any character, nor does it have any culture. As a native Nevada, I beg to disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. I believe we do have character. I believe that we have culture and we have community. And so it's our job to tell our story. And thank goodness we have people like Channel 4 that will help us tell our story.
People also forget that our college football team, UNLV Rebels, this is going to be their home. They're basically, in essence, getting a brand new stadium, a new facility, and a place to play, and a place to attract other athletes and help grow their program for free and reap some benefits as well.
Well, I think it's really going to help them in terms of recruiting. To be able to go out and get some of those young men that really can help put our football team on the map and get them to the level where they deserve to be. We have a Class A coach, but we just need to step it up and get some of those big players out there that can get us on in some of those big tournaments. That's really going to make UNLV football the kind of program that it deserves to be. So there's a lot more work to be done. My hope is that that this stadium will really serve as a motivator and a recruitment tool that will help them be able to accomplish that goal.
Just another amazing thing on the Strip. Yeah. Commissioner, recently you've been spending some time with the folks here at Caesars Palace, and you more than held your own with a fellow by the name of the Gazillionaire when you recently had a nice honor for 7-year anniversary for Absinthe Show. Talk to me a little bit about Caesars Palace and those folks.
A lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect. Bunch of characters over there, but some of the nicest people on the planet. Man, I did not realize that show even existed. I had driven by a number of times and have seen the billboard of it, but to kind of get a bird's eye view of what it is that they do in there, they attract a lot of visitors. But now to see that they're going to add on additional shows to accommodate their fan base, it's amazing. It's a must-see. And man, I was very honored to be there to be a part of that. But I was glad I was able to kind of hold my own, because they tried to get me a few times, but I had to get them together.
It comes at you from a lot of different directions. Another note, recently you met someone I know who's a hero of yours, Dolores Huerta, who this woman is a pioneer of civil rights, farm workers, one of the first early feminists here in our country. I know that was an important day for you.
Yeah, that was so important to meet her. I was so glad I was able to hold it together, because just to sit there and listen to her bio and to hear people give testimonies on what her hard work meant to them, and then to know that it was Dolores Huerta who made it possible that single mothers like the one I was raised by are standing on her shoulders. And this lady with such grace and poise, and small little lady with a huge voice, to have so much respect. And then it didn't hurt to have Carlos Santana standing right there. I mean, what a day. It's a day I'll never forget.
How would you characterize the county and our private enterprise, especially the hotel resort community? Would you characterize that as a partnership, or how does county government and what we have to do as a county fit in with the private enterprise like that?
Well, it's a great partnership that we have with the resorts. Sometimes it's not as easy as many people would like for it to be. Because we have constituents that live in the adjacent area. We have public work issues that we have to deal with. And sometimes from a private sector, they want what they want when they want it. And there are rules in place to say, well, no, there are permits that you have to have. There are certain timelines that you have to abide by. And there are guidelines that we have to adhere to. And so sometimes the relationships gets a little strained. But at the end of the day, we work it out, and we understand that it's for the greater good for the community that we serve. And so we have to make sure that we approve things that's going to be safe, that's going to be beneficial, and at the end of the day, makes sense. And we know for a lot of folks in the industry, if it ain't making dollars, it ain't making sense. But, you know, for us, it has to make sense all the way around.
All right, well put. We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here at the High Roller. District D Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
District D is home to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. The center was created in the aftermath of the 1 October tragedy and continues to serve victims and families whose lives were upended after that most devastating day. Mental health counseling, financial and legal assistance, and many more agencies offering other services partner with Clark County to serve the community. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is located at 1524 Pinto Lane in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, let's take you off the strip, back home to your District D.
Back to the neighborhood.
Back to the neighborhood. One of the last days of school, the Von Tobel Park added a splash pad, which, again, in some of these other parks, I know you love your parks and you don't have some of the great regional parks that some of your colleagues have, but a splash pad at a smaller park like that in that area is a huge, huge amenity.
Yeah. You know, several years ago, we took out the swimming pool over at Von Tobel Middle School. And so to me, that created a void for those kids in that neighborhood. They have to go about 1.5 miles, almost 2 miles, over to Walnut Recreation Center if they want to swim or participate in a water feature. And so, you know, we came up with an idea of, hey, let's put a water feature out in the park, a splash pad. And the frustrating part for me was it took way too long as far as I'm concerned. And I voiced that concern over the years, and I made it no secret, and I'm making it no secret today that, you know, all communities need to be able to provide open space and places for young people to be able to recreate. We talk a good game about getting kids out of the house and off the couch and off the video games and get them outside and let them be kids like we used to be. Well, we have to make sure that the playing field is leveled and that it's even and equitable. And so the splash pad that we were able to introduce over at Von Tobel, am I 100% happy about it? No, because you know, I felt like I wanted some character to it, some fun colors to it, to be more kid friendly. Are the kids loving it today? They are. So if the kids are happy, I'm happy. But for me, I love pushing the envelope because I believe just because you don't have as much as they may have in other communities doesn't mean you don't deserve just as much.
And I think the same could be said for Alexander Villas Park, a new trail and basketball courts going there. Talk to me, update me on that project.
Absolutely. It's been long overdue. We've been working on this park for several years now, and to go in and give these folks the amenities that a lot of these kids, see, I can get in my car and you can get in your car, and I can drive around Clark County. And I go to some of these regional parks and some of these other smaller parks like the ones I have in my district, and guess what? They're empty. And you know why they're empty? Because many of those neighborhoods are very blessed. They have beautiful backyards. They have swimming pools in their backyards. And so a lot of times their kids don't even go to those parks. Doesn't mean that they don't deserve to have them. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to create a society where kids are being kids and we're trying to grow a society where kids are doing the right thing, you know, let's make sure that we spread the wealth. Let's make sure that we create environments where, you know, kids can go and be safe, but at the same time have a good time and be around their peer group. You know, not caught in some type of cycle where it's causing, you know, obesity. It's causing other ills that we're dealing with in our society. We got to get these kids' minds right and make sure that we as adults are making the right decisions so that we can spread the wealth and show all these kids we're in it for the long haul for all of them, not just some of them.
Very well put. Well, I think our trip is almost coming to the end here. Thank you for being a great sport and telling us about District D and all your work you're doing, Commissioner.
Well, I'm real happy. I made a full loop, everybody. I survived the link. The high roller, but this is great though. But thank you very much, and thank my commissioners, my colleagues, and the management at Clark County just for allowing us to serve and to be able to go out and do what we need to do to hopefully and prayerfully improve the quality of life for residents in District D.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, my friend.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to the Caesars Entertainment Corporation for hosting us here at the Link, High Roller, and to Commissioner Lawrence Weekly for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District D. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send me an email. I'm at rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Yep. Look, it's floating. The car's floating.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated onto how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and can be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquets on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility Program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility Program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with their end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient. And if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that family's around and very close. No matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place, and there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, one is going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch, they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So is it here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. The open surgery, you have a big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really used for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad to say it, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada, and with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my experts.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. All right? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries, though. Jeffrey gets a quick cast, and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? All right. There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it. And now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and children'shospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
Such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. For the past few months, the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center has provided the victims of the 1 October tragedy with compassionate professional support, with services ranging from financial to legal to medical and so much more. Located at 1524 Pinto Lane, the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center continues to provide dedicated and compassionate service to those affected by the shooting and events at the Route 91 Harvest Concert in Las Vegas on October 1st, 2017.
Since the center opened, we have served approximately 6,000 people. One of our concerns with some of those numbers is that we know that over 21,000 tickets were sold, and the estimation is that approximately 16,000 people were in attendance, which doesn't include all of the other people that were there to make it happen. And about 4,500 ticket holders have actually contacted the center and responded and registered. So that does leave a lot of people who we have not had contact with yet.
The October 1st deadline is rapidly approaching, and victims are recommended to reach out to the Resiliency Center staff and fill out an intake form to start the process for receiving services and support. The form is available at the center or online at vegasstrongrc.org.
We continue to do outreach to victims. We continue to have ongoing efforts to get messaging out for people to register prior to the October 1 deadline for the victims of crime eligibility. So that message obviously needs to be clear again. Even for people that don't think they are in need of services, at the current time we want to make sure they register. And then we've also continued to build out. We're trying to work on more of that outreach in every way we can.
This year is the 5th anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombing.
To make victims aware of the services and amenities available through the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, several outreach efforts have been launched, including sponsorship of a team of local runners who participated in the Boston Marathon.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Public service message for TV, radio, and social media featuring survivors of the tragedy.
This is an example of an enormous effort of love and compassion.
And other creative efforts, all designed to encourage survivors to reach out and contact the center.
Hello, good morning.
Now and in the next few months, staff at the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center are stepping up their outreach efforts to make victims aware of the services and amenities available.
But we're seeing a lot of that where people's lives are just crumbling down around them and they just don't know what to do. So we're kind of able to step in there and help. Legal assistance is available at the center thanks to the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada.
Tennille Pereira is a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada, and she now works as an in-house attorney at the Resiliency Center. She provides legal navigation to people and families involved in the tragedy.
We had lots and lots of employment issues. People that worked the event that weren't paid what they were supposed to be paid, or the tips disappeared, or workers' compensation claims because they were working the event and now they can't work. They have been traumatized, and these are the types of things that they did. Like, they were bartenders, bar backs, food servers, and they would work these events, and now they're so traumatized that they can't work. And so, you know, what do? Where do they turn for help?
Staffed with compassionate experts from a range of partnering agencies, the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is a one-stop shop for caring.
I was with the Resiliency Center, Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, from December till about May, seeing walk-in clients or taking calls from the victims of Route 91. And I currently still have the clients that I started with there. I'm seeing them privately for long term.
Monique Cox is a licensed marriage and family therapist. She was on site at the center for the first few months and now sees clients as outpatients in her Southwest office. She knows firsthand that many people will be in emotional distress and burdened with extra psychological trauma as the first anniversary of the shooting nears.
For a lot, the Route 91 festival was a family thing. It was a tradition. They looked forward to it, brought their kids or their moms. And so now, usually they're used to, hey, we're going to go. And now it's like, oh my gosh, we can't go. And this is because why? You can't really escape the reality of it. So it's a reminder of what happened.
The center offers victim advocacy, counseling, spiritual and mental health referrals, and assistance with the application processes.
In the almost 5 months since the tragedy, we have processed approximately 4,300 applications for benefits. And so far we paid out about $1.2 million in benefits. But our filing period for those who were present at the concert and experienced either physical injuries, emotional trauma, any other types of loss that they may qualify for, they have until October 1st of 2018 to apply, and we encourage you to do so.
The State Victims of Crime program continues their work. This group offers a variety of benefits and services, including financial compensation. Anyone impacted by the 1 October incidents have 3 avenues to apply for assistance.
If anybody still wants to file a claim, it's very simple. Go to the Las Vegas Resiliency Center. We have an employee who is there every day during all business hours, and he can get your application to us right away. You can also go to our website, which is voc.nv.gov. We have the application online there. We've made it very simple. You don't need a police report, and it's in English and Spanish. And last, you can come to our office, which is 2200 South Rancho Drive, Suite 210A.
Clark County took great care and used other cities' expertise in decorating and designing the center, from the lobby to the artwork adorning the walls.
Well, the center is set up in a way that we hope is comforting and comfortable, welcoming, and with privacy and confidentiality. So there are other communities have reached out, and with some of the decorations, there's a banner from Orlando. There are Stars of Hope on the walls that were created through that organization, and there are other things that people have sent from other communities to send their condolences, their comfort, their well wishes, and their concern.
One important piece of advice is to hold on to anything that proves you attended the event, such as pictures, receipts, emails, social media posts, wristbands, and more. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center website is the single point of contact for locals and a valuable tool for out-of-state concert attendees. Visit vegasstrongrc.org for more information on all the services and resources available. You can drop in, no appointments necessary, and the center is open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. Clark County and the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center are hosting an art exhibition called Quilts for Vegas here in the Rotunda Gallery. All these quilts were created to provide comfort and support to the victims of 1 October.
In the days following October 1, members of the Las Vegas Modern Quilt Guild sat in shock as we planned our own small way to wrap our community in a hug and show our love and support.
The talented crafters of the Las Vegas Modern Quilt Guild are using their creative skills to help healing after the 1 October massacre. They've stitched together more than 250 quilts on display at the Clark County Government Center.
The Guild launched a quilt making drive for the victims of October 1 to let them know that they are cared for, loved, and supported still to this day. Hundreds of quilters all across the United States and from countries as far away as Germany and Switzerland responded. Some sent full quilts, others sent quilt tops, some did blocks, donations, and all of this covered the cost of the fabric, the thread, and the other materials. I was noticing.
The Guild reached out through social media, and the mass outpouring of love, compassion, and soft supplies from quilters worldwide contributed to this most impressive 1 October shrine.
These are all hand-stitched. That's designed in our mind. We cut the fabric, we stitch the fabric together. A lot of love and effort goes into making a quilt. Historically, quilts have been used to show love and appreciation, so that's what we're doing for our community.
The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is conducting an electronic auction. All 250 quilts will be given to people who are family members or survivors and are registered at the Resiliency Center.
Survivors and family members registered with the Resiliency Center can sign up to participate in a raffle to receive a quilt. Staff will ship the quilts to those whose names are drawn in the raffle, wherever in the world they live. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and a couple dozen other law, fire, and first responding agencies teamed up to test their skills during a mock shooting scenario here at Shadow Ridge High School.
Provide that blanket of safety and ensure that we're properly prepared to respond to any and all incidents, in particular to incidents that occur in schools.
And that's why Metro and all first responders took part in Operation Mustang, a full-scale exercise with a pretend active assailant on a deadly rampage at Shadow Ridge High School. All local law enforcement agencies, 4 fire departments, several specialized strike teams, and local ambulance companies participated in the scenario. One of the first and most important tasks in any large-scale emergency is the ability to communicate.
We'll set up what's called a unified command. And so law enforcement and fire will, and other support agencies will unify in command and make decisions together. That way the resources aren't acting independently, but are acting as a focused, cohesive group.
The 4 pillars of emergency management are protection, preparedness, response, and recovery. It's every student's unthinkable nightmare and every emergency responder's worst fear, an armed attacker loose on a school campus. Statistically speaking, it's more dangerous for students to drive to school than the threat of an active shooting situation. But with 22 school shootings nationwide already this year, it's always a challenge to respond in a cohesive, coordinated fashion. The sheriff stressed that this is not a reactive exercise. Metro personnel and first responders train like this on a regular basis.
And understand the scope of this exercise and the need for this exercise. I don't want anybody leaving today thinking this is all a knee-jerk reaction, what is occurring across the United States. In some aspects it is, but this is something we do on a regular basis.
All of these agencies and many individuals participating in Operation Mustang were involved in real life-saving efforts from the carnage of 1 October. But training scenarios like this one help ready the entire team for critical incidents of any kind, anywhere in Clark County.
As 1 October showed, the response of all agencies in a coordinated effort to safeguard the lives of this community is very important. Today's exercise is another step in our evolution to continue to improve how we do what we do, no matter what the incident may be. I'm very grateful to the sheriff for inviting the FBI to participate in this event.
Operation Mustang was named for the Shadow Ridge mascot and took more than 2 months of preparation time. Many of the most important lessons learned from the full-scale exercise will actually take place in a few weeks after evaluations are conducted.
what went well, what didn't. But then after that, there's a much more in-depth after-action report that will take place, in which you'll get comments from everybody. You'll compile those, and then you'll send out a report with recommendations, and then you build training off of those recommendations.
This affordable living community called Patriot Place is now the permanent home to a group of our United States veterans.
It is so gratifying for me to be here today and to be part of knowing that I'm with people like this for the rest of my life.
Mr. Otha Brown is now a proud Patriot Place resident. The retired Marine found himself homeless just a few months ago. A phone call from Accessible Space Incorporated in Minnesota changed his life in Las Vegas.
And all of the people that I've talked to from Minnesota have that quality of being patient. So she led me through this, and I explained to her the dilemma that I was going through. And she said, I'll get back to you in about maybe 2 weeks and let you know what your standings are and what your opportunities. She called me back in about 4 hours, and she said, your move-in date will be September the 1st.
The development of Patriot Place took a true collaborative effort. Accessible Space Incorporated is a Minnesota company and one of the country's most prolific organizations in providing housing to seniors, veterans, and those individuals with physical and brain injuries.
We've had 28 different accessible affordable housing developments funded in Nevada. Over 1,100 people, almost 1,200 are receiving those services.
ASI's partnerships with state and U.S. housing agencies, national banks, and local government jurisdictions has led to the development of first-class housing in our community.
This development is a very unique one for us because it is our first project serving veterans. It came about, as you heard, from a collaboration dating back, of course, further than 2012 and even in current years, 2014, when people started to say, well, let's try to do something. And this is what happens when people come together and collaborate. You're all part of that moving forward, too, because we want to make sure that we try to meet that ongoing need. There were over 1,200 applications for this building in the first 2 weeks, and we can only house 50. So again, there's a lot more to do. We can't just stop.
This dedication ceremony took place on Flag Day, the most appropriate occasion to honor the veterans who now call Patriot Place their permanent home.
This is about affordable, safe, beautiful housing, because number one, for our veterans, you served us, so God bless you. But we want people to know that this is about housing. This is about making sure that we develop properties that have the right lighting, that are energy efficient, accessible to you.
Patriot Place is a 3-story complex with 49 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, ample storage, private balconies or patios, washers and dryers, and carefully designed counters, closets, and cupboards are just some of the amenities constructed in each unit. The common areas include a computer room, kitchen, workout facility, and more. Conveniently located near bus lines, shopping, and grocery stores, the Patriot Place truly is housing with care. Nearly every summer day in the valley is like this one. Blue skies, brilliant sunshine, no threat of rain. But did you know the months July through September are actually considered monsoon season in Clark County?
Oh my God, no.
The Regional Flood Control District's advertising campaign is called Water Always Wins, and I'm certain the driver of the black truck now agrees. In a matter of moments, flash flooding quickly fills our network of storm channels and can transform streets into raging rivers. Flooding has killed 3 people in the last 2 years, an overlooked fact in our usually bone-dry desert.
A lot of these deaths are occurring in vulnerable populations, and think tourists, homeless, children, people who often don't get the messaging that we put out there as hard as we try. Our messaging is having an effect, but a lot of times we're not reaching a lot of these vulnerable populations. The homeless population especially is at risk due to the fact that they set up shop sometimes in washes or behind barricades near washes, and then wind up getting washed in.
The district unveiled the public service announcement during their annual flash flood press conference. This year's event was on the site of a box culvert installation of the US 95 widening project near North Durango Drive. This project is one of 19 that the district has already or will begin in 2018.
The flood protection that it brings along really enhances not only the safety, again, of the traveling public and protecting the land around, but from a personal viewpoint from the department, it helps us save on maintenance costs and erosion control.
A project like this is constructed in a cooperative and economical fashion. By partnering with the Nevada Department of Transportation and the Regional Transportation Commission, flood control projects can be built in tandem with the streets and roadway improvements.
We do those partnerships to try to leverage our dollars and maximize the dollars we spend on flood control. If we can combine these projects with roadway projects, it minimizes the impacts to the traveling public, but it also helps us build these facilities in a more efficient manner, and we get them done all at once and saves everyone time and money.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
If you ever encounter any moving floodwater, heed the district's advice. Turn around and don't drown. To learn more about flash flooding in our valley, safety tips, and more, visit BeFloodSafe.com. All local jurisdictions and law enforcement agencies are all in. They will issue you large fines if you are caught setting off illegal fireworks during the Independence Day celebration.
This is not a problem in a certain part of the valley. It's throughout unincorporated county, the city of Las Vegas, the city of North Las Vegas.
In June, the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada supported the You Light It, We Write It efforts. The commission unveiled a bus that is wrapped with reminders that fireworks safety is a deadly serious concern across Clark County.
So we'll actually have teams that are going out and enforcing some of the citations that will be written this year. But we're asking people, please do not call 911 or 311 to report illegal fireworks. Please go to our website, www.ispyfireworks.com. This way we can track them for the future, as well as we can free up the lines to get real critical issues that normally happen on the 4th of July.
Earlier in the spring, the new campaign was created to raise awareness, and $1,000 citations can be levied against people who light fireworks that are not designated as safe and sane. Our community suffers property damage and injuries each year. It's estimated that 11,000 people are treated for fireworks-related injuries, and it's children who comprise a third of those.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires.
Clark County produced public service announcements in English and Spanish that illuminate the dangers associated with setting off illegal fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks are offered for sale around the valley, and officials urge all buyers to purchase their pyrotechnics exclusively from locally licensed and inspected booths.
Please do not call 911 or 311 to report illegal fireworks. The I Spy Fireworks website is how we wish to gather that data so that we can build future plans to go after illegal fireworks users and make a safer community. Our fires on those nights is one of the busiest nights of the year for us as a fire department, for the police departments valley-wide. Over the years, we've had several significant fires and many injuries related to illegal fireworks, and that's why we need to address this very serious problem more aggressively this year.
A solemn ceremony marking Juneteenth was held at this most appropriate location under the watchful gaze of Dr. Martin Luther King.
For the land of the free.
Gary T. Love Williams delivered a soulful rendition of our national anthem as part of the annual Juneteenth celebration. A group of Buffalo soldiers raised the ceremonial flag to mark this momentous day. Juneteenth, more accurately June 19th, 1865, is recognized as the day when the last American slaves were freed, 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation.
Juneteenth does not get the recognition that other historically significant days do, and that's unfortunate.
It has been overshadowed by the day that the President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, whose lofty goals could not be achieved until 2.5 years later with the death of more than 600,000 Americans on the battlefield of the Civil War.
This year's event was a salute to women of African descent who served in our country's military.
We need to make sure we're teaching about things so the kids never forget about what that is. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Make sure that we will have it on our TV. But for our Buffalo soldiers that were still ostracized after they were allowed to serve, thank you for your service.
The American Civil War ended on April 9th, 1865, with a ceasefire between the two armies.
Clark County Television is proud to cablecast a documentary celebrating Juneteenth, an historic look back at slavery and how it was abolished in the 1860s. The film traces the beginning of the holiday and explores the migration of millions of African Americans from the South to other parts of America around World War II. Celebrating Juneteenth was produced by Stan Armstrong and Joseph Meditz of Desert Rose Productions. Commissioner Lawrence Weekly is a student of history and always advocates teaching our youth about our not-so-glorious past.
Our thoughts are that when I think of Gordon Granger and I think of that message that was delivered back to many of those men and women and children who were given that free labor in Texas, who hadn't gotten the word that freedom is free and that your time is up in terms of offering these services to this country who have given you no recognition or thanks. I'm very grateful on this day because it was many of those shoulders that I'm standing on whom have afforded me this opportunity to be here to serve in this community.
Three pro athletes from our Valley's newest team, the WNBA's Las Vegas Aces, hosted a basketball camp for kids here at the Pearson Center.
Hi everyone, I'm Lindsay Allen. This is my second year in the WNBA, my first here in Las Vegas.
As part of Junior WNBA Week, three Las Vegas Aces introduced themselves and then shared their hardwood skills at a youth basketball clinic for about 100 eager student athletes. In addition to being given cool official t-shirts, the eager youngsters received hands-on instruction from the professional athletes. Lindsay Allen, Tamara Young, and Kelsey Plum provided pointers to the kids in shooting, passing, defense, and agility. Aces forward Tamara Young is an old-school, defensive-minded player, and because she never had the opportunity to meet her basketball heroes as a child, she's delighted to provide pointers to the enthusiastic players.
It's great to be here, to be in this community, to give back, to share knowledge with the group. You know, growing up, I wasn't able to have actual WNBA players to go out and be able to work out with. So having them here and being able to be a role model and example is a great thing.
Whatever your mind can conceive and your heart can believe, then truly you can achieve it.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly is a champion of all youth recreational activities and is already a huge fan of the Las Vegas Aces.
Oh man, this is awesome to have the WNBA. To take the time out of this schedule to be about the community. You know, it's one thing to come in the community and try and gather fans, but here's a way to really be hands-on. And so thank you to the MGM, thank you to the WNBA, and thank you to the Junior NBA, showing our kids that it is all possible if they're willing to put in the work.
All right, Mr. Cole, what's your question?
How are you inspired to play basketball?
Later on, the future stars were given a chance to quiz the pro players and learn more about life in the WNBA.
My family inspired me to play basketball. Growing up, my older siblings played, my parents played, and it was just something that we used to do for fun, and the passion and love for it inspired me to do what my family did.
The Las Vegas Aces home court is the Mandalay Bay Event Center. Visit aces.wnba.com for tickets and more information about the team. And finally, we pay tribute and leave you with some highlights of the Vegas Golden Knights' first season in Las Vegas. Now, the team lost in the Stanley Cup Finals to the Washington Capitals, but they still had an amazing first season. And I think it's safe to say now that Vegas is a hockey town, and keep this in mind. The next season starts in just a couple months in September. Well, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to FlightPath. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. The Clark County Department of Aviation runs on an enterprise fund, meaning it's self-supporting and doesn't receive county taxpayer money. Here's a look at how the airport funds the operations that keep the 8th busiest airport in North America and its travelers moving.
Tourism is the engine that drives Southern Nevada's economy, and nearly half of all visitors arrive by air. With its location in the shadows of the world-famous Las Vegas Strip, McCarran International Airport is a vital gateway to this city. Funding for this gateway comes from revenue generated by terminal and building use fees, concession fees, landing and gate fees, as well as other airline fees. Since the funds are raised exclusively from the use of the airport's facilities, all the economic benefits provided to the local economy come at no cost to taxpayers.
Aviation is really the foundation of the #1 industry here in Nevada, which is tourism. We take that very seriously. You know, we provide an economic benefit to the state of almost $30 billion, and it is part of the experience. We know that people have to choose to come to Las Vegas, so we try to keep our fees as low as possible to the airlines so that that's not a deterrent for them to add more capacity here since the demand is so high.
The largest source of non-airline revenue is terminal concession fees, which are generated from an agreed-upon percentage of gross sales from various sources, including food and beverage concessionaires, news and gift concessionaires, specialty retail outlets, advertising, and passenger service revenue. Other sources of income include ground transportation fees, parking fees, the rental car facility, and even slot machines. Those funds help offset the fees the Department of Aviation charges to the airlines.
So our capital improvement plan is financed by gaming. It does not go into the rate base. What that does for us is it allows us to do our projects on a pay-as-you-go type of basis, and then the airlines aren't financing it. So it's a real win-win for both of us.
In 2017, the total operating revenue at the airport increased by more than $10 million. That can be attributed to growth in passenger traffic, as the airport saw a record 48.5 million arriving and departing passengers for the year, as well as the addition of a greater variety of services for airport customers.
We want our customer service to match the hospitality industry on the Strip. We want people to know that we care about them, that we want to help them, that we're here, we welcome them, we assist them. That's very, very important to us because we want them to always choose to come back to Las Vegas.
Between the airport and its tenants, maintaining a major transportation hub takes more than 16,000 committed employees to keep operations running smoothly and efficiently. It's an effort that ultimately helps our community grow and prosper. McCarran will maintain its position as a global leader in aviation while providing each and every traveler an excellent customer experience.
From affordable economy to the ultimate convenience of valet, McCarran offers a variety of parking options. During peak times, however, space is at a premium. Here are some tips for parking at the airport during the busy summer travel season.
McCarran's Landside Operation Division began using electronic reader boards on the airport roadways this summer to let drivers know when parking facilities have reached capacity.
Because of high demand, the Terminal 1 long-term garage is the one most likely to close during busy times. If that happens, drivers are redirected to the economy lot where they can catch a shuttle to the terminal.
The Terminal 1 economy shuttle operates about every 15 to 20 minutes. There's typically 3 buses in the loop. There's 3 shuttle stops in the Terminal 1 economy lot, and then the bus would take you to the Terminal 1 Level 0 area to get into your flights at Terminal 1.
Travelers also have the option of parking at Terminal 3 and taking the inter-terminal shuttle to Terminal 1.
There's typically 1 to 2 buses on the loop depending on how busy it is, and that headway time is about every 10 to 15 minutes. And both of those buses stop at Level 0 at Terminal 1 and at Terminal 3.
If you're on a long trip, you might forget where you parked or come home to find your vehicle won't start.
As a courtesy to our parking customers, we offer some assistance free of charge.
We have a free parking courtesy assistance that we provide tire inflations for vehicles. We'll do battery jump starts for vehicles, as well as help you locate your car if you can't find your car.
If you choose not to drive yourself to the airport, there are several options available, including taxis, city buses, shuttles, and rideshare apps Uber and Lyft. Rideshare drivers will find the pickup areas are easy to navigate thanks to the addition of a red light, green light system similar to those used in hotel parking garages. If you're just picking up friends and family, don't forget you can wait for them in our cell phone lot.
We do have a cell phone lot. It's available for customers. It's about 115 space area set aside in the Terminal 1 Economy lot, approximately at Kitty Hawk and Paradise Road. It's available from 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. It's very convenient. Customers can wait in the parking lot, wait for a text or a phone call from their arriving passenger. And that avoids the constant circling around on the roadway. And from that cell phone lot, you can get to both Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
For complete parking information, know before you go and visit our website, McCarran.com, and click on parking.
During the summer, temperatures in southern Nevada often reach triple digits. Keeping it cool and comfortable for our passengers and employees who serve them is a top priority. Here's a look at a few projects that help prevent you from feeling the Vegas heat.
Even when temperatures are soaring outside, you can count on McCarran to keep it comfortable inside, thanks to sophisticated and efficient air cooling systems. Recent projects have upgraded parts of Terminal 1's HVAC system to provide better climate control for passengers and employees. Traditional pneumatic thermostat systems have been replaced with digital direct controls, or DDCs. The digital controls allow the airport to virtually monitor cooling equipment, room temperatures, and airflow to maintain a comfortable indoor environment while keeping energy costs down.
What digital control allows us to do is visualize all those things visually via computer system, so we can do temperature adjustments, do flow adjustments, do air change adjustments, all electronically versus sending a technician out there to do the adjustments on the fly.
Additional energy-efficient HVAC equipment has been installed in the A and B security checkpoint.
At the AB checkpoint, which is one of our busier checkpoints for passenger throughput, we're replacing all the old variable air volume boxes with the latest technology, which are much more efficient, as well as doing the direct digital control on that area too.
Although we can't control Mother Nature, when the mercury goes up outside, we can keep the temperatures down inside. Passenger loading bridges, or jet bridges, are among the most frequently used areas at McCarran and are constantly exposed to outside temperature changes. Two recent upgrades to these structures will help cool them in innovative ways.
We did ceramic coating on all the outside so they reflect the heat, as well as doing what's called a PC air unit for those that's going to be 15% more efficient than the units that are on there now. You multiply that 15% efficiency over 114 bridges and we're saving a lot of energy just doing that.
In the D-Gates tram station, McCarran is addressing energy efficiency with a unique product. High-volume, low-speed fans installed in the ceilings help circulate the air and supplement the HVAC delivery system.
And this area is a glass wall area, and it has trains coming in and out that push the hot air, especially in the 100-degree days, in and out of this facility. So we looked at a way to increase the flow of air in here without running our air conditioning system harder.
New high-capacity mini pleat air filters in Terminal 3 increase energy efficiency while saving time and money. The filters capture small particles and can last 16 months to 3 years. Compared to old filters that needed to be replaced every 3 months, it's a great reduction in material and labor costs. McCarran has more than 30 dedicated employees working round the clock 365 days a year to operate and maintain the systems that keep indoor temperatures and our customers cool and comfortable.
Las Vegas continues to be one of the world's most popular travel destinations. As a result, some airlines have increased service to meet that demand and provide more ways to get people here. Let's take a look at some of the recent additions.
So far this year, the team at McCarran has been pleased to welcome additional international air service, opening up the entertainment capital of the world and all it has to offer to more visitors from around the globe. Brazil's LATAM Airlines launched new nonstop service from Sao Paulo to Las Vegas in early June. This is the first scheduled nonstop service between Las Vegas and Brazil. The National Travel and Tourism Office estimates nearly 3/4 of Brazilian visitors to the United States come here for leisure purposes, with shopping ranked by far as their most preferred U.S. activity, followed by sightseeing, visiting national parks, and fine dining. LATAM's summer seasonal service will run 3 times a week on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays through September 30th.
South America, and more specifically Brazil, is a market that we've been working on in Las Vegas to bring service to for more than a decade. Last year, more than 150,000 Brazilians visited Las Vegas by air, one of our peak years. To finally have the new nonstop service from LATAM is a big win for Las Vegas.
McCarran International Airport is the gateway to the United States for travelers from Europe. British Airways resumed 3 times weekly service from London's Gatwick Airport to Las Vegas this spring. And German air carrier Eurowings began new nonstop service from Munich, its second Las Vegas route.
Europe is always one of our key markets into Las Vegas for international traffic. Our partners at Eurowings expanded their service this summer. This is in addition to their already running Cologne and Las Vegas service.
Domestic carrier Frontier is also expanding its reach in Las Vegas, adding nonstop flights to Calgary, Canada. These new and additional services are perfect for both the leisure visitor who wants to start their U.S. tour in Southern Nevada and business travelers who come to Las Vegas, the world's leading destination for meetings, conventions, and trade shows. As airlines continue to expand their air service offerings, McCarran will continue to do its part to provide a warm welcome to travelers from around the globe.
Airports are self-contained cities, complete with conveniences and cultural offerings you'd expect in a traditional metropolis. McCarran's concourses are home to a variety of shops and restaurants and other businesses which enhance the customer experience and create economic opportunities for local entrepreneurs. Here's what the airport is doing to help those interested in doing business at McCarran.
A mix of more than 150 concessions throughout the airport makes McCarran an ideal location for business owners who want to get their products or services into one of the nation's busiest airports.
To help spread the word about these airport business opportunities, Department of Aviation staff participate in job fairs, attend outreach activities in the local community, and host seminars at the airport.
The outreach events allow us to get the word out to all the small business enterprises and minority business enterprises to let them know what's going on in the airport, how we can help them with their capability statements and upcoming RFPs that may take place at the airport.
A concession program in an airport is an integral part of the whole operation.
During outreach programs like this, airport staff provide valuable information about the requirements for operating in an airport environment, explain how McCarran's request for proposals or RFP process works, and discuss how business proposals are evaluated. It's a great way to help business owners who have never been through the process.
It's exciting to know different things and different people and go to events like this. And when this came up, I immediately signed up. So I'm excited about anything that can help me generate business or expand my business.
How do we help businesses start and grow?
In addition to giving small business owners important information about partnering with the airport, the seminar also featured guest speakers from the Marshall Retail Group, HMS Host, and the Hudson Group.
I've already met so many amazing people here today and networked with people in the first hour that want to help get me into the airport.
In addition, resource partners and government entities shared advice about how attendees could hone their skills to build a successful business.
As a lender here in the state of Nevada, it is very important that as a financial institution, we be able to understand how our clients who's going to come to us for money has an opportunity to do business with companies like McCarran.
The Department of Aviation also has a Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program and an Airport Concession Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program to ensure that minority and women-owned businesses can compete fairly for federally funded transportation-related projects.
Here at McCarran is a great place to do business because there's a diverse population that comes through the airport on a constant basis. It's great to do this program because it gives the business owners a chance to have their business grow within the community.
We're hoping to come in here and be able to, again, build brand awareness and build exposure for the brand, and what better way to do that in an airport.
The airport has a dedicated Doing Business website that has helpful information about concession, construction, and purchasing opportunities.
The site also lists upcoming business outreach events, public notices, and meetings that current and future business owners will find informative. Log on to mccarran.com/business to learn more.
In today's digital world, getting information is just a click away on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. McCarran uses social media to interact with and inform the public to improve customer service. Here's a look at how our social media team is at your service.
Each day, more than 1.4 billion users log on to Facebook, and 500 million tweets are sent every 24 hours. McCarran International Airport launched Facebook and Twitter accounts nearly 10 years ago with just a few hundred followers. Today, there are nearly 25,000 followers. This is how we monitor our social media sites at McCarran. We encourage customers to follow us on Twitter so they can receive updates about things that might be happening at the airport and provide us with feedback about their experience here. McCarran's social media sites are excellent resources for the public. Travelers can view airport updates on everything from construction projects to new retail and restaurants. Twitter allows McCarran's communications team to quickly inform followers about issues that may affect travel, including weather, roadway closures, and parking capacity. On Facebook, posts about terminal improvements, new air service, and special events are especially popular. One of the cool things about Facebook is its live video feature, and that allows us to share events going on at the airport, like this, a recent new air service arrival and the festivities that surrounded it. With social media, customers can communicate with us before, during, and after their trip. And one of the most common questions we get asked on Twitter and on Facebook is how can they recover lost items? And that way we can refer them to our Lost and Found on our website. In addition to Facebook and Twitter, McCarran uses Instagram to share photos and interact with the public. The airport's Instagram following is comprised largely of aviation enthusiasts, so photos of unique aircraft and historic images from around McCarran are popular. We use YouTube to share videos with our customers and with the traveling public. It helps them to get useful information about what's happening here at McCarran and what we're doing in the community. The videos are a great way to share with customers and travelers different tips, and it gives them a visual and lets them actually see where things are in the airport. Social media has been a great tool for McCarran's passengers to get helpful information and give valuable feedback, which helps the airport improve our customers' experience. And that's why the social media team is at your service.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Muir to tell us more about McCarran's third annual Take Your Child to Work Day event.
Este abril pasado, más de 130 niños, entre ellos nietos, sobrinos y sobrinas de empleados del aeropuerto, recibieron una vista detrás del escenario del aeropuerto. El evento, Lleve a su hijo al trabajo, comenzó con un desayuno con los adultos. Enseguida hubo juegos y libros de colorear con el tema de McCarran. A lo largo del día, los niños aprendieron que el aeropuerto es un lugar dinámico y emocionante para trabajar.
El objetivo es mostrarle a los niños que algún día podrían trabajar donde ellos desean, en una sala de juntas, en el gobierno local e incluso en una de las muchas carreras en un aeropuerto internacional.
Aquí en el aeropuerto de McCarran, el día Lleve a su hijo al trabajo anima a los jóvenes a soñar en grande.
Sí, es divertido.
Yo quiero ver un avión también.
Algunos empleados sirvieron como guías y llevaron a los niños a una gira por el aeródromo que incluía una parada en la estación de bomberos McCarran número 13. Allí vieron demostraciones del equipo y extinción de incendios diseñados para mantener el aeropuerto seguro. De allí pudieron subirse en un avión privado 737, visitar al piloto y a la tripulación del avión e incluso se sentaron en la cabina. Los niños fueron introducidos a las carreras en la aplicación de la ley cuando visitan a la policía del aeropuerto, que demostraron las herramientas que utilizan para mantener la seguridad. En la planta central de servicios públicos, aprendieron que se necesita mucho equipo especial y personal cualificado para calentar y refrigerar el espacio interior del aeropuerto. De regreso en la ventana de entradas, aprendieron sobre la tecnología de identificación por radiofrecuencia y los sistemas informáticos que ayudan a las aerolíneas en la organización del equipaje de salida. También conocieron a la unidad canina de McCarran, perros especialmente entrenados para usar su increíble sensato de olfato para detectar material peligroso. Los niños disfrutaron un tiempo agradable con sus seres queridos. El día terminó con un almuerzo.
Yo quiero ver donde mi mami trabaja porque I miss her. Yo la quiero y yo la quiero ver qué está haciendo.
El objetivo del día Lleve a su hijo al trabajo en el aeropuerto McCarran es mostrar a los niños la importancia de conseguir una buena educación y explorarlos a la variedad de oportunidades de una carrera en la industria de la aviación.
Passengers who use McCarran's D-Gates will notice some new additions in retail, as well as improvements to existing facilities. From specialty shops to a new duty-free, here's a look at what's in store.
McCarran's D-Concourse opened in 1998. Since then, the area has constantly evolved to keep up with an ever-growing number of passengers. A new duty-free store opened in the northeast wing of D-Gates in late April. The 6,500 square foot store is a modern, walk-through design, conveniently located in a passenger's natural path of travel to their gates. The store enables the airport to offer enhanced shopping options to D-Gate's international passengers while expanding the available retail offerings to domestic passengers. Shoppers will find a mix of food and liquor items, as well as fragrances, cosmetics, sunglasses, and watches from brands such as Superdry, Seconda, Daniel Wellington, and Bulova, to name a few. On the lower level between the tram stations, the runway shops offer customers some great new variety. Shoppers can enjoy browsing for casual timepieces at McCarran's first ever Swatch store, or selecting a new favorite pair of designer sunglasses at 5th and Sunset. Southern California favorite M. Frederick showcases the latest in its popular line of chic, fashionable clothing. And Tech on the Go helps travelers stay connected with everything from portable chargers to fitness tracking devices. In addition to these new shopping options and amenities in the D-Gates, the Department of Aviation is updating existing restrooms with sleek, modern finishes and installing new, eco-friendly water bottle refill stations. By providing passengers with a variety of amenities and top-notch facilities, McCarran is able to give Las Vegas visitors an outstanding first and last look at Las Vegas.
McCarran kicked off 2018 celebrating the completion of improvements in Terminal 1. Keeping that momentum going, work is now underway to remodel the A-Gates cluster buildings.
To improve passenger experience as well as increase efficiency and sustainability, crews at McCarran are busy working to bring Terminal 1 up to a modern design standard. Renovations in ticketing and baggage claim were completed last year and include bright terrazzo flooring, sleek wall coverings, new digital signage, and updated restrooms. Next in line for an upgrade are two round buildings that extend off the original terminal and house McCarran's A-Gates. Built in the 1970s, the area was one of the earliest expansions at McCarran. The carpet was removed and work began in May to install new flooring in half the area. The floor design and material are the same glittering terrazzo seen in the B-Gates, ticketing, and baggage claim. The new look will be easier on the eyes and easier to clean. The walls and ceilings will get a fresh look and more power for additional outlets that will help passengers stay connected and charge their mobile devices. Restrooms are being remodeled as well. Renovations on the A-Gates will continue into the fall and will help McCarran serve Las Vegas visitors for decades to come.
As people spend more time in airports, unique works of art can provide passengers a moment of quiet reflection or quick respite from the hustle and bustle of air travel. Here's a look at one of our more popular installations in the D-Gates.
Echoes of Las Vegas is a monumental timeline of the people, places, and things that define what Las Vegas was, is, and always will be. An iconic, ever-changing destination surrounded by natural beauty and full of colorful characters and architecture.
The 152-foot mural, located in the northwest wing of the D-Gates, was created by local artist Adolfo Gonzalez. The bold, vibrant piece takes the viewer along a journey through Las Vegas history.
From his home studio, Gonzalez began the mural by painting on a long, small-scale canvas to arrange all the people, landmarks, and landscapes he wanted to incorporate. Using old photographs, postcards, and books for reference, Gonzalez had an abundance of imagery to inspire the piece.
And I fell in love with the lights here, the big signs, all the beautifulness here, tones, the people here, and so forth.
Gonzalez then painted a version on 15 medium-sized panels, adding in the important details.
So here's where I began to just place all my small glass more and all my trees, my signage and everything from piece to piece.
Gonzalez enlarged the medium-sized artwork onto several large canvases, which he mounted on the wall high above the gate area. The completed collage blends iconic signs like those from the Stardust, Sands, and Circus Circus among buildings like the Landmark and Barbary Coast that once defined the Las Vegas skyline.
It was beautiful signs, large, bright, a neon verbiage was there, and they moved so nicely. And bigger ones have more detail because with the brushes you could come back and just do more stuff.
Celebrities who grace the stages on the Strip are also represented. There's a piano lapelled Liberace and the Rat Pack. One section in the middle holds a special place in the artist's mind, his depiction of Elvis, the king of rock and roll and longtime Vegas headliner.
And the king there, in the ghost form, just saying, hey, Viva Las Vegas.
From end to end, the mural tells a story with one side showing vintage Vegas, then Fremont Street, and transitioning to the more modern Caesars Palace. There's even a nod to aviation, with a section that depicts McCarran's D-Gate satellite concourse, ramp control tower, and several planes. Peppered in the background are layers of landscapes from Red Rock to Sunrise Mountain that Gonzalez says helps ground the piece and educate viewers that there's more to Southern Nevada than just the Strip. The large-scale artwork took more than a year to complete. Gonzalez says he remembers pushing and pulling objects forward or backward in the composition to play with depth and color, but there was one memory that will stay with him all his life: his daughter helping him paint parts of the mural.
And she goes back and says, Dad, you remember this when I was here and played me? That's a blessing. The memories you will pass down to your grandkids who will say, my grandpa did this, he's known for this piece at the airport. I just love it.
And just as this artwork connected father and daughter, airports connect passengers and places. But they can be more than gateways to fabulous travel destinations. They're also places where travelers can reflect on the iconic people, places, and history that make up a community.
Public art is just one way the airport can display the pride of this unique city. For more information on other art displays, log on to our website, McCarran.com, click Relax, and then Airport Art.
Several employees with the Department of Aviation are working with local teens in the Summer Business Institute, an 8-week internship designed to help students gain insight into future career paths. Mentoring programs like this are just one way the department positions itself as a valuable community partner.
All you have to do is go all the way down there and turn to your right, and that's going to be the security check for D-Gates, and you're going to take a tram to the D-Gates.
Thank you.
As the nation's 8th busiest airport, McCarran is an ideal place for student interns to learn hospitality and customer service skills and to explore a variety of careers in the aviation industry.
And we're going to go to add access ID.
This year's Summer Business Institute gives 5 teens the opportunity to experience internships with the Department of Aviation. The students, high school sophomores, juniors, seniors, and recent graduates work 4 days a week at the airport, where a supervisor assigns them projects.
I work with passenger services, and basically we handle the information booths. And what I've learned is that we have to be really patient with our passengers just because they ask a lot of questions, and we have to know where they're going and give them the right information.
Founded in 1996, the Summer Business Institute is a collaborative effort between Clark County and its various departments, the school district, College of Southern Nevada, UNLV, and the local business community. The overall goal of the program is to give young people a taste of working in a real-world environment.
It really helps me out because I want to major in accounting and finance. So a lot of these data entries that I've been working on can really help me out with all the classes that I'm going to take at UNLV.
We are going to give her the experiences and the knowledge from every single person, whether it's customer service opportunity or skill set, that she can take with her and use it down the line. And I like to see young minds think of the larger picture and be a contributor to their success.
In addition to on-the-job training, the program also includes business mentoring, life skills instruction, financial management education, and civil engagement projects. While at McCarran, these interns are also learning the importance of giving our passengers a positive and memorable experience.
And customer service, you can go to like different paths that you want to go, because customer service is going to be in every single job that you want.
For the interns working at McCarran, the objective is to broaden their horizons and give them experience interacting with the traveling public, skills they can use today, tomorrow, and the rest of their careers.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Good form, Barb.
You're watching Clark County Television. Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
This is where fun happens. Mark Hall Patton gives us a lesson in gypsum mining in the Silver State. We'll meet an 87-year young tap dancing instructor at West Flamingo, and it's Willy Wonka, new art, and so much more at the Winchester Cultural Center. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
Where Fun Happens!
Hi, I'm Carolyn Wood. I'm the tap teacher here. I've been here 20 years. The 6th of July, I just celebrated my 20th year here. I've been doing this all my life. Did my first show when I was 4, and the year was 1935, and I was 4 years old. So there you go. I've been dancing ever since all over the world. I've been teaching for a long time. Here's my 20th year. I taught at Carnegie Hall in New York and my late teens and other things, which is too long to go into. But what I do, I'm very good at. Because number one, it's great for the mind. It's great for dementia. As we get older, we all have a problem with it. And it's a great, whether you know it or not, once you get involved, 9 times out of 10, you're going to love it. And it doesn't matter whether you have 2 left feet or not. That's why I'm here. You're a student, I'm a teacher. You get the shoes, you got to get tap shoes. If you're going to teach bowling, you got to get a bowling ball. But you'll love it, and it's great for great for everything, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You can't miss it.
This is what I call my therapy, and I've been in for 3 years. Since my husband and my father passed, I needed something, and this seemed to be something to bring me out of my shell. And came to her, and thanks to her, I'm smiling, I'm happy again, and I'm back to work, and something I didn't think I had achieved. But this class keeps me together.
Well, I was a rockette at age 16. I was the youngest at the time. This was in 1956. And then I ended up in Vegas. I was a showgirl and dancer at the Sahara. Well, I've been tapping since I'm 12. And I just have never given it up. It's just something in my blood that I have to keep doing. And once I found, for a few years there, I wasn't tapping. I was just trying out different teachers. I couldn't really find anyone that I really related to until I found Carolyn. And then we just clicked, and it's been great.
My mend in life is to teach and to see people enjoy and to communicate. And it's not only tap, it's everything. It's physical, it's mental, it's emotional, it's spiritual.
She's the most amazing woman I've ever met in my life. She has the strength. She has everything that I would want. And she's a good mentor. And I love her very deeply. Not as a teacher, but as a friend. And she's always there and calling for me, and if I'm not around, she wants to know where I'm at. So that makes a difference.
She just knows how to teach. You know, she breaks everything down. And I think she's great for all the girls, no matter if you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced. And she just seems to hit on everyone. And it's just great. I think she's just fabulous. And to be 87 years old and still doing it, and we tell her, you know, she can't ever quit, because what would we do? There's nobody else around here like her.
West Flamingo Senior Center, 6255 West Flamingo. Number is 455-7742. And please come and join me and learn to tap. It's wonderful for you, and I'd love to see you, and you're my reason for being here. Thank you.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Colleen Duffy, Cultural Specialist at Winchester Cultural Center, and I'm excited to be telling you about some of our upcoming performances for July and August. Come and join us on Saturday, July 21st at 6 p.m. for an anniversary festival of Folkloriada. This is from Grupo Folclórico de Libertad of Las Vegas. The show will be an exciting mixture combining many groups from Las Vegas and neighboring states, and this is their first anniversary to celebrate.
Going down to West Texas.
Come and join us on Saturday, August 4th at 2 p.m. for Andy Hedges. This is the music of Andy Hedges. He is going to blend cowboy poetry, cowboy folklore, and cowboy songs. This is his first time in Las Vegas, so come on out and support him. Tickets are $12 in advance and $14 on concert day. And once again, that is Saturday, August 4th at 2 p.m. Come and join us for the Headliners' annual summer production of their annual musical. This year, we are featuring Willy Wonka. The dates are August 9th, 10th, and 11th at 6 p.m., and we'll have a special matinee at 1 p.m. on the 11th. Tickets are $8 for the evening shows and $7 for the matinee. Please call us for more information at Winchester Cultural Center.
Hi, Jay Nagel. I am the program assistant for the senior programming here at Winchester Cultural Center. What do we have going on for the 50 year plus? We've got a lot. Let me tell you. First, we're going to start with our Senior Speak series. Dr. Wendy Altamora will be teaching her methods of meditation on Tuesday, July 24th at 10 a.m., followed by Brian Magruder, who will be speaking about anger management on Tuesday, August 14th at 10 a.m. Our tap dance workshop continues. Our first one again will be July 31st, August 7th, and August 14th. Those are all Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Don't forget, Bingo will be on Tuesday, August 7th at 10 a.m. Get ready. We're headed for the National Atomic Testing Museum on Thursday, August 2nd. Then a tour and lunch at the Art Institute of Las Vegas on Thursday, August 9th. Now let's go see our favorite celebrities that are immortalized at Madame Tussauds on Thursday, August 16th. We have several special events coming up here. The Laugh Out Loud Magic Show with Brandon Baggett will be performed here Wednesday, July 18th at 1 p.m. Tickets are $5. And to wind up our summer, Act to Nature with Get Outdoors Nevada are pleased to present Ecologic, an environmental musical for the planet, which will be presented on Friday, July 27th at 6 p.m. Tickets are $5. And don't forget, every Wednesday, come on down for cards and Wii bowling. We got a spare for you.
Hi guys, this is Adam here at Winchester Cultural Center. I'm here to talk to you about some of the new stuff we got going on with our classes. First up, we're actually bringing back Folkloriada. So it's our folklorico class that we have taught by Marta Luevenos. She is the longest standing folklorico teacher in Las Vegas. She's back and she's ready to teach again. So we're happy to have her and we're happy to have you guys come down. It's a monthly class. Please come up and sign and learn a little bit about dance. Second up, we have our draw class. It's now $43 thanks to the summer session, which is a 5-week class. Come on down and learn to draw a little bit more every Saturday from 10 to 1 p.m. Finally, due to the amount of interest that we've had in the class, we're actually going to be starting a violin class soon. We'd like to start it somewhere around Thursday, kicking around 3 to 8 p.m. But please come on down and inquire more within. We're always looking for more information for the violin class, and we really want to get it started. Come down, give us what you know, and give us the best that you can for us so we can make sure we serve you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, I'm Steve Carmichael, Senior Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. With the oppressive summer heat upon us, it's not much fun to go out during the day and shoot, so we recommend you come out after the sun goes down. On Wednesday and Thursday night, we're open until 10 p.m. at the Rifle Pistol Center, the Shotgun Center, and at our archery ranges. All of our equipment is available for rent. Ammunition is available to purchase. We have ear and eye equipment and protection for you. All of that is available to you at our centers. You can also have a good dinner at John Moles Meats Roadkill Grill 2, located in our Shotgun Center. They're open until about 8:30 on Wednesday and Thursday night. This is another reason to come out and see the Clark County Shooting Complex, Nevada's only 5-star rated outdoor shooting facility.
Hi everybody, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. And I just want to let you know of some of the activities that we've got going on here and how you can sign up for them. So all of our activities are run through a website called register-ed.com. And typically those are hunter education classes for those who are born after 1960 and in need to buy a hunting license. You'll need to take one of these classes prior to doing so. We also offer a 4-hour hunter education course for adults only. We also offer in that website, register-ed.com, a bunch of classes that are shooting sports classes and specialty classes for hunters here in Nevada. And some of those classes are found in a different category under advanced hunter education. And those type classes are introduction to rifle shooting, muzzleloader shooting, shotgun shooting. And most of those classes are designed to take place here on the weekend, early Saturday morning, and sometimes even on a Sunday. Some of our real specialty classes, like Antelope Workshop, Tag Workshop, which tells you how to apply for tags in Nevada, we put on specialty classes here in the evening, and typically those classes don't start till 6 or 6:30 in the evening. So if you're looking for any of those, be sure to go under the Advanced Hunter Education course. And while we're speaking about that Advanced Hunter Education course, we're also going to be putting on a wildlife workshop here soon. And students will be able to come out, pattern their shotgun, and learn some IDing techniques of waterfowl. Because we all know that can be somewhat confusing when you're in the field. So look for that class under our website, register-ed.com. And I hope to see you out at the Clark County Shooting Complex, whether it's day or night. Until next month, take care and have a good day.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. Sports beverages are designed to replenish fluids and electrolytes typically lost through sweat, and are generally recommended for use during and after intense and longer bouts of exercise. If you've ever wondered what's inside those sports drinks, stay tuned to hear about their 3 principal ingredients and how you can make your own sports beverage at home. Most people drink sports beverages to stay hydrated, as the main ingredient is water. We know that water is essential. During exercise, it helps our body maintain a safe temperature through sweat and evaporative cooling. For 60 to 90 minutes of regular exercise, plain, cool water is the best way to hydrate. However, for intense activity lasting a longer time, a sports drink may be beneficial. So to demonstrate the ingredients in commercially prepared sports drinks, we're going to start with 1 quart of water. One of the reasons sports beverages are recommended is to provide electrolytes, such as sodium and potassium. Electrolytes are important as they help balance body water and keep your pH levels normal. They help move nutrients into cells and move waste out of cells, and they ensure that your muscles, nerves, heart, and brain work just right. Electrolyte imbalances may occur with changes in the body's water levels. This can happen in extreme heat conditions or intense exercise due to excessive sweating. Those imbalances can lead to decreases in athletic performance, muscle cramps, heat illness, and other serious conditions. Sodium is found in any salt, and potassium is an ingredient in light salt. So an 1/8 teaspoon of each will add just the right amount to our mix. Another key ingredient of sports drinks is sugar to help provide energy. Intense exercise lasting longer than 90 minutes can nearly deplete the body's energy stores. Sports drinks generally have about 14 grams of sugar for every 8 ounces of fluid. To get that 6% of carbohydrates in 1 quart of liquid, add a heaping 1/4 cup of sugar to your mix. Finally, flavoring and color may be added to enhance taste. Chilling it will also help make this homemade sports beverage more palatable. Now that you have a good idea of what's inside those sports beverages, remember, they're really only recommended for activities lasting longer than 60 to 90 minutes. Otherwise, water will be your best bet. And don't forget, to exercise and become more physically active, visit a local Clark County Parks and Recreation facility. They have locations all over Clark County and activities suitable for nearly every age group. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to stay hydrated, eat better, and move more by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. Now, when you come out to the museum, you'll see, we've got 30 acres here. You'll see a lot of different things: restored houses, restored businesses, railroad cars, all kinds of things. But sometimes you might see a piece that you'll look at and say, why do they have that? This is one of those pieces. Right here behind me is a very large chunk of gypsum. This is gypsum. This is calcium sulfate dihydrate, if you want to know the chemical term. But it is a mineral that is found throughout Clark County. It's something that's been used since Roman times. You use it in wallboard, in plaster, in concrete, in blackboard chalk, in a lot of different areas. But in the early part of the 20th century, one of the things that became a major mineral to be sought out and mined here was gypsum. Now in 1949, there was a Gem and Mineral Club here, and they were going to have a big show. So they decided they wanted a large specimen of gypsum. They went out to one of the sites out near Lake Mead, and it took 4 guys to get this particular specimen out of the layer of gypsum that was out there. It weighs somewhere over 500 pounds. It's a very heavy piece of rock. And this was brought into town. It was used as advertising for the show. It later went on to be part of the collection of Anna Roberts Parks, whose collection became the original collection of the Clark County Museum. And it eventually came out here where we have it on display. They actually took a 2-ton hoist, a Jeep, a couple of saws, and 4 large guys to get this piece out. When you look at it here, you'll see that it's cut on the side, it's flat on the bottom. That was done on purpose because this was going to be a display piece. Now today we just have it out here so people can see it and see what gypsum feels like, what it looks like. But understand that even now in Clark County, gypsum is one of those minerals that we are mining here. In the 2016 report on mines of Clark County, there are 6 active mines, 3 of which were gypsum mines. Out by Sloan in Clark County, we're taking down much of a mountain to get the gypsum out. It is one of those minerals that is of great use in building and in what we do here today. So this is one of those things that is a huge part of our history, an ongoing part of the community, an ongoing part of the economic base of Clark County, and yet it's also kind of an interesting rock. Now, in true Las Vegas fashion, not that there's anything new under the sun, if you think about this, is from October of 1949. If we're going to use a large chunk of gypsum to advertise a gem and mineral fair, what are we going to do with it? We're going to have a pretty lady sit on top of it. And that's what we did. Well, we're here at the museum. You can come out here and see the gypsum. It's actually on the platform here at the 1931 Union Pacific Depot. Now remember, we are only open 7 days a week. It is $2 to get in, but we do hope that you'll come out and see us.
Hello, I am Vogue Robinson, your Clark County Poet Laureate. Today's guest is none other than Miss A.V. Miss A.V. is a spoken word artist, a competitor, an organizer, and an actress on the right day if you call her. So, Miss A.V., I know you're working on a lot of things, so I know one of the things you're organizing is the Truth Collective Slam. Can you tell them a little bit about that?
Well, the Truth Collective Slam is a friendly poetry competition that we do every second Tuesday, and we give cash prizes and, yes, lots of money. And we also send representatives to national and international competitions throughout the year that are typically organized by Poetry Slam Incorporated. So we do lots of big stuff, and, you know, we really help poets to get out there and get their message heard and have a really good time at the same time. So
nice. For sure. So we know last year when your birthday was coming, you wrote 30 poems for 30 poems. So now this year, it's a new year. What are your plans for yourself, and what are you going to do with that collection of poems?
Well, I've taken my time, and it's definitely released, so you guys can find out more information about that on my social media at Miss AV on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. But I am going to move forward. I continue to write. I write all the time. I'm currently working on a book about family dynamics, and that's entitled Family Matters. So it's kind of nice and juicy. You know, you kind of open up the closets, let the information out, you know, as well as, you know, some uplifting stuff to, you know, find your own individuality through your family dynamics as well. So keep writing, keep, you know, publishing, and, you know, as long as I can.
That sounds great. And that's a good title. I think about, you know, the TV show, and then I just hear the piano playing. But anyways, that's a good idea. So would you gift us a poem, please?
I would love to. Thank you.
Thank you.
This piece is called Seasons. It is through our coldest winter that we may bloom in the spring. And it is through that blooming that we are prepared for the sunshine that the summer will surely bring. Live not in despair, my friends, for even our darkest night will always have an end. Have faith in your strength, even when it feels like it is in the midst of a hibernation. I promise you it will rise again, exactly when you need it to, but you have to want it to. Tap into that fire that burns relentlessly deep inside of you. Let it melt away all the ice that encapsulates you. Let that water nourish every corner of your once barren soul. Hold on to every drop and watch how much you'll grow, my friends. Please learn how to dance in the moonlight. Hold fast and never let go. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss
Thank you, guys.
Please check her out on social media, and for more information about the programs going on in Clark County, please visit poetrypromise.org. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ian Rafoma. I'm a Las Vegas oil painter, and this is my show, First Gen. First Gen is in reference to being a first-generation American, born first generation, which I have a lot of experience with because my parents were from the Philippines and they immigrated here, and I grew up here. I was born in New York and then moved to Vegas, and it's just the experiences that a lot of first-generation people go through growing up. I try to capture some of those things, nothing too negative, mostly positive, or kind of like, you know, in between. Just, I didn't want this to feel like a pity party, which I feel like a lot of shows about immigration does. It's more lighthearted. These are all people that I know in my life, and I know a lot of these, you know, it speaks to Asian Americans, South Asian Americans. Touches on the idea that a lot of these kids, you know, they reached out to, you know, other people who were in the same similar situations where their family came from somewhere else, and they're trying to make it or just get along with people